Welcome to today's regular school board meeting. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Thompson will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm excited to introduce one of our new K-8s, Coral Cove Academy of the Arts, under the leadership of Stephanie Sabin and AP Luis Figueroa, and their music teacher, Maria Garcia.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated.
My name is Stephanie Sabin. I am the principal of Coral Cove Academy of the Arts. Please welcome our Path to Success performers with our wish for you for the summer. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata, 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 Hakuna. It means no worries for the rest of your days. Kids are problem-free, philosophy. Hakuna Matata, Hakuna Matata, Hakuna Matata, Hakuna Matata. We say Hakuna, we say Matata, Hakuna Matata, Hakuna Matata, Hakuna Matata. Ha!
Thank you so much. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. All in favor of closing the agenda say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. April 15th, 2025, regular school board meeting. April 22nd, 2025, special school board meeting. May 13th, 2025, special meeting expulsions. May 13th, 2025, regular school board meeting.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. The Chief Communications and Legislative Officer polled the board of any agenda items they wish to address in advance of the meeting. The following consent items have been identified for discussion. Items H1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Items B1, 2, 3, 4, 5. F3, G2, I1, J2, J5, 03, 4, 5, and 7, and S1. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Are there any registered speakers on the items that have not been pulled for discussion?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All in favor of...
Hold on, Chair.
I'm signed up to speak to H11, which I don't think you guys pulled
No,
mysteriously.
H11's pulled.
Okay, you didn't.
Wait.
Wait, no. I don't have H11 as pulled. She did register.
Oh,
ma'am.
yeah. Okay,
My apologies.
Yes. Oh, I read the pulled items, so I didn't read the ones that weren't pulled. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Go
well,
ahead. Yes, it
I-
has not been pulled.
Yeah, but didn't you just pass it? Now you got to bring it back? I don't know. Sort it out. Lady
No.
Batista?
We haven't voted on anything. Dr. Lynch Walsh, you can go. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Yesterday, it looks like at 10:29, I sent you guys an item on H11. H11 is the agreement between Broward County Schools and the PBA. I sent you a detailed email because despite the fact that you asked for an after-action review, and that two of your three direct reports, namely your superintendent, was talking about the Officer Bill of Rights, and your general counsel was talking about the Officer Bill of Rights, Dr. Hepburn in his July 29, 2024 memo, and Ms. Batista in her October 25, 2024 memo. They both clearly know that it is a thing. And Ms. Batista even said that you'd have to amend the agreement with the PBA. So how is it that this agreement is coming to the board today without the word discipline in it, without any mention of the two statutes related, which is the one on complaints, which is 112.533, and the one on investigations, which is 112.532? How do you get to today and nobody has a problem with the fact that the entire catalyst for why somebody who arrested a volunteer never went through those through the processes dictated in those statutes at the front end, but was using it like a shield at the back end? How do you possibly approve, and nonfeasance is also a thing, how do you possibly sit here and approve something that you know is wrong? You must know it's wrong because you said her being arrested was wrong, and your consultant that you hired for $2,500 pointed out a lot of things, but that was neither investigative nor disciplinary in nature. So the next step, since we didn't follow state law, state statutes, you had an after-action review that the board agreed to. So is it incompetence on the part of your direct reports? Gross insubordination? Which one is it? D, all of the above? Because you have an item that your superintendent has brought to you and is missing the thing that would prevent a volunteer from being arrested and complete confusion as to what to do when a complaint is made. Does the PBA know that the district sometimes does investigations? Yep. Because the public records request, let's see, 2425-033344 states that they do.
Ms. Batista, did you want to address?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the board already adopted a policy 2050, which is related to the Broward County School Police, and included in that policy a section regarding discipline. So while one of the options would have been to amend the collective bargaining agreement, Another way to do it would have been through policy, and that's the way you did it to address the issue of the discipline of police officers.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of approving the consent agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Do any of my colleagues have any brief remarks on the items that have been passed? Okay, great. Next, we're going to go to the job descriptions because we have to pass those before we can hire the people in them. So we're going to take item H3 first. So all those, can I have a motion and a second to bring H3 to the floor?
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Is there any public comment?
None register, ma'am.
Okay. Board discussion. I have item H3. I have Dr. Zeman.
Terrific. I just want to remind colleagues and people assembled here about Broward County Public Schools built for AI, powered by AI. There are positions that we're going to see today that have been revised in very short order to remind us of the amazing capabilities that we have with technology, and I look forward to continuing to support policies and budgets that align to that expansion. So Broward County Public Schools powered by BI, it's all over these job descriptions today, and I appreciate the superintendent and staff making such quick work to move forward with this technology that is here, present, and is going to, if done right, allow us to attract even more students and to do a better job for those that are within our walls. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item H3 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Thank you. Next item is H4. Can I have a motion in a second?
So move. Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Is there any public comment on H4?
No register public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay. For board comment, I have Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had most of my questions answered about this item. The follow-up, I guess, is just to make sure that we're staying in line with the discussions that we've had over the course of the last several months, particularly I'm particularly focused on the comments that we had from the student session a few weeks ago with their concerns about counselors being available for them. So I'm hoping and would just like to ask Dr. Hepburn to make sure that that's the focus, that the job description changes are going to focus on, make sure the counselors are available for the students in the role they're supposed to perform.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thanks for the question, Ms. Bowman. We have internalized everything that our students provided feedback on that day. So actually we're working throughout the summer to make sure our strategies and practices adhere to their needs.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Ms. Thompson.
Mine was supposed to be H9, so I'm good.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Question for you. Do all of our counseling positions contained in the H4 package include a requirement to work as a school counselor prior to being considered for these jobs?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thanks for the question. I defer to Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good morning, Dr. Shapiro. Danny Shapiro here, our school counselor director, is coming up to answer that.
Good morning, Danny Shapiro, Director of School Counseling. Thank you for the question. No, so they can graduate with a degree in school counseling and they can go right into the position. And there's also school counseling support positions which allow a mental health professional with a master's degree certification or licensure to take the position as well. So there's not a requirement that they have to already have experience as a school counselor.
Thanks so much. And Chair, I noted the job for the director position, it does require 2 years of working before you can be qualified, which I think is wonderful. Last question I have is, how do these positions fit within the overarching mental health strategy that we've adopted in Broward County?
Yeah, so the school counselors they do individual counseling for students based on their academic needs, their mental health needs or personal social needs, and also their college career and life readiness needs. So they analyze data, they build relationships to understand those needs, then they provide individual counseling, small group counseling, classroom lessons. school-wide initiatives such as college and career initiatives and others that build a positive school culture. They bring in resources from the community, tutors, mentors, community events that support mental health, academics, and college and career readiness. And they also facilitate productive parent-teacher conferences. They consult with families and staff to bring in behavioral health partners for specific needs, and they overall provide that support. So along with social workers, family therapists, and school psychologists, they're meeting these specific 3 domains of school counseling, whereas the other mental health areas specialize in other areas, the family systems, psychological testing, and so forth.
Terrific. And just to follow on, Chair, over the course of the next 60 days or so before school starts, how many counselors, generally speaking, not just these, but mental health counselors, does Broward County Schools want to hire over the summer?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
So, good morning again, Simone Hollingsworth. Any vacancy that's out there is what we want to hire for. So certainly that's our goal, is to make sure we're getting the most qualified individuals, both at the school level, district level, to support our students and community.
While we have people assembled here, do we want to tell folks that we are open for hiring counselors at all of our schools, maybe?
All day, every day. BCPS, choose it. It's the best, both for students as well as staff.
Terrific. Part of our strategy that has been discussed here publicly is really fully staffing all the positions we have, and they're really, really difficult jobs to fill right now. We pay as well as we can. Maybe we'll figure out some supplements down the road, but we do have dozens of vacancies in our mental health positions, and to the extent that anyone here knows people that are eligible and interested, I think we'd love for them to apply. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item H4 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. The next item is H5. Can I have a motion and a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on H5?
No registered speakers, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So I would just like to thank the board for approving this. The tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, the pain from that day just doesn't go away. It's the pain and trauma for a lifetime. So I greatly appreciate the board for approving the MSD Mental Health Days. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also was very pleased to be a part of the passing of this provision as well. I do think it's important, especially for those who were directly involved in the tragedy, including my colleague, who I continue to pray for on a daily basis. I did just want 2 points of clarification, because it wasn't clear after I was reading within the agenda. There's no formal requirement of proof that these teachers or educators have to provide if they choose to invoke to use one of their mental health days, correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Azarito.
Good morning, David Azarito, Chief People Officer. That is correct.
And my last question, is there a bank on these, or do they roll over, or is it a use it or lose it type of situation?
It's a use it or lose it situation.
Okay, I yield my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of item H5 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is H7. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on H?
No registered speakers, ma'am.
Mr. Severa?
I spoke to Mr. Batista on this. I'm going to withdraw my request.
Okay. All right, all those in favor of H7 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Next item up is H8. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment on H8?
Nope, no comments, ma'am.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm just excited about some of the changes in this job description, not just additional degree required for applying, but a preference even for a doctoral degree. The Chief Human Capital Officer job is probably amongst the cabinet people certainly the greater amongst equals. You know, we live or die with the people we recruit and retain, and I'm just excited to have even greater education required to apply and to move this forward under the new title of a Chief Human Capital Officer instead of Chief People Officer. So thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion for this item after talking with people in the community and some of the staff members. The name Chief Human Capital Officer doesn't sit well with them. I did a little research. That's true in the federal government that they use it, but local and state continue to use Chief Human Resource Officer. So I'd like to make a motion to change the name to Chief Human Resource Officer. It's been moved and seconded to change the name to Chief Human Resource Officer. Any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I don't prefer this new title, and I'll explain why. Human resource is a term that implies things that I don't think are reflective of the amazing contributions that people make in this particular organization. Human capital is the inclusion of all people, all their experiences, all their education, all their capabilities. It's a different focus than HR, which is largely about compliance and processes. In my view, because we live or die with the people that we have amongst our 27,000 or so employees, the title reflecting of their overall contributions in human capital is more important than one that really talks about compliance and processes. So while the federal government moved this way in 2002, industry has moved with this as well. Laszlo Bock, famous chief human capital officer at Google, has written a book about this. And what we expect from our chief human capital officer is far more than processes and compliance with existing rules. We expect them to lead the system, to measure the outcomes, to create strategies. And that's why the title Chief Human Capital Officer is different than Chief Human Resource Officer, and that's why I've advocated for that in the past. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I think for clarity purposes, this change makes sense. I think if we are concerned about the roles and responsibilities, I don't think a title impacts that a lot. I think the job description impacts that a lot. So again, for clarity purposes, I support this move. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Can we do a roll call?
Roll call on the motion. School Board Member Alhadeff.
No.
Bowman.
Yes.
Severa. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
I don't think he's on the line.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
Yes.
Thompson. Zeman.
No.
Motion carries 5-3.
Thank you so much. Now back to the item. So all those in favor of H8 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Motion carries 7-1. 7-1. Okay, the next item is H9. Can I have a motion and a second on H9?
Second.
Been moved by Mrs. Thompson, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Any public comment on H9?
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I wanted to ask just a little clarification for these new positions. They will be supporting the counselors.
Dr. Hepburn.
I guess maybe
Ms. Hollingsworth.
what the purpose of the new position is, just so the public knows.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Dr. Danny Shapiro would come up and answer those questions in regards to those concerns.
Thank you, Danny Shapiro, Director of School Counseling. So there's a national shortage of school counselors, and these three positions provide principals with additional options for school counselors for these positions to fulfill the role of a school counselor. So the elementary and secondary support specialists require a master's or licensure and certification in a mental health field, and then they're able to be hired. But the principal must first look for a fully certified school counselor. And if they're not able to find that person, this allows for a mental health professional to come in and serve in the role with the support of a school counselor. And the internship position allows for example, a student who needs to take a couple more classes, they can be in the role while they're taking those classes, or they can complete their internship while working. So this gives principals these other options to make sure that the positions are filled so the students get services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
So just following with that train of thought, so what is the plan then for these all to work together? And so this was really just a supplement not being able to get counselors?
Yes, this because of the shortage, this gives principals an option to hire a mental health professional to fulfill the same role once they've exhausted all attempts to get a certified counselor. And so they'll be under the support of the counselors and fulfilling the same role.
And can you walk me through what that looks like? How will we know that they've exhausted all options to get a qualified professional in there?
There's a form. I can get back to you on the details of it, but the principal needs to first try to hire a counselor, and then this is a second option to make sure students have services if they're not able to find one.
Thank you. And then the internship position. So I read this differently, and I don't know if my colleagues are or just me, but I thought it was more like a school counselor that was focused on finding internships for the kids. So I think there needs to be some clarity around that. I don't know if we need to change that to school counseling intern so that they know the person completing these duties is an intern themselves. And then is this a paid position?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I would like to make a motion to change the position title to school counseling intern.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there a public comment on the motion? No public comment. Board member discussion? Dr. Zeman.
I just would like to know the superintendent's opinion about changing the title of this position, please.
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm amenable to the changes since the word internship does have different connotation than intern.
Intern. Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you just say what the title change is going to be again?
School counseling intern.
Instead of student services?
No, instead of school counseling internship.
Oh, okay.
School counseling intern.
Okay, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then what is the pay structure for going back to the support person versus a school counselor?
They're all instructional staff, so they're paid according to their experience. So it's the same pay scale as the school counselor.
But someone who qualifies for being a school counselor would make more than someone who qualifies to be a school counseling support person?
That role is fulfilling the school counseling role, so they're paid the same. It's just a different title because rather than school counseling certification, they have mental health certification and, for example, social work, family therapy, school psychology, but they're fulfilling the same role. Similar to a teacher that's teaching out of field.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I just want my colleagues to understand kind of the context of my comments on this whole issue, which is we have a mental health crisis in this district, not just in this country, but in this district, and we are not spending enough resources to equal what the challenge is. I appreciate the intent on this very much, but it's all predicated on not being able to hire somebody, and there are other ways we can work on being able to hire somebody. For example, we might pay people what they need to be paid in a market salary structure. We might do that through pay or through supplements or through other things that would allow us to recruit better people. If we continue to live in belief that we're paying market salary for counselors who can flip over to a contractor or a vendor and make twice as much, very much like SLPs that came before us a couple years ago. I would be very interested in learning more about what the market wage is for certified counselors. And I would like this board, I'd challenge anyone on this board to say no to paying that, given the mental health crisis we're in. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Superintendent, I am very worried that where we have the greatest mental health need is where these people are going to get hired. So in our Title I schools, in our schools that have the greatest mental health crisis, I'm afraid we're going to end up with a lot of interns where we have the greatest need. So let me ask a question that's very pointed. Mr. Superintendent, are you willing to direct people to work in schools rather than that they weren't the schools they were hired in, if in fact there is a mental health need and there is nobody that can be hired in those schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thanks for the question, Dr. Zeman. We are willing, excuse me, and will be able to make those type of moves based on the specific needs, barring any negotiations or contract issues with unions. But other than that, we will do what we need to do to address the needs of our kids in specific schools.
And Chair, let's maybe be very mindful when that collective bargaining agreement comes back to us, that we think a little bit about the ability to put talent where we need talent rather than to put talent just where they were hired. We do this institutionally in Broward County, and I fought against it since I joined this board. We need to hire people for Broward County, and we need to ask them to go places where there's the greatest need, whether it's academics or mental health or security. And in some cases, we do that. We have some entire occupations that go where they're needed, but I believe mental health professionals are willing to do that just because of the reason they joined the profession. Another pointed question, Chair, are these representing new positions, or are they just substitute ways to hire into existing positions?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm going to have Dr. Shapiro expound on that, but for the most part, we have vacancies that we can't fill, and this provides another option with different types of certification to provide those services. And you can expound if I've missed on anything, Dr. Shapiro.
Yes, these are new positions.
Terrific. Mr. Superintendent, would you be willing to bring an item to the board that talks about the difference between our current pay and market pay for counselors that do mental health in Broward County?
Yeah, absolutely. We can provide a follow-up on that to the board via memo.
I think it's important. I think it's important to do it at the next meeting. We have the opportunity to recruit people. We have to be serious about what we're offering them, though. These are incredibly difficult jobs, and the market salary has gone up 10 and 20% per year for the last 5 years. If we have fallen behind, just like we did in SLPs, we have to either give up on the mental health system, or we have to fund the mental health system in a way that allows us to hire really great people. And I appreciate this effort. There may just be a shortage of people, and we need to figure out how to get a good, solid counselor, even though we want an intern, even though we would like a certified counselor. I appreciate that. But I think we can look at the system that we have right now, given the number of counselors and given the amazing crisis we're in the middle of in mental health. So thank you very much for bringing these.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert.
I think Ms. Bullman was first.
She went once and you haven't, so that's
Okay,
why.
thank you. Sorry, trying to be collegial. I 100% agree that right now we're having a mental health crisis. We've been having it for years. And as one board member of several of us have done mental health town halls in our areas that have the highest suicide rate. And what I wanted to touch on briefly through the superintendent is, could he have staff briefly talk about the areas in our district where the high historical high number of suicides or suicide attempts happen? That is a thing. I didn't know that when I was a first-time board member. No one came to me, no staff came to me and said, you know what, there's a real high area in Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach. This is what's happening. Once I learned that several years ago, I do 3 or 4 town halls a year that way to get that information out there. Do I want to pay our counselors more? Absolutely, 100%. But I do think part of the question is, and what we need to understand, is that there are areas that really need extra TLC. So, Mr. Superintendent?
Yeah, so in order, I don't want to give anecdotal information that's not accurate. So
Yeah, they know it, though.
Okay, if Ms. Hollingsworth, do you have that accurate information?
I have some of it. I don't want to, to Dr. Hepburn's point, get too in the weeds with that. And we do know that there are certain areas, Deerfield Beach was one of those areas, that we definitely have a wellness center there at the beach house. We've also, throughout the last several years, have suicide risk team, so that one, working with the schools and with those liaisons, but then also having a very pointed group of individuals that work along with, like Dr. Shapiro is mentioning, our school counselors, school social workers, school psychologists, so that we're really putting eyes on the areas that have those concerns, doing town halls with board members, doing our own, going in and doing curriculum with those schools and individuals. So having a concerted effort to make sure that we're hitting that in a holistic kind of large lens, and then going through that. And then obviously we monitor that data to see where do we also need to address different areas. So I don't want to just call out that area, but I know that's one that has been, on our radar for several years.
Right, and I did want to say that we've actually, our staff has kind of, I don't want to say pivoted, but included, not just isolating the one child who has suicide ideations, but also their entire family. So if you have a high school student or a middle school or an elementary, it only makes sense that you're bringing information and help to the entire family. So I can tell you that's a huge difference. Adopting 3 kids and our middle son from foster care, when we first started off with that, he had counseling. And if you ever have a 10-year-old come into your house when you already have a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old, it's chaos. And absolute family counseling really would have been beneficial for us. So I always use that example because we know best practices now. We know that it affects this school. We know that it affects the entire school and their families. So I do appreciate the effort that staff has, and I really think that we're moving in the right direction. But I did want my colleagues to know that there are areas that need a little bit more TLC, and I would hope, I trust the superintendent, that he would put the most qualified people in those particular areas, because I know he's done that before. So thank you.
Thank you, and I'll jump in before I go back to Mrs. Bowman. You did mention the wellness centers, and we are starting to put wellness centers up around the district. So I do think we clearly understand there's a mental health issue, and we're trying all different things to be able to address students, their families, the community in ways that work for them. So, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted a little clarification because the school counselor, helps the students with their class planning and planning for what's going to happen after high school is over and making sure that they're graduating and everything like that. What is the balance or the percentage of that's for a counselor focusing on the academic path and guiding students through that versus addressing mental health? Is the school counselor doing that predominantly, or is it other supportive mental health professionals that we have?
Dr. Hepburn.
Let me have Dr. Shapiro expound on that.
Yeah, thank you. So our school counseling approach comes from 3 sources. One is the American School Counselor Association model, the Florida state standards, and the job description, which is based on those. And school counselors take a holistic approach, so it's a whole child approach. So when we work with the student, we're looking at their academics, but we also know that's integrated and closely connected with their personal, social, mental health, and also their college career and life readiness, the path through a meaningful education and then to next steps in their life. So the counselor works holistically with the student, but depending on the situation, the consultation may be focused solely on mental health if the student is struggling, or if they may do a check-in with the student and then focus on their academics. But it's a holistic 3-prong approach of academics, personal, social, and college and career.
Thank you. All those in favor of item H9 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. H10, can I have a motion and a second for H10?
So moved.
Been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment on H10?
No, ma'am.
Okay, board member comment, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. I have a small amendment for this job description, but it's very important for the community. On the second page fourth bullet, it reads, participate in training programs offered to enhance skills and proficiency related to the job responsibilities, which I would, as part of the amendment, propose to leave the same. I would like to add to the end of that sentence, participate annually in crisis intervention team training. This change is important. It's already codified in law right now, but if it ever isn't codified in law, I want it codified in Broward County, that we need to have crisis intervention training annually for all of the sergeants that work for us. This is not just for mental health crises, where they are often the authority on the scene, and to the extent that they're good at crisis intervention, they're just going to respond better. And it also is just to respond to a community need about de-escalating, which is always our first choice in schools when it's appropriate. So I'd like to move that we add on the end of the fourth bullet, page 2, participate annually in crisis intervention team training.
Second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Did you have anything else? Dr. Zeman?
I apologize.
Anything else for H10?
I'm sorry. No, I made a mistake. I thought we were voting on the whole item. We were just voting on the amendment. I apologize, Chair.
Yes. So H10, okay. All those in favor of H10 as amended say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're going to jump up to item H1 since we've passed all of the job descriptions. So can I have a motion and a second for item H1?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on H1?
We have one public speaker, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning. Again, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Back in August, if anyone was wondering what was going through the soon-to-be Chief of Staff's head, when there was no Chief of Staff position because that was removed from the org chart last year and mysteriously reappeared this year, my guess would be he was thinking, I will leave here Chief of Staff, I will leave here Chief of Staff, I will leave here Chief of Staff, it doesn't matter what I have to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to, just in the interest of, I think this will come up, and obviously it's being mentioned. I'd like the superintendent just to speak because we received a memo. I know that there's been, there's some raises that are included in this item, and there's also been a lot of positions that have been eliminated, and so there's a gap coverage that is intended with those raises. So if you could just speak to that and maybe explain it a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. Due to the recent org chart changes with the limiting positions, most of the essential work still has to carry on, and we have some employees, especially directors, and probably some other positions too, that have to pick up that additional workload just to make sure the services that we're providing to our schools and to our departments don't wane and don't decrease. As a result of picking up those additional duties and responsibilities and also supervising people, it was better for us to give a small percentage increase to do so versus hiring an additional person that costs significantly more money to do so.
And so can you speak to how much the raises will be versus the positions eliminated that those additional duties are going to cover?
Right now, about an average of a 5% for those specific positions that are acquiring those extra duties and responsibilities, which equates to $42,000 total, approximately. Delimiting and shifting duties on capital and also delimiting positions that save money on general equated to approximately about $7 million.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I want to preface this with I'm very happy with the performance of these employees, and I'm very excited for the people having their promotions. I will say in my, I think it's almost 12 years in public education, not a year has gone by where teachers are not asked to do more and take on more job responsibilities, and then they are not appropriately compensated for that. We have teachers showing up to our schools before school starts, staying long after, sponsoring clubs for free, in addition to doing more and more that this district asks of them and that the system asks of them. They are now asked to do security and do mental health, and that is a societal expectation, not just in this district, but nationwide. It is very frustrating every year to see that we are asking our teachers to do more and then not compensating them. But some of the highest paid people in this district, when they take on extra roles and responsibilities, they are compensated. It is also very frustrating to see, when we have these conversations about teacher raises and employee raises, and everyone should get the same raise. It blew up in our faces last year. Yet, again, some of our highest paid people in this district are getting raises that are almost double what our teachers are getting this last year. So it is very hard to stomach. I hear the rationale for it, but we keep saying the same thing. Many of us on this board keep saying the same thing, that we cannot keep asking more of our teachers and not compensating them appropriately. And then when the highest paid people in this district take on more, we compensate them appropriately. It feels like insanity that we continue to say the same thing and do the same thing and expect different results. So again, this is not a critique of the people getting these raises. It is a critique of how we are allocating money as a district and what that says about our values and our morals. And I do not agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you. We missed a public speaker, so we're going to go back to public speaking, and then we'll go back to board discussion. So, Ms. Fusco.
All right. Good morning. Anna Fusco, Broward Teaching Union President. Basically, I guess Sarah was reading my mind. We know that everybody has a lane that they're in. Everybody works extremely hard to make this district run for the good of our students. And I have stood before you now for about a decade, and I've never wavered on making it clear that I never want to take away from anybody. I don't care what position you're in. If they're doing the job, they're working year-round, they're working extended days, they're working, a different position to what behind the scenes, maybe not in a classroom, and they earn a salary for that position. And when it comes to compensating them, I've never ever said, don't do it, take it away. But I do always come back and say exactly what our teachers and a social worker and attorneys that are up sitting on the board, and we have a couple new ones, so you haven't had a chance to be part of the group that has sat in meetings and so forth, of move forward of giving all of our educators that are actually in the classroom with our students, that are doing support, whether it is our classroom assistants, our behavior techs, our behavior specialists, our guidance counselors, our social workers, all of the above with our teachers, to compensate them for all the extra impact and demands that you give them. I tell them all the time, work to the rule. If we all stand together and don't give that extra, the needle's not going to move. But because they're such amazing people, they're good, kind, nurturing people, guess what? We still got to do it for the student. They never waver from wanting to do for the student. They actually mean that they care about the student. Not that I'm saying that you all don't, but I look back at our previous negotiations this weekend, that I went back as last school year, where they came at the table, oh, we want to get to you sooner. We want to be able to give a better increase to our teachers earlier. And here we sit. Summer school started today. By the way, I've talked to some summer school admin. You've got 27 third graders sitting in a summer school classroom, and you expect to move that needle? Shame. That's the type of impact I say that harms our educators, with entail harms our students. So not that I'm saying that everybody that doesn't deserve to earn their dollar amount for the job that they do, but you still forget the very core that sits in our schools, from the principal to the AP to the clerical to the bus driver to the cafeteria staff to the support staff, or whether they're guidance or coaches, our specials teachers. Every teacher, every single person touches those students, and that's the core group that gets left behind every single time. So they get theirs, it's time to move on to the core group.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you so much. I could just say ditto to what Sarah said, but I'm seeing it through another pair of eyes, having been a teacher, but now my daughter's a teacher, and she does not work to the role, right? She just doesn't have it in her. Should our teachers have a million things to do on top of what we're paying them and asking them to do? No. They should get paid for what they're worth. And I don't think one group truly is worthy of a 5% average, even if they're doing somebody else's job, because I think if you delineate it, what exactly a teacher looks like in a day, an elementary, a middle, a high school teacher, our career teachers, they do so much more. And I just have always voted for our employees and believe that if we're going to be giving average raises of 5%, I would think that needs to be at least where we start with negotiations for the rest of our workforce. Two other things. One is that I need to recuse myself from this, so I want to separate my daughter out because she's in here for reassignment, so I will definitely recuse myself for that. But I want to know from the superintendent, how did we help our employees that either saw their box crossed out or left off, and those who were below the line and either got let go that way or you're not being renewed? I do know that as conversations, we as a board were told that, that there was going to be career source and there was going to be all sorts of activities to be able to put our family members, and when I say family, I say BCPS as a family. And when one of us hurts, all of us hurts. So Mr. Superintendent, could you expound on that just a little bit?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Rupert. As you mentioned, family. I consider all of our employees family. They come to work day to day. Even if they don't directly touch students, they are indirectly impacting our kids. We're a student-centered organization. That's what I demand, and that's what I expect. But as far as tough decisions, we had to make some tough decisions this past spring. We're going to have to continue to make some tough decisions for the upcoming spring. One of my commitments has been to work with CareerSource directly, CEO Carol Hilton, who's offered up her services, ensuring that she's going to assist our employees to have a home to land after this tough process for them. We understand that our employees have families. Some of them are main providers for their families, so we wholeheartedly understand what we need to do to make sure they land in a good place. I know none of our employees that we had to delimit or let go with positions, and hearing that bad news at that moment in time are happy with the decisions that we made, but we're committed to making sure that we follow through and working with CareerSource to make sure they land in a good spot.
Thank you. Now, those who are looking at that July 1st as a new year and won't be getting a paycheck, have they already been contacted? I believe that we were going to be having some meetings so the employees can go to kind of a work fair or something like that. Can you please expound on that?
Yes, and I can follow up to see where all of our employees are in that process, but many of our employees, we have vacancies within the district too that they can apply to. They may not be needed in a certain department anymore because we're scaling down, but they may be needed in a different department across the district, as well as working with CareerSource to match their skills up with the right employer.
Okay, so probably not, they will not be a part of any work fair until after July 1st?
Correct. So we have job fairs throughout the summer. So various times of the year. I know we have one in July. Not sure about June. I have to provide a follow-up from HR to see where we are with the work fair in June, but they're part of that process too.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for that. I would like to make a motion that we separate the name Brenna Rupert from this item. I will not be voting on her. Sorry, honey, it's nothing personal.
It's been moved and seconded to remove Brenna Rupert from, or
Gesundheit.
to separate, I'm sorry, to separate Brenna Rupert from the item due to a conflict.
Yes.
Great. Before we get to voting, though, I also would like to make a motion. Before I do that, I just want to say that I echo what Mrs. Leonardi and Mrs. Rupert had said. Our teachers, our staff in school, bus drivers, food people, custodians, they do extra work, and we don't always compensate them. And I think one of the biggest thing about teachers is they get less and less, do more and more, and they just do it because they love their job. So this is not personal for anyone. I know everybody works very hard. Everyone got a 3% raise this year, so we were very happy to be able to do that, and hopefully moving forward next year, we will be able to do that again. But so my motion is I move that the following jobs remain at the 24-25 salary for the 25-26 school year, and that's Chief Financial Officer, Chief of Staff and Communications, Director Professional Learning and Development, Director Talent Acquisition, and Director Professional Practices. Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment? Oh, sorry. So it's, if you look at the board follow-up that was sent to me, there's a list of 6 people that are getting a raise just based on having extra work, except for one person on the bottom. The specialist HR information system is moving to a different contract, and that is the increase is more because he has to fall in line with the contract. The other 5, so Chief Financial Officer, Chief of Staff and Communications, Director Professional Learning and Development, Director Talent Acquisition, and Director Professional Practices, they all received, most of them an average of 5% because they were doing additional responsibilities. And again, it isn't personal at all, so I don't want to come across that way, but I just want to be equitable. We are taking things out of schools because we are in a dire crisis for budgeting, and this doesn't reflect that. So that's why I'm asking for that.
Chair, I'm not sure you voted on Mrs. Rupert's separation motion yet.
We did.
Not yet. No,
I don't
ma'am.
think you voted.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we did.
No.
Okay.
I don't believe there was
I'm
a vote.
sorry, because I didn't want to vote on the whole item yet before I made the motion. So, well, what should we do?
Can we vote on Norris?
Okay, sorry to jump ahead. Let's go back, and all those in favor of separating Brenda Rupert from item H1, say aye. Aye. Any
Brenda.
opposed? Brenna, sorry, not Brenda. All those in favor of approving Brenna Rupert's reappointment, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Right, okay, so all unanimous with 1 abstention. Sorry about that. Okay, well, so I'll make the motion again. I move that the following jobs remain at the 2024-25 salary for the 25-26 school year. Chief Financial Officer, Chief of Staff and Communications, Director Professional Learning and Development, Director Talent Acquisition, Director Professional Practices. Public speaking.
Before we vote on that, Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So one of those positions, if not all, but specifically one, I want to make sure that it does remain, because these are positions that are highly sought after across the country, where you don't have these individuals falling out of the trees anymore. Just to make sure that we are retaining the best employees in the country. And that would be the Chief Financial Officer to remain, to keep that 2.38 percentage increase for that position. And it's recruitment and retention is important when it comes to C-suite positions, especially for highly technically skilled positions such as this.
Yeah, and I think she's doing a fantastic job, but we also want to retain our teachers and all of the other people. So I don't
I agree.
particularly know how I feel.
I agree, but these positions are very hard to come by, and I spent a lot of time and energy and to recruit the best to make sure that our district can function at a high level at all times. And I don't want folks swooping in and recruiting from our district.
I hear you. Let me go to public comment before board discussion. Go ahead.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I wholeheartedly support your motion, Mrs. Hickson. And please stay firm on including all the positions. I don't know if also Chief People Officer, Human Resource Officer was in there for a raise, but okay. But absolutely, Chief Financial Officer should stay on your list. Do not be swayed. You are correct in including them at the 24-25 level. And to avoid this discussion in the future, do a salary comparison for your cabinet. Compare it to other districts in terms of how many days. This whole idea that they have to work more doesn't hold water. They have a job. They agreed to do a job. It is what it is. And the teachers are underpaid. We know that. Cabinet, sometimes overpaid. Stay firm. I agree with your motion.
Okay, Miss.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I heard the superintendent's comment that, you know, we want to recruit the best and retain the best. That goes for no matter what level you are, whether you are at the top or you're at the bottom of the food chain in our Broward County Public Schools. Compensation is always a need and appreciated and a must because people work to get paid. But I think one of the main reasons why Broward County Public Schools struggles to retain great quality anybody, whatever position, is because of how they're not treated as the professionals that they are. I've seen it in all levels. On all levels. So I think that you need to start with and pay attention, board, especially when you have your groups that come to you and talk to you about how people are treated. And it doesn't mean that you throw a lot of money at them, they're just going to accept abuse. So compensation is very important, but the treatment is what needs to be key.
Ms. Thompson.
I just had a couple comments, but then a question. Because my understanding with H items is that we're approved. If we vote no, we have to give a reason because they're generally about direct appointments, but this one has salary. So can we just clarify?
Ms. Batista.
Certainly. So the key is that the appointments of the superintendent can only be rejected by the board for good cause.
Mm-hmm.
And good cause is the person minimally qualified for the job, and or do they have any moral turpitude or other disqualifications such as that? If the answer is no, then the recommendation of the superintendent must stand. As to salary, it is different. The board has the ability to make changes related to salary.
So I understand. That's what I was thinking. However, the item is together. So if you don't agree with the salary change and you vote no, does it need to be because the item's written with all the separations and the resignations and then the salary adjustments. So how, like if one were to vote no, which is not what I'm saying, can we vote no since it has the direct appointments with the salary?
So I think the motion would allow for a change in that item as to the salary and not the appointment of the person. Does that answer your question?
I think. It's very hard because I think everyone is right in this situation. I think we do need to find ways to compensate teachers well better. I think the history of asking people to do more and more and not paying them is something that happens in every school district throughout the country. I would agree with the superintendent that if we are to keep the salaries at the same, I would like the chief financial officer to get that increase for the reason that I think our district is about to go or is working through an extremely difficult financial situation, not only because of state funding, but also some situations in the past that have put us in not the best area. And I believe we need to have someone of her skill set, of her experience getting districts through difficult situations. And it's not saying that I just would agree with the superintendent that if we do follow through with Ms. Hickson's motion, that we keep the chief financial officer. And I want to allow my colleagues to speak first, but then I have a amended motion.
Madam Chair, on that point with Ms. Thompson.
Go ahead.
Ms. Thompson spoke on H1, and in H1, the requested action says to approve the appointments. So, Ms. Batista, you are approving the appointments in H1, so to Ms. Thompson's point, then you would need to have just cause to say on the H1.
So the just cause is, as per policy 1020, is only as to the recommendation for appointment of those individuals. The motion was not to reject the appointment. The motion was to change the parameters of the appointment as far as the salary was concerned.
Okay.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks very much. I would just ask my colleague, Ms. Thompson, if you would like to make a motion, great. Otherwise, I'm going to make the same one.
I'll take it. I would like to make a motion to amend Ms. Hickson's motion to exclude the chief financial officer.
Second.
Any public comment on the motion?
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. So we're cherry picking. Mm-hmm. So we're picking and choosing and so forth. Well, I see a lot of our employees that I've worked over a decade to build a relationship that are not educators, that are actually in this building, that when somebody mentioned that the org chart came out and their box was gone or their position is gone and so forth. The inconsistency is showing so early on, and we haven't even gotten to June 30th, that you're setting a precedent of what it's going to look like when we get into negotiations for the Broward Teachers Union, for the BPA, for FOPE, and then also our meet and confer groups that don't technically get negotiations, but they are paying attention for their employees that, as Superintendent Hepburn said, everybody significantly, whether they're hands-on in the schools, but touch our students. So I want you guys to pay attention to exactly what you're saying and doing here.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. No, I do not support this motion. The audit committee had huge issues this year while this person was in place. We cannot seem to get the fund balance reported the way that the state requires it, and I'm going to be checking the budget reports again. And again, like Anna said, cherry picking, it's all or none. All or none. You can't cherry pick, and if someone doesn't want to work here, they can leave and see if they find somewhere else to go. But absolutely against this motion. People are watching you. This is recorded. Don't do something you're going to regret later, and this would be one of them.
Any other public comment? Okay, let's go to Mr. Severa. Did you have?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. And I just want a point of clarification because Dr. Hepburn jumped in, and I'm not sure if you were finished speaking, but does your proposed motion include the HR information system specialist? Because you stopped after.
Oh, right. So no,
the director of professional
doesn't
practices.
include that because that change is being made because they're moving to a different contract, and contractually they have to make at least that much.
So your proposal was just the first five on the H1 list. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Then you pulled one.
Any other comment on Ms. Thompson's, Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much. The reason I would have made this motion as well is that twofold. One, yeah, this is cherry picking, and the chief financial officer is going to be doing some things for this district that very few people will see, but in the end, everybody will appreciate. Her insights have helped us dramatically this year in ways that have never been done before in Broward County. There are so many things that the leader of that particular function has to do, and again, never seen, never even presented to this board, but for managing billions of dollars in a way that is both deft and masterful. We stole a CFO from Hillsborough, and I don't know how the superintendent did it. He has apparently got skills that I have yet to see, but he sure as hell can recruit some brilliant people, and I appreciate that. And if in that recruiting process he says I missed a little bit on the salary, then I'm willing to give 2.38% to make sure. To make it clear, we're about to see a budget crisis that we have not seen before in Broward County. Next year is going to be brutal. The legislature did not help us in the end game. And so we are going to have to do some amazing things to make sure that we can balance the books. And so I'm in favor of exempting this, as Ms. Thompson suggests, so that we can kind of recognize the superintendent's request to take one back, because we do not want to lose this particular chief financial officer. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadef, did you have something?
I just wanted to go back to the superintendent's memo and just get complete clarification in regards to the 39,000 is what we're talking about right now, correct?
42. Dr. Hepburn.
That's correct. A small adjustment, 42,000 is what we're talking about.
Okay, I see the memo says 39.
Yeah, but we updated it with more accurate numbers.
So $42,000, and then you found $7 million in the savings by eliminating positions and realigning funding sources. And where do you foresee that $7 million going?
Back to the school district.
And could it also go back to salaries?
Correct. As I've said publicly many times, our commitment, our priority is to make sure that all of our employees are compensated fairly and well, and all cost savings that we're trying to identify go in the large bucket to support salaries.
Okay, and so my recommendation would be that the board commits the $7 million to salaries across the district, and we keep with the recommendation to give the $39,000 to the positions that are before us. 42, sorry, 42.
Are you making, well, there's already a motion on the floor.
Yeah,
so-
I'll let that go first and then make a motion.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of the amended motion, which was to also include the chief financial officer?
Chair, if I could, I think we want to vote on the amendment, the motion to amend, which will just take that first name off. I think that's what's on the table.
Okay, yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor of the amended motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Do we need a roll call?
Board members Bowman,
No.
Severa, Hickson,
No.
Holness. I don't believe he's on the line. Lenardi,
No.
Rupert,
No.
Thompson, Zeman,
Yes.
Al-Hadef.
No.
Motion, I'm sorry. Motion fails. 3-4. I'm sorry, 3-5.
So back to the original motion. All those in favor of the original motion to keep all
Chair,
five? Yes.
I think we have a proposed motion still to come up.
I think, don't we need to finish my motion? Batista? Yeah, you can't have too many motions on the floor.
If we could, I just wondered if Ms. Leonardi wanted to make an amendment to your motion, or she wanted to
Mrs.
do...
Al-Hadef.
Ms. Al-Hadef.
What did I call you?
Ms. Leonardi.
Oh,
No,
hell.
I think her
Sorry for
motion
both of
is to not pass mine and to make something else. So mine needs to go, and then she can make a motion after mine.
Only if she wants to amend your motion,
She
can.
doesn't want to amend my
Okay.
motion.
Well, no, I was just trying to get you to vote on the last one. I can make a substitute motion now. So I move to give the $7 million in savings to all salaries across the district in negotiations, and to approve the item as is with the adjustments in salaries in the positions.
Is there a second? Okay, so we'll go back to the original motion. The original motion again is to move that those 5 positions remain at the 24-25 salary for 25-26. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Roll call.
Could you take the motion again, please, Chair?
I'm sorry. Can we get clarification on exactly what the motion we're voting on? It's my understanding, Ms. Aladef.
She didn't have a second.
She didn't have a second. Okay, so we're going back to your original. Can you just clarify for the record what the?
Yes. Okay, so I move that the following jobs remain at the 24-25 salary for the 25-26 school year: Chief Financial Officer, Chief of Staff and Communications, Director Professional Learning and Development, Director Talent Acquisition, Director Professional Practices.
Would you like a roll call, ma'am?
Yes, please.
School Board Members Severa. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness. Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
Yes.
Thompson. Zeman.
Yes.
Alhadeff.
No.
Bowman.
No.
4-4 fails.
All righty, thank you. We'll go
Chair.
back. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion if I could.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we set aside the associated $7 million that has been saved through the reorganization this year to be in a categorical account to be used for adjustments to salaries during negotiations.
Second.
Dr. Hepburn, can you speak to whether that's
Yes, it's
Okay.
possible, yeah.
Okay, great. So it's moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion? Okay,
Can you please repeat the motion?
go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The motion is to set aside the cost savings as a result of the org chart in a categorical account for adjustments to employee salaries during negotiations. Of $7 million. So basically, the money that we saved by eliminating positions and changing the structure was $7 million. And the motion is to say they're going to go put that into a categorical, and we're going to negotiate with our collective bargaining units. But that's the first deposit in that account, and will be held only for adjustments to salary.
Was there a second on that?
Yes.
Okay. Can I public comment now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Anna Fuska, Broward Teachers Union. Well, first of all, what else would you do with it? It's money for salaries. So I'm not sure why it's a motion in a second, because you put money back in there for salaries and negotiations. But I appreciate the motion in the second. And we hope that when you eventually come to negotiations, because I heard from last school year when we ratified and approved it, we're going to come right back to the table. Here we sit in June, and nothing's come forward. So we always hear the intent. We always hear the intent. What we're asking you to do is move forward with the money moved over, and let's get into negotiations, because school starts August 4th, and everybody would like to see what their salaries will look like, because we know the impact is going to be even larger this year, because hundreds and hundreds of employees have been released, if you're not aware of that.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, I have a quick question, because I remember when we were having the discussion. So the total savings of $7 million, is that actually a dollar amount? Because I remember in our discussion, $7 million wasn't necessarily what was saved, because you're moving things around. So can we know, and whether it has to be a follow-up or not, what is the exact money amount?
So it is approximately, give or take approximately $7 million in savings to the general account.
Okay, because I remember in our discussion, there was something not quite right. Okay, any board member discussion on the motion? Mr. Severe.
Point of clarification, is it a requirement that that $7 million be used for salaries, or can that be put in for the use how the district pleases?
Initially, use how the district pleases, but based on the motion, and if it passes, create a categorical and put it in bucket for salaries.
So in theory, if the motion didn't exist, or if it hadn't been brought up, that $7 million can be dispersed how
Correct.
the district sees fit. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowman.
The $7 million number, very nice and round. Are we going up to 7 million? Do we want to expand it to what the actual savings cost realization is? Because 7 million is just kind of a ballpark random number, it seems like.
Dr. Hepburn, Dr. Zeman.
If you don't mind, I meant it as exactly $7 million. The savings is plus or minus, a percent or two from 7 million. Remember, a 1% raise for our people is $10 million. So what we're saying is the money that we save by reorganizing goes into the account that's to pay people. And that's not all the money, but that is saying that if we find efficiencies, we want to make sure that it goes back to our people. We have talked and talked and talked about that. And this is specifically putting that talk into action and saying where we save money, anywhere we save money, we ought to be putting into that account so we can pay our people better. And so it is 7 million. It's an approximate amount, but I just prefer to say that we put 7 million in because that's pretty darn close. Whether it's 7.01 or 6.98 isn't all that important because we're going to have to fill that bucket even more down the road. But it's a deposit, a down payment. I knew there was a good word in there. Yeah. It gets us started down the path, and it reminds us that if we can figure out how to do this in other places, whether we save paper or we save costs and other things, we ought to be putting that money aside so that we can pay our people better, because that's kind of the piece that will allow us to move forward even further.
Okay. I would feel, and I don't disagree with that, I just, I don't want to cap us at something where we end up having less than our. I would like to see that this is contributing to a pot that is going to grow, so that the 7 million would be on top of whatever else we would have been coming to the table with, so that we have more to offer. Not that that's detracting from what we would have been what we're going to come to the table with.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah. So right now, as we speak, the budget office is working on this upcoming fiscal year's budgets. It's Tallahassee just finished their job. I want to say yesterday, last night.
16.
So they're literally upstairs working on the budget right now, and we'll see what they come forward with as far as some opportunities to provide salary increases for all of our employees for the upcoming school year. So as soon as they're done, we'll start negotiating. I hear Ms. Fusco's and probably the other union leaders' frustration that we did promise after we were done we were going to come right back to the table, but that path couldn't be taken immediately. You had to wait for the legislators to finish their jobs.
Anybody else? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Back to the original H1. All those in favor of H1 as amended? So as amended is, right, you can vote on this because we already separated. The amendment was separating out, Brianna. So, and then the motion that Dr. Z.
Just Dr. Z.
Yes. Okay, all those in favor of H1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new...
As amended.
Wait.
No, we did that already. Yes. We did
And now
that
you got to
already.
prove Mr. Rupert's daughter.
We did that already.
Oh.
Yep, they did it first.
Everybody's trying to...
Really sure.
I stand corrected. You're correct.
Thank you. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments. We would like to congratulate each of you for your career advancement with Broward County Public Schools. We value you and your families. We could give the appointees a round of applause. Dr. Hepburn, can you please share a few remarks and introduce the new leaders?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members, public, chair, community. Today, I am proud to recognize the outstanding individuals who are stepping into new roles across our district through both appointments and well-earned promotions. These educators and leaders reflect the talent, commitment, and innovation that make Broward County Public Schools the best choice for our families and students. Every appointment we bring forward is guided by one goal, ensuring our students are supported by the very best. Whether in the classroom, at the school level, or in the district leadership, these individuals bring the skills, experience, and heart that our students and families deserve. To our new hires, welcome to the team. You chose the best, and you probably already was with BCPS, but you continue to be with the best. To those being promoted, congratulations, and thank you for your continued dedication. You've earned this moment, and we're excited to see how your leadership will help shape the future for our schools. Thank you. And then Mr. Sullivan, I think it's picture time, correct?
Right, at this time, we will now recess this regular school board meeting for a board photo with new staff appointments.
Chair, do we?
If everyone can please have a seat, the board meeting has commenced. Madam Chair, the board meeting's live. We're live.
Thank you. This is the time of the agenda where we have split the general public speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each registered speaker is reminded to present their agenda comments in accordance with Policy 1020. First speaker we have for today is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I was not going to speak during this portion since I'm signed up for BB2, BB3, DD3, but I just want to reiterate. You lose nothing by bringing H11 back and voting it down. You gain transparency. I looked at Policy 2050, and if I thought it got the job done, I would have had nothing to say about H11. But it doesn't reference either of the state statutes related to law enforcement, i.e. the Bill of Rights. There's no reference there. It mentions the creation of policies and procedures. I've never seen them. Madam Chair, I'm going to request that you get me a copy of those. This policy was approved in April, and I promise you, if somebody were arrested tomorrow, the same thing that happened to Debbie Espinosa could happen all over again, where there is no investigation as defined in State Statute 112.532, nor is there any guarantee the complaint would be handled under State Statute 112.533. There is nothing in writing. And trust me, PBA and other agreements, because I reviewed them all, does mention discipline. It is not even an article in this agreement and never has been. Why? It should be. You're giving people a gun, a badge, and the ability to arrest people. The rules regarding that power have to be crystal clear. It cannot be left up to cherry picking when you're going to follow the Officer Bill of Rights at the front end and when you're not. That cannot be unclear, and it is very unclear because there is nothing in the agreement. So my recommendation would be to bring it back, vote it down, and have them look at how other places handle discipline in their agreements, because there are other agreements, even among the PBA agreements, that have an article on discipline. Why does this one not have one? And no, 2050 does not get the job done. It does not mention the statutes. The word discipline isn't even in there. Please read it, because ignorance will not be a defense, and Debbie Espinosa deserves better. So does everyone else, and the officers too. It needs to be clear. It needs to be crystal clear what happens when they arrest someone if there is a question. And you have two state statutes that are not referenced anywhere and were not followed, and for all we know, continue to not be followed. And so for your general counsel to say that 2050 covers it is reckless and irresponsible, and I stand by my comments from earlier. Please bring back H11, vote it down, and compel these people to put transparency into that agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Delvin King. Latricia Greaves.
She may, yeah, here. Looking for you everywhere. You guys behind me.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Superintendent, Attorney, School Board members, Latricia Greaves, Fort Lauderdale. Update on Broward Estates. Again, I just want to preface by saying these are facts, not myths, and comments are being said when you're asking the superintendent or staff, are they aware of something, for them to say it happened before my time should not be acceptable. When you accept a position, you accept whatever happened before your time. There was a letter that was sent to Dr. Hepburn, and I'm providing you with a copy of it. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but I'll just go straight down to number 2 for the lack of time, which says that the city of Lauderhill, and this was sent to him by the city manager, that the superintendent and relevant school board members attend a publicly noticed city commission workshop on a mutually agreed upon date in Lauderhill to engage directly with community members about their desires and concerns regarding Broward Estates Elementary. To facilitate scheduling, we would like to propose either the following dates and times for the workshop: Tuesday, April 22nd at 1 p.m., Wednesday, April 23rd at 4 o'clock p.m. This did not happen. The only thing that did happen was on April 14th. There was a meeting at the city of Lauderhill, and Dr. Holness as well as Dr. Wanza did attend, but there was no response to the commission when they had questions about what's going on. So I want to bring that to your attention. Also, in regards to the facilities assessment, I did watch the workshop virtually. And again, it was the board asked the superintendent to bring forward, have the facility condition assessment done by April or May. And when I watched the school board meeting, his leader, who's over facilities, who was a prior candidate to be a superintendent, is now putting off saying this summer. The board in January directed them to have that facilities condition assessment done by April or May, and now it's saying to the summer. You got to hold them accountable. You got to hold them accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Trudy Jurvanovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Jurvanovich. I had hoped to speak on other issues which affect teachers, but I must make sure that I help spread the following message. Yesterday, all Broward teachers began receiving a ballot in the mail, which is incredibly important for them to respond with a yes. The state wants to do away with teachers' unions. This vote by PERC is another attempt to take away union rights and contract. It's critically important that you make your voice heard, so be sure you vote. Your ballot must be returned to the state by July 10th. If you'll be away, please contact PERC at 850-488-8641 to request that your ballot be sent wherever you are. Note that the state purposefully held this vote when teachers were not being paid and are off for 2 months. Mail your ballot in as soon as possible after you receive it. To ensure delivery by July 10th, you must sign and print your name on return envelope and put a stamp on the envelope, or your ballot won't be counted. Once the ballots are counted, a yes vote means that you will continue to have a union, your contract, and your negotiated rights. A no means that you will no longer have any of these rights. AI summarized how this happened in Florida when it was implemented by the union-busting governor and legislature. Last year, at least 54 public sector unions in Florida have been fully decertified and shuttered due to not meeting the 60% membership requirement. The Florida law, enacted in 2023, mandates public sector unions maintain a membership of at least 60%, except for police. Police and fire only have to have 50%. WLRN reports that the law has led to the dissolution of over 100 bargaining units across the state and the loss of union representation. Some unions, like those representing police officers, were exempt. However, other unions, such as adjunct faculty and teachers, were severely impacted. The law's impact on teachers' unions has been particularly notable, with some losing a significant portion of their members due to the ban on payroll deductions. Please encourage every teacher you know to vote yes. And we wonder why teachers are fleeing Broward and Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tatiana Francis. I guess they're not here. I'll move to the wait list. Kathy Kersetter. Michelle Bennett.
Good morning. Good morning, school board members and chair, vice chair, Dr. Hepburn, superintendent. My name is Michelle Bennett. I'm a teacher at Driftwood Middle School, and I wanted to just speak on compensation for teachers. I have over 25 years teaching experience, and because of that, I've observed that cost of living has not kept up with our salaries, and that's very concerning for me. Yes, we've increased our salaries for new teachers. We have some compensation for our veteran teachers, but again, neither is maintaining, again, cost of living for both groups. So therefore, quality of life is being impacted. And I'm fortunate that over 25 years ago, I was able to buy a condo. Today, I could not buy my same condo. To me, that's a problem. You have teachers that are living with their parents. You have teachers that are sharing. They have to have roommates, renting out rooms in order to just live. We need to do better by our teachers, I believe. We are, boots to the ground. If not for teachers, what do we have? Every profession can look back and say, there was a teacher that impacted me. Every profession, all of you, as a matter of fact. So I think we really, like I said, we need to do better. Cost of living is going up exponentially, and we are not there. As I said, 25 years ago, I didn't get into the profession thinking I was going to be wealthy. I knew that wasn't going to be the case. But I could at least have a decent existence. And right now, I look at these young people, I'm like, you might really want to rethink your life choices, because I don't know how you're going to make it. I really feel sorry for them. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last public speaker, Siobhan Taylor. Okay, so next we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to recognize the CTAS department, who does a paid summer internship for our students year after year, and it's been going on for the past couple of years with great success. We actually have one of our student interns here under that CTAS paid internship that's interning with the Office of Communications. That's Sam Sharia. Wave your hand, Sam, so the board can see you. He actually survived his internship on Fridays. He attends Pompano Beach High School. Survived his internship on Fridays with Mr. Sullivan. So give him a round of applause for that also. What an exciting time as we close out the school year. Watching thousands of students walk across the graduation stage has truly been the highlight of the year. It's a powerful reminder of why we do the work that we do every day. Our students have earned millions in scholarships. Last time I checked was about $230 million, so maybe more to date. And while we await final confirmation from the state, our preliminary data is promising and points to even higher levels of academic achievement than last year. This success is a reflection of the collective efforts of our entire BCPS family, our incredible students, dedicated teachers, committed school leaders, and tireless district administrators, also including our critical support of our bus drivers, cafeteria staff, custodians, and every team member who plays a role in keeping our district running. And not to be remiss if I didn't mention the young men and young ladies who are in our cubicles in this building and other administrative buildings across the district. Sometimes they go forgotten also. We are also grateful for the strong partnerships with our community and our ongoing support and guidance of this board. Thank you for helping us create the conditions for success. Now I'd like to turn over to Beacon for a short video to recap highlighting the incredible work for this past month. Take it away, Beacon. Thank you, Chair, and that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll have updates from BEF.
Good morning, everybody. James Knapp, President and CEO of the Broward Education Foundation. That was a great video. Excited to say that we were a part of a few of those instances that were up there, and some of our partnerships with the Orange Bowl and some others to be able to put some of those things together and put those back in our classrooms, and where that money belongs is with our students and our teachers. So just a few quick notes. We've got a few things coming up, and one of them is our back to school drive coming up, and that's going to be July 14th through August 29th, where that's, please bring school supplies. So as we're looking at a lot of stuff that we're talking about with teachers and pay and different things, and a lot of stuff that they do within their own classrooms comes out of their pocket. Broward Education Foundation is able to actually put back $2 million a year in supplies back into the teachers' classrooms, so they can not have to go into their pockets for those types of things. And we're excited about that. And the way that we're able to do that is through drives like this. So we also have an Adopt a School opportunity where members of our community, such as Coke, Moss Construction, many, Memorial, Joe D, Broward Health, so many different, many organizations that we partner with to give back to our school district, adopt schools to be able to give backpacks and school supplies directly to those students and schools. I think we had a little over 20 schools last year that we were able to adopt and actually put full backpacks and full supply kits in those backpacks in specific areas. So we're excited about that, and you guys will all get that information after today's meeting. One last thing that I wanted to mention was everybody has so many things going on. I want to continue to say that I'm extending my hand, our team is extending our hand for you to leverage us, lean on us, look at us for what it is that we are able to help with or provide. In certain situations, many of you have approached us, but please, our partnerships within the community are on, we do this on a daily basis, hourly basis, and we're excited to bring those partnerships back to the needs of this district, and sitting down and listening to what those needs are, not just in these meetings, but in also the other meetings that you all are having, that you guys go to visit schools. Dr. Hepburn and I having conversations about what some of those needs might be as he continues to visit. Please don't hesitate to ask. Our community continues to reach out to us, and we continue to reach out to you because it matters. So please let us know how and what else we can do in every way, shape, and form. So we're able to do so much through partnering with all of these major community members, because that's exactly how we're going to sometimes, that's not the only way, but that is one of the main ways we're going to be able to meet that and bridge that gap. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. We had a PTA report that was sent in, so we'll include it with the minutes so that it's in the public records. Next, we have BTU.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. A couple things. I appreciate one of the public speakers who is a former educator and retired, Trudy, for announcing that our Broward Teachers Union EP unit, which is our education professionals, are with the union vote right now. And I want to thank Dr. Hepburn and the supporting team that he had, make sure that the messaging got out there. You guys did your part. We're very appreciative of that. We know it's going to their homes. So we've got a little campaign going. We're sure we're going to be fine, and our union will be fully intact. We'll know by July 14th when they do the counts. I would like to extend and ask 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nora's in the bathroom. She can catch it on Lori, and Jeff can catch it on video tomorrow. Hopefully you guys go back and look and see how you guys speak in conversations you have amongst your colleagues and staff here when we're sitting down here. That session ended last night. We know that it was a tough situation, what was going on over there with our duly elected groups from Broward and across the state to make sure that they got the budget finally passed. So we are asking that you have a fruitful conversation with your superintendent and CFO and the powers that be to have a plan. I hope they were working on a plan, maybe projecting what the budget may be, to come in strong and come in plentiful of giving adequate raises to all of our educators and our supporting staff. all throughout Broward schools. We know that you guys talk about it a lot. Not quite sure what the conversations are. You guys are in favor of making sure that goes forward. What you guys said today when you were getting ready to talk about motions and so forth of really cabinet level and other levels of earning some extra dollars because of the work that they're doing and so forth and the impact that they have. Make it clear that all of our educators have a very strong impact. Every single year things get piled on them. It was supposed to be better with the testing, there's more testing. There's supposed to be better, but there's more data. There's supposed to be, there's more students in their classrooms. The grading is intense. The planning is intense. There's all types of things that are out there. 504s are up, IEPs are up, all kinds of impacts are happening in our classrooms and in our schools. And we know that obviously the cost of living is really, really strong out there. We haven't seen a relief, even though we have a newly elected president that likes to talk out of, I don't even know what side of the mouth, of a bunch of BS. So I'm asking you guys to look at that budget strong. We know that you guys did a lot of cuts. Our schools, again, I told the board members, they're going to see it. And I want you to know when I come to you next start of the school year, please listen to me when I say that this is impacting each school. You guys represent your own district, and we have two countywide, Debbie Hickson and Alan Zeman. So there are two per district that represent all schools. And when I'm having these conversations, things are brought to me from not just our educators in the schools, our admin, our community, our students, every type of group of people brings me information what's happening inside the schools. So we're saying we're an A district. We want to keep it an A-rated district. We can't be doing it by any means necessary. I want you to look real strongly at schools. We have state statutes that are in place that the cherry picking. Physical education is a statute that must happen in our schools. I'm going to be bringing to what schools released their PE teachers, physical education teachers. Okay, we talk about our arts program. We talk about music. You have schools that released art teachers and music teachers. We want a well-rounded school. We don't want by any means necessary to just pass that test. Look, but we got the A. But look, we moved to a B. I'm tired of hearing it. I want you guys to be tired of hearing it. I want you guys to say, we're an A district because we're so well-rounded. Our kids get to go on field trips, get to do hands-on projects. Our students get to have art, get to have music, get to have physical education. They get to do all these extracurricular activities. When I hear a high school is going to a halftime band, that's shameful. It's unacceptable. When I hear third grade classrooms are 25 plus, not okay. So by any means necessary, it's not the way to do it. I'm asking you guys to come with a strong compensation package and take off the impact of our educators if you want a truly A-rated district that's well-rounded.
Thank you. I saw Lisa Maxwell, but I don't see her now. So I guess she left. Let's see, I don't see anybody else. Okay, I don't think anyone's here from ESMAB, FOPI, COPA, PBA. All righty, well that ends our reports then. So we're going to go back to our agenda, and the next item up is item B2. Can I have a motion and a second on item B2?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on B2?
No registered speakers.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
So I would like to stay on as the alternate. I know Ms. Rupert is the lead on that. I'm assuming she'd want to stay on as the lead. I mean, I can't speak for her, but maybe we can table this until she gets back.
Oh, that's fine. So
I move to table this.
Second.
all those in favor of tabling the item say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll come back to that when she gets back. The next item is B5. Can I have a motion and a second on B5?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on B5?
No registered speakers.
B5. So, board member discussion, Dr. Zeman.
Chair, thank you very much. Did you prefer to go first? Okay, great. This is a good thing to talk about. It's funny in a way that we need to get consensus about what consensus means. But I have, through experience, found like incredible power in boards kind of agreeing on what this really means. And what that often means when they agree to that is that even in non-voting meetings, there's a level of agreement where all members can live with a decision. So this is a way to compromise and negotiate and have good, quick discussion, very similar to having your 7 kids there with you for Father's Day, and you're like, I'd like to go to dinner. Where can we all go where people might not get their first choice, but hopefully get their second or third choice, and in the end of the day, you're trying to find a restaurant to dine at for a great event where it works okay, even if it's not ideal for everybody. So the idea of finding something where all members can live with means that we have, in the end, no objection. If there's objection to something that's on being discussed, then that leads to more compromise, more negotiation, until you can find something that everybody can live with the decision. One of the things that's challenging, Chair, is that there's a critical role for the chair in this to kind of move the conversation along and say, okay, well, if that doesn't work, do you have something that's close to that, and things like that. And it also involves all of us to think a little bit about what the set of options are that we can live with. Not our first choice, but is that our second or third choice? And given the conversation we hear from other people, is that something that we can move forward with? So I'm glad we're having this discussion today. I hope we end with kind of the Robert's Rules of Order kind of definition of this, where all members can live with the decision, even if it isn't their ideal choice.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Bowman for bringing this forward. It is something that I think is desperately needed. I think it is rare that we have all board members agreeing with something and living with something, and some of us, action is taken, some of us disagree with it, we have to live with it. That is the reality. So it feels like in the last few months since this issue of consensus came up, we've been kind of paralyzed by disagreement. Workshops have been moving very slowly. In my opinion, we as a board are in workshops to take action, give direction, not take votes, but we're here to do the business of the school district, right? And we cannot do that if we are dependent on every single person agreeing with the items in front of us. I did call FSBA yesterday. I had a very productive conversation about what other boards do to give guidance during workshops. It is not 100% everyone can live with whatever direction that is given. One example is that was given, or one tact that was discussed, was a fist to 5, which we can discuss at a later date. But I do agree with the idea of taking out consensus. So I see the item, it says, in the alternative, to remove the term consensus and replace the same with simple majority throughout the policy. That's something that I agree with. But I think that'll get fleshed out during the rulemaking of policy 1020, correct?
Ms. Batista.
Yes, that is correct. And that was the recommendation that I had at the last workshop, if you recall.
Thank you. So the requested action is to initiate rulemaking for policy 1020. I think, we can kind of discuss further the different nuances or the direction that we want to take. But I agree with the idea of doing a simple majority, and we can talk about the methods in which that can be done. Again, one recommendation that was given to me by FSBA was fist to 5. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll end us here. I appreciate Mrs. Bowman for bringing this forward. Ms. Batista, I have a question because we have discussed this a couple of times. Are you already planning on bringing policy 1020 back to us, and if so, when?
So as soon as it is advertised, we can bring it back to a workshop to add this language.
Okay, but I believe there were other things in 1020 that needed to be addressed. So is it slated already to come back to us? Will this speed that up? Because it says direct the superintendent to initiate rulemaking, but I was pretty confident we were in that process.
Well, I think this will speed it up.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, do you know when this policy can come back to us?
Mr. Sullivan, given a time, can you give a timeline of when the policy?
We could bring it, if it's the will of the board and the general counsel agrees, July 29th.
Okay.
Workshop.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that because this is my 5th year on the board, and every school board chair before me had consensus in terms of majority. And somehow when I became chair, it became an issue, which has been very frustrating because all of a sudden it came up, consensus was something else, and now we can never agree on it. So I really appreciate the fact that policy 1020 is coming to us. We can be very clear in what it is we can and cannot do, because I think the way we're doing it now adds way too many B items to our school board meetings when we could just give that direction with the majority at workshops, which is what we did 5 years prior to this year. So I appreciate Ms. Bowman for bringing it forward, trying to clear that up and make sure that we don't have to keep calling the chair out every time that we're doing something wrong. So I appreciate that. Anybody else? All those in favor of item B5 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously without Mrs. Rupert or Dr. Holness here. Okay, thank you. I'm going to skip F3 because Mrs. Rupert is not here. So I'm going to go down to G2. Can I have a motion and a second on G2?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on G2?
No register comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the agreement that's proposed, I had a slight issue with some of the language regarding the amount of legal time spent by this individual in the district's work, as well as whether or not they were able to engage in any other legal work. So I had some conversations, and at this juncture, I'm fine with the agreement. I do want to make a motion in regards to, and I want to make sure I get the provision right here. In regards to 3B, the no conflicting legal practices section, I think the way that it's currently phrased leaves it open for some wiggle room for this attorney to perhaps engage in other legal work outside of her employment with the district. I don't believe that's proper. I believe that our attorneys should be devoted full-time to the business of the district and their jobs here. Don't believe they should have the ability to, for a lack of better terms, moonlight or do any other legal work. That being said, I have some proposed language that I guess actually let me confirm with Ms. Batista if it would be appropriate for me to make a motion, read the prospective language that I'm suggesting into the record, and vote as to whether or not it could be substituted into the proposed agreement.
Yes, that would be appropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Batista. So at this time, I would make a motion to change the current language of subsection 3B in the no conflicting legal practices section to say the following, to remove that language and be replaced with the following. The Assistant General Counsel shall not engage in any other legal practice or accept any legal business outside of the scope of duties for the school board of Broward County, regardless of whether such practice creates a conflict of interest. The Associate General Counsel shall devote full and professional attention exclusively to the legal business of the school board of Broward County.
Second.
Ms. Batista.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So that would be, the administrative counsel would be the appropriate language for item GG2, GG1, but for this one, it would be administrative counsel instead of the assistant general counsel.
My apologies. My apologies. And for clarification, this is G2.
Yes.
Right, not G1. So G2. So yes, we can swap out that language. But I think substantively, this kind of closes up that loophole, if you will, and makes it very clear that this individual only is to engage in legal work for the district and no outside sources as well.
Second.
Okay, any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Dr. Zeman.
Hey, thanks so much, Chair. A couple of questions. First, for the General Counsel. For our other members of your office, what is their restriction on outside work?
Thank you. So the restriction is what is in the contract currently, which is the administrative counsel will not accept legal business which will in any way conflict with the legal business of the school board and will spend full time on business of the school board. I have to tell you, I mean, I've never had any issues with any of the attorneys doing any work outside of the work of the district. However, I do agree that the language does allow for potentially other work as long as it doesn't conflict with the work of the school board.
And do you think that the restriction being considered as part of this motion today would reduce our ability to recruit attorneys for the Office of General Counsel?
Ms. Batista.
I don't believe so, but that would be difficult to quantify at this point.
Terrific. And would the motion on the table, again, General Counsel, prevent people from doing pro bono legal work that did not conflict with Broward County Schools?
Ms. Batista.
As a general rule, that this position is really prohibited from doing pro bono legal work because of the potential conflicts. So it would not have any effect one way or the other.
And tell me about that prohibited general nature of positions in your office to doing pro bono work. It sounds to me, as a non-lawyer, that the contract says that you can't do any work that conflicts with the school board. It seems to me that pro bono work that doesn't conflict would be permitted according to this job description.
So that's true. I mean, they do some work sometimes, that does not conflict. For example, I know some attorneys have done work related to immigration issues and so on that does not conflict with, this item. Under the rules of the Florida Bar, there is a section that talks about having a certain amount of pro bono hours. So usually government positions are exempt from those hours, and that's what I was talking about, that there is a particular amount of hours that would be required, and we don't have to fulfill that requirement. But that doesn't mean that we cannot do any pro bono work at all.
Yeah, terrific. I guess I would just ask the last question to either the General Counsel or the Superintendent. If we pass this motion and there's a restriction on outside work across the board, what impact will that have on the Office of General Counsel to perform their duties?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
If this motion passes and people who work for you are not allowed to do outside work, even if it doesn't conflict at all with Broward County Schools or their duties assigned as a full-time lawyer on your team, how will this affect your staff?
Currently, I do not believe that it would affect the staff at all. No one is performing outside work other than the district's work.
And you don't think, you don't have any evidence that this would limit your ability to recruit if this was put into this job description and others down the road?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anybody else? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. So back to the original item. All those in favor of item G2 as amended say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. It passed on consent. Oh, G, sorry. Yeah. Okay, we're going to jump to GG1. Can I have a motion and a second on GG1?
So moved.
Second. Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on GG1?
No comments.
Okay. Board Member Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would just repeat my concerns with the current form of the proposed employment agreement for Ms. LeMay serving as the Assistant General Counsel. And I would make a motion to include the following language into paragraph 3B of the proposed contract, which is entitled No Conflicting Legal Practices. My motion would be to remove the current text and include it with the following. The Assistant General Counsel shall not engage in any other legal practice or accept any legal business outside of the scope of duties for the School Board of Broward County, regardless of whether such practice creates a conflict of interest. The Assistant General Counsel shall devote all of her full and professional attention exclusively to the legal business of the School Board of Broward County.
Second.
Any public comment on the motion?
I'd just like to say thank you, Mrs. Severa, for adding that into content. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
You're quite welcome, and thank you for coming today.
Any board comment? Okay, all those in favor?
Hey, Chair, just a point of order before you vote. Has this item, this is item G1, correct?
GG.
I withdraw my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item GG1 as amended say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to go back to item B2 since Mrs. Rupert is back. We'll bring it back to the floor. Mrs. Alhadeff, did you still have comments?
Yeah, so I was just making the suggestion, Ms. Rupert, if you want to stay on as the representative, and I would be your second or your alternate. Perfect.
Okay.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, was that it?
Great.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
I just pulled this because it seemed like we need to vote on it and decide on who wants to do it. So I guess it's
All
working
right,
itself.
Ms.
I support what has been proposed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Well, I was interested in serving on it. However, it seems to be decided. So,
okay, Dr. Zeman.
Well, I don't, this is an open discussion, Ms. Thompson. If you're okay with this, then that's great. If you preferred a different outcome, then we should have that discussion, I think.
I mean, I want to respect that my colleagues have been on this committee for a while. I do have an interest in advocacy. I do think there needs to be a strong voice in FSBA with larger districts, and I'd be interested in learning more about this process. However, it's also not the hill I'm going to die on. So if you guys want to continue, then maybe next year I would appreciate the consideration for another person to be on the board.
Sorry, just know that the term is July 1st, 2025 to June, June, 1 year, yes, okay. Yep. Dr. Zeman, did you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, so the suggestion is Mrs. Rupert to remain, because we have to vote on this and send them who our representatives are. So Mrs. Rupert would be the representative and Mrs. Alhadeff would be the alternate. Anybody disagree with that or have a different suggestion? Okay, all those in favor of Mrs. Rupert as representative, Mrs. Alhadeff as alternate say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go to I-1. Can I have a motion and a second on I-1?
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Is there any public comment on I-1?
No comment, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. We're good. I wanted to ask some questions about the relationship that we have with this. And again, for this general, whether you want to call it a mental health crisis or you want to talk about this incredible need, talk about islands of mental health, severe crisis maybe, or even additional trauma being experienced. And these things are getting younger and younger, by the way, Ms. Rupert. These are not problems that are going away in terms of suicidal ideation, having knowledge of how you might do that, which is now 20% of the national teenage audience, and that affects Broward County as far as we know as well. In our measurable return on investments, we say that 80% of students referred to the Broward Behavioral Health Coalition will be linked to appropriate mental health services to meet their child's needs. I'm concerned about that being our KPI. We have a strategic goal at the staff level, at least, that everybody who says they need help gets help. If 80% of these are getting help through this group, are the other 20% getting help through other groups, or how are we closing the gap in terms of the ways that we do mental health or the resources we assign to mental health to achieve that strategy? And I'm just going to remind my colleagues, we had 16 students sit here just last month and talk about mental health, and to a person they knew or they themselves wanted to get help, and there were restrictions put on it. Oftentimes, in a very disappointed way, they said that the person who was assigned to the school to help wasn't available and was off doing other things, which goes exactly counter to what this board set up. And that I am incredibly frustrated with. This board said, if you work in mental health, you will be doing mental health every hour of the day you're getting paid by Broward County. The instrument that we used to do that, which was at the advice of the superintendent, was to put that in job descriptions. But nobody thought about supplements and volunteers and any other way that they would be pushed off from doing mental health. It is inconceivable to me that someone works in Broward County with those 16 students coming here and saying they could not get help, or they knew people that could not get help, that we don't have a system in place by next year that ensures 100% of mental health people are available 100% of the time to help the kids who desperately need help. So when this comes across our table and says 80% are going to get help through this group, I'm curious about our strategy, and I'm curious about where's the other 20% supposed to turn.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good morning again, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer, and I know Ms. Winter is in the room as well, who's our Director of Mental Health, but I'll start. That was also a concern of ours, Dr. Zeman, thinking about those 20%, because 20% is too many. 1% is definitely a concern. Knowing that with this organization, with the Behavioral Health Coalition, that is the connection that we're having families outsource. That reason why that number is a little bit different, or is not 100%, is because families have the option to not accept that service. So that's why that's in there. However, back to your strategy, we are working on that. We have rolled out last week for Leadership Week with our principals and administrators how to utilize our support staff. I call them our kind of like related service providers, school counselors, school social workers, our school psychologists, so that we're really actively engaging with those individuals and making sure that they're at the table. We're also doing that in July for 2 days, and that's going to be in a regular cadence as we continue to work with our regional offices, so that all of those support individuals are working with our students and connecting, so that even if a family is not interested in that, we're doing things that we can do that are within reason, even with parental consent, that we're making sure we're keeping an eye on our students.
Terrific. If I could say that back to you, Ms. Hollingsworth, another way to describe this outcome measure is 100% of the students who agree to be seen will be seen.
Correct, yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I love 100%, and this is an area where that's particularly important. The second question is really about capacity. Does Broward Behavioral Health Coalition have more capacity to help us if, in fact, we had more resources to give them?
I'm going to let Ms. Winter answer that, please.
Yes, the purpose of this amendment is to ensure that they have the capacity to handle the caseload of students that are referred. This service is primarily for high-need students, so our goal is always to have 100% of our students who are in need serviced by our staff of Broward County Public Schools. For those high-need students that may need additional supports through community agencies, that's exactly what BBHC is facilitating.
And if you don't mind, if we had more money, would we want to buy more services from Broward Behavioral Health Coalition?
So they're doing care coordination. So they're ensuring that our students are connected within that allotted time frame to the community agencies. So we're definitely open to exploring other funding opportunities with BBHC, but this particular amendment speaks to their ability to handle the current capacity and ensure that our students are connected to the appropriate services.
Terrific. Last question, and it's very pointed and it's intentionally pointed. Are these people who have been connecting our high-need students to resources part of the problem, or are they part of the solution? Because I saw 16 students sit here, and all of them said they could not get connected to help, or they knew people who could not get connected. So have we done an assessment to find out that they're going to do something different, or they're actually part of the solution, they're just not big enough? Or how do we kind of square the circle here with students saying they cannot get help? Our student advisor saying he hears it every time he does visits to schools. They don't know about the programs. If this group is the group that's supposed to connect our highest need students to help, have they failed to perform and we should tear this up and start over? Or are they part of a solution because they found a better way to do it, or are they really just not part of that problem at all?
If I may. I'll start, sorry. I'd say that they're both, solution and how do we continue to level up that work for our students to get connected, but it goes back to making sure that those of us that are boots on the ground in the school and then supporting the schools, that the district, and then connect to those outside agencies for those students that may require more severe or intensive services, that we're doing that in conjunction and really doing that three-pronged approach. As I mentioned before, going in with the leadership teams and making sure we're really leveling up and using our individuals, identifying look-fors, so that when we're in schools, that we're really acknowledging what that looks like, and not about the student and the service, but are we seeing these behaviors from our adults so that we're connecting with students in the right fashion.
Terrific. And I know that you've got some help coming in. Their work, at least the initial phase, is due, I think, at the end of this month. I cannot wait to kind of see what they're talking about, what they've been out to see. Again, very, very limited 6-week kind of period of performance. But they're going to see something, and we're going to learn something about what they did, and I'm looking forward to that. Last question is for the superintendent. Mr. Superintendent, this board has voted that 100% of mental health of professionals in Broward County will be available 100% of the time for mental health. Can you commit that for starting on August of 2025 that will in fact be true?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So to Dr. Zeman's point, I hope our assessment comes back to show if there's any gaps in kind of that timeline of when a student reaches out and needs help for mental health services, and that we could see the pathway forward. But to this item specifically, what I would like to know, when there is that mental health referral, if, let's just say, a student doesn't accept, or is there any communication back to us to know if the student actually got the help or missed appointments or didn't go?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Ms. Aladeff. I have Ms. Winter to answer that for you.
Yes, so we have a standing item with BBHC to ensure that connection occurs. So we have our supervisors from family counseling and our supervisors from our school social work team that meet on a monthly basis with BBHC, so that all of us can ensure that students that are referred for services are connected to services, and any students that are not, we communicate with BBHC as to their efforts to re-engage those students and ensure that they're regularly receiving the services.
So, Dr. Hepburn, I would like to see that broken down even finer, because I think a month's too late to wait that if someone didn't go to their appointment. Yeah. And how are we communicating back in a more timely manner to the school district and just that we really break that down. And then are we also communicating with the family in regards to their missed appointments?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Winter, anything else to add before, as far as communication to the families? This is kind of the second part of Ms. Alladale's question, but yes, on a commitment for higher frequency.
Absolutely. I'm going to turn it over to one of our social work supervisors who can speak more intimately as to why that 30-day window is so important for us to get accurate information as to the follow-ups and the appointments, because screening is a part of that process as well.
What BBHC does, it's care coordination, which means that they're not the ones that are actually doing the therapy or providing the direct service. So they have to screen the student first and then get all the consents signed and then pass it on to the direct service provider. So that process, it's not, remember that we're working with parents who have work schedules, and the care has to be coordinated in a way that meets the parents' needs. So 15 to 30 days is what a typical, actually that's a quick turnover, a quick response to the need of the child. When they get to the actual care, which is to provide the mental health therapy or the case management, that part is a lot quicker. But the initial part takes some time because of the coordination of care.
And I'm speaking to the documentation of missed appointments and how we are then being communicated back at a school level.
Yep. No, I completely understand what you're talking about. The specific data, after all this process is done, if this child missed the appointment or didn't receive the service, more timely follow up to let us know that that didn't happen.
Right, and then what are the next steps? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Thompson.
I just kind of wanted to echo what staff was saying. I think making the, you don't have to stay unless you want to. But I think that timeline is really important because it is a way of them reaching out to parents, then parents have to coordinate their schedule. I think knowing when they have missed appointments, at some point it's on the family's responsibility to be taking their kids to the mental health professionals, and could be many reasons they're not accessing that. I think there's a difference between knowing if they meet with the care coordination, because at least we tried to bridge that gap, and a difference between are they actually going to all their appointments, because that's not our role. I think the important thing about this contract is that when you do mental health in schools, the majority of the mental health you're performing has to be around their IEP or around a school-related issue. So you could be helping a child with anxiety, but as a part of the treatment plan, you have to say when they're testing, they get very anxious, and you have to tie it to that. So I think it's important that when we are considering improving our mental health services, that we recognize that there's what we are able to do within our school environment, which is what we're trying to improve now, and what I'm excited to hear back from the assessment, and then what our partners can do, which are more intensive therapies, more wraparound. It's because there's only so much we can do in a school year because they need support over the summer. So I think the 30 days that staff does the reports is enough. I also think if we're having them do check-ins all the time, they're not able to actually be meeting with the students, which I think is another way we can measure, having their school social worker or school counselor or school psychologist say, hey, remember when we met, I referred you to this. Have your parents made any connections yet? Because I think there's also this gap of understanding with parents where it's the kid might want help, but their parents are not interested in no call from us or BHCA. I don't think BBHC is going to make them do that, but I do appreciate the need for knowledge. I just want us to say that with the recognition of all that's kind of falling in the background. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item I1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Back to F3. Can I have a motion and a second on F3?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on F3?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Rupert.
My questions were answered. Thank you.
All those in favor of,
Hickson.
yes, of Dr. Zeman.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't pull this item, but I made a comment earlier about the budget resolution that happened in Tallahassee For those that didn't read it, they made some improvement in what they originally proposed. The TSIA for teacher supplementary pay is pretty anemic. The general increase is similarly anemic. I will remind everyone in this room and everybody that can hear my voice anywhere that we in the state of Florida are 50th out of 50 states in funding. So these kinds of improvements are fine. It's better than zero. But until we're not 50th, we have to continue to remind people that great states are built through great public education. And we've got to figure out a way to allocate more funds so that the wonderful things going on in Broward County and all around the state of Florida can be funded in a way so that we can do them with greater depth and greater breadth and make even greater progress than the amazing progress we've seen here with our academic scores this year. So there's always an opportunity to talk about budget items. We got the recent news about it. It is a fine thing that they did. It's better than what they had originally proposed. It's not enough money to have a world-class education system in Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item F3 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously minus Mrs. Leonardi and Dr. Holness. Next item is J2. Can I have a motion and a second on J2?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on J2?
Yes, ma'am. David Vasquez.
Good morning, Board Chair, Board members, staff, and guests. David Vasquez with the City of Hollywood Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Department. Just here to reiterate our support for the approval of the Second Amendment to the lease that involves the Driftwood Middle School and Community Center shared use area.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez, for coming today to support. I just wanted to thank the City of Hollywood, Mayor Levy, and the commissioners for this partnership. I think this is a win-win for everyone. They're going to be contributing a substantial amount of money to build pickleball on the west side of Hollywood, where it is sorely needed in a city that loves pickleball. So we'll finally have it on the west side. And I just want to reiterate what we've talked about many times here, how important these partnerships are between the school district and our municipalities. We have to work together to get the best outcomes, and I think this is a great example of that, so thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much. I want to just highlight even a little bit more of what Hollywood has done for Driftwood. They've built a pool. They've built an entire bathhouse, pavilion, community center, playground, and now 6 pickleball courts. They are fulfilling a very strong partnership with them. And while I haven't yet learned to appreciate pickleball, it seems to be what everyone else is playing. And I will challenge Hollywood to do what the city of Fort Lauderdale has done, which they've put a monitor now at pickleball courts so you can look online and see if there's a court available, and you don't even have to drive to the court to figure out if you're there. So if Hollywood wants to up their game a little bit, City of Fort Lauderdale's got this cool little tool. It costs like 5 cents or something like that a day. But if you call your friends at Parks and Recs in Fort Lauderdale, maybe you can piggyback on their contract. But thank you to the whole city, not just the mayor, but the commission. You can't get anything done there without I'm thanking them as well. Yeah, I'm not correcting you. Maybe my tone wasn't right. The mayor and the commission should all be thanked for what they're doing. It's a huge partnership down there. And it's not just Driftwood. It's a number of things. Dania Beach has also done a big one this year with the Emergency Operating Center. There's more and more capability to do these things well, and everybody wins at the end of the day. So thank you.
Thank you, and I'll end with saying Hollywood is a great place to live. I might be a little biased. I've lived there my whole life. And they do great partnerships with the district, so we are thankful for all that you do for our schools.
Ms. Hickson?
Oh, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board Chair and Board Member Superintendent. There's a Scribner's error on the signature page. It should say Second Amendment. I believe it says First Amendment on your copy. So it just needs to be corrected to say Second Amendment on your signature page.
Okay.
The agreement.
Do we need to make a motion to fix that? Okay, I move to change the Scribner's error to say Second Amendment on the signature page. Okay, any public comment on the motion? Any board member comment? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Great, motion carries. J2, all those in favor of J2 say aye.
Aye.
As amended. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Well, it is 11:30, so we are going to move on to DD items. So, yes. So, I don't know, do we have public comment on the DD items? Does it make sense to take them all together, or should I take them separately?
Chair, you talking about BB Bravo Bravo?
DD, dog,
DD.
dog.
Thank you, Frank.
You only have one public speaker, Madam Chair, so I recommend taking them all
Okay,
together.
great. Can I have a motion and a second to bring items DD 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to the floor?
Yes, so moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
Yes, Dr. Natalie Walsh.
Good afternoon. Oh, still good morning. Good Lord. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, duly elected chair of the district's audit committee. I thought about reserving these comments for the BB2 item, but I'm afraid if I don't say them now, things might go off the rails. I'm speaking to DD3, which is the audit report that has the impairment statement in it. The internal fund audit report was transmitted with the impairment statement. Even though we had staff saying, is it the will of the OCA and this committee to transmit inaccurate reports? I assure you that if the audit committee thought that the report was inaccurate, there would be a motion made and you would be very clear that we had an issue with the audit. Only Dr. Zeman's appointee questioned whether the interference was at the level of an impairment. No one else commented on that. The standards, generally accepted government auditing standards 3.34, indicate that the Office of the Chief Auditor handled the impairment in an acceptable manner. And I appreciate Ms. Thompson's BB3 item, which allows you to move forward from the impairment statement. There's also a comment before, in case this comes up, internal funds requirements. I meant to put policy 3410. As of the April 10th meeting, internal funds audits were 75.3% complete, and as of May 8th, they were 91.9% complete, which is above the required 90%. So I'm not sure where this idea, someone needs to do their homework, but we discussed creating a chart to show year-to-year completion rates because they're actually improving their rate of completion on internal funds audits. Those of you who have been on the board may remember your prior chief auditor getting repeated warnings about the internal funds audits not being completed in a timely manner. They are currently ahead of schedule. But since I'm never happy, I keep asking them to go for 100%, and I believe they'll probably get there. So I just wanted to clarify that, and if I need to reiterate, I will on BB2. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No other speakers.
Okay, so Mrs. Bowman, since you pulled all of them, I'm gonna let you go first, and I don't know if it's a similar thing on all of them or if it's different, but.
Are we taking them all together? Okay. Let me. I had my questions answered by staff as to the particular audit findings for the most part, so I think I'm okay for right now unless someone else brings something up that.
Okay, perfect. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So I am going to talk about DD5 and specifically findings 1 and 2. I'm not really quite sure why these were medium and not high at the high level, because based on the findings with the number of employees not completing the training, and then, so I'll just repeat it, Mr. Rhodes, you just got back. So my question is in regards to finding number 1 and 2, Why did you see them as a medium level threat and not a high level threat? You know, based on the findings with the number of employees not completing the training, and then the timeliness of the training and documentation occurring.
Mr. Rhodes.
I brought all of my staff from these various reports that are coming today, and I'd like to turn that over to Elena Pritikina.
Hello. Elena Pritikina, Manager of Audit, Office of the Chief Auditor. So we did use the risk matrix to rate these risks, and we used the calculation of impact over likelihood of the error happening again, and I can explain in more detail. So for the finding number 1, there were 3 different trainings levels considered in the finding, and because 2 of the trainings per risk matrix came up as the medium risk and 1 came up as the high, we felt like the overall rating was a medium. And for the second finding, we, per the risk matrix, when we calculated impact versus over likelihood, we had the medium rating for both of them, so the overall rating was medium. And I can elaborate more on the calculation of the risk if you'd like.
Okay, so Mr. Rhodes, is this based on a feeling or the data or specific numbers that then went from a low to a medium to a high? And if it was a certain amount of employees, would it then have been high?
I'll answer that and I'll let Elena add some to that. This is based on the standards that are promulgated by the state, and from that we gather that information to put together essentially a matrix that identifies what represents high, what represents medium, what represents low. Elena, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, I mean, based on the risk matrix, that when we consider the likelihood and impact, for example, for basic day 1 training, we considered that the errors were at 3% overall error of no training and late training, and they were not widespread. And if considering the number of the total employees, it was 4 of 1,207 employees who did not have the basic training. And even though that impacts the compliance, its absence of even basic training, however, there are mitigating factors for that number of employees, because the individual team members do not make decisions on their own without the other team members. And there are 2 levels of review by the principal and the district coordinator, as well as for high levels, they are reviewed by the district team on top of as a final review. For the role-specific training, which is a 1B in our matrix, we thought it was a high likelihood because it was not, even though it was not widespread, it's only 2% of employees reviewed 25 of 1,207. However, errors indicated a gap in controls design, which is significant for the vice chair. It was 23 vice chairs of 25 that had errors. But because the impact was rated medium, because additional role-specific training is required, it impacts the compliance because additional role-specific training is required by the state. However, there are again mitigating factors. Vice chair may only substitute when the chair is unavailable, and then all non-compliant employees who didn't have the role-specific training had at least the day 1 training, and there are 2 levels of review again on top of that. The principal and the district coordinator do review the cases. We had rated the refresher training higher because the likelihood is very high because it was widespread. It was 10% of employees reviewed, 117 of 1,207. And additionally, the district did not have control over refresher training because it was administered by the state. So And the impact was rated as a medium because refresher training, it impacts the compliance because refresher training isn't required. However, there are mitigating factors again because the individual team members do not make decisions without a full team. Non-compliant employees completed basic day one training in the previous year. So a refresher basically is going over the changes in the law. And then there are two...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it's very frustrating for me to see the lack of training that is done by staff, and whether it's one person, 39 people, but we need to do better. And so I know we're moving to a state platform, and if Dr. Hepburn, if staff can speak to how this state platform, how we're going to improve and to have more of 100% compliance and timeliness.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Lozano.
Thank you, Dr. Lozano, Task Assigned Chief Safety Security Officer. So the whole state is moving into the new Florida platform for threat management to manage all threat assessments completed by all schools, to manage all BTM monthly meetings. So we're going to be able to real time this year from day one, be able to monitor staff's completion of this year's refresher training, which is solely going to train our staff on the new platform. That is the refresher training this year. We set a requirement in the district to have it done in 30 days. So we have an additional 30 days to follow up to ensure by day 60, we're at 100% compliance with all staff this year taking the refresher training to ensure we're at 100% compliance this school year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And did you have something for DD6? Okay. Mrs. Leonardi.
I'm good, thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to know what the actual unaccounted assets on page 2 are for the school specifically.
Mr. Rhodes.
Mr. Carvajal, can you respond to that, please?
Page 2 of the deck or the paper? Page 2.
Good morning. My name is Gabriel Carvajal. I'm the manager for property and inventory. Just give me a second so I can open up.
It's in the chart.
Yeah.
On page 2 of the report,
Yeah,
ma'am?
in the chart.
In the summary, I think.
In the summary? It's for the 6 schools. The $88,370.89. In the
So
summary.
specifically the assets,
Right.
they are power-ups, systems, air conditioners, guitars, switches, more switches, and a Dynavox kit. I'm not exactly sure exactly what that is, and another switch, and some ThinkPads, laptops.
Okay, is there a reason why it wasn't written in the chart?
In the chart, it's just showing exactly the quantities.
Mhm.
The actual assets is within the report.
Okay, it would have also been helpful to add it to the chart.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question on, I guess it's DD4. West Broward had an exception for for golf cart repairs, and they had a finding because if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to find it. It had gone over the spend authority, and in the backup, it showed the executive summary from the board item, which said funds come from school and department operating budget. So this came out of internal funds. So, Mr. Rhodes, can you explain why there would be an exception on the audit for using internal funds to cover a golf cart, but it looked like the reasoning was because it had gone over spend authority. So can you explain where internal funds fall in that spend authority piece?
I'll give you a brief explanation, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Goldborn. The golf carts are actual assets that get attached to the district. The consumable items are the items that are generally purchased out of internal funds. The golf cart is not a non-consumable item. So there's two different pieces that are involved with the explanation for this, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Goldborn for a more detailed analysis.
Good morning, Nikia Goldborn, manager in the Office of the Chief Auditor. So there's twofold for the exception. One is that Chapter 8 states that repairs and maintenance of district-held assets are a restricted expense. Additionally, what we noted wasn't really an exception, but it was a note to the district that all of the spending out of internal funds for golf cart expenses, repairs, and so forth are not being captured for your spend authority. So because your spend authority for contracts are based on historical data, none of that spend is being captured for you guys to rely on for the budget going forward. So one of our recommendations was that the board put together a policy regarding the parking fees that are collected, and for all of those spends to go through the PO. So they can still use internal funds. However, it should go through the PO system through the district so that those spends can be captured when you're calculating spend authority on that contract.
Okay, so, because I think this is where some confusion came in. If it's internal funds, traditionally internal funds are from fundraising, donations, right, things of that nature. So how is it that we're tying that to a spend authority that's actually district budgeted funds?
So what you're using is parking fees, and the fact of the matter is that when you do spend authority, there's about $50,000 that was spent out of internal funds for golf cart repairs from what we saw on a high-level review. So over 3 years, that's about $150,000 that the district is not capturing for their spend authority on golf cart for budgeting for it. So parking fees can be used if the district allows it, if the board votes on it, that parking fees can be used as a special revenue fund for governmental business items such as the repair and maintenance of golf carts. But like I said, per Chapter 8, internal funds should not be used for the repair and maintenance of items that are the responsibility of the district, and it is a capital asset. So there's a twofold for that. There's also an explanation as to what a special revenue is versus a fiduciary. Internal funds are considered fiduciary custodial funds, which means that you are taking care of these on behalf of organizations, clubs, and so forth that raise that money, and they're supposed to have, say over how that money is spent. If the district or if personnel of the district are the ones deciding the use of those funds, then they're considered special revenue funds, and that's why there's a recommendation for the district to put policy in place to determine the use of parking fees.
Okay, and trying to process, that was a lot. So we would need to make a new policy, you're saying, or is there a policy that you're suggesting we amend?
There is a parking fees policy, which is part of some of the write-ups that, you establish that a parking fee can be charged. Per Chapter 8, you can charge a parking fee. There's an amount that you have as the limit to parking fees, which is $60. You can update that. This is a recommendation. I'm not telling you guys I'm just making a recommendation that the board can institute a policy that shows what the parking fees can be used for and restrict that to use of repairs of golf carts, security, and so forth. We've estimated there's about $200,000 to $300,000 a year that are collected in parking fees that would offset some of those golf cart repairs and costs and maintenance costs. That's the recommendation, and that's the write-up as to why this affects spend authority, because you're not capturing those. And it's right now, it's up to the principals. So that $50,000, if they decide not to use the parking fees on that would be the responsibility of the district, and you're not really capturing that in what the total cost of the repairs and maintenance of golf carts are right now, if they're paying for it directly out of internal funds.
Okay, so, and Dr. Hepburn, if the golf carts are property of the district, shouldn't it be on the district to repair those golf courts? Wouldn't it just be a work order that they put in?
From the explanation I'm hearing, yes, if we're counting it as that. I think traditionally, as a former high school principal, we always, and I know Mr. Strauss can probably expound on this too, that we've traditionally used internal funds to repair small engine things like a golf cart or even a power washer, things like that that are under the purview of the campus. But for what I'm hearing, the suggestion is to create a policy so that there can be some monitoring of the cost and how it impacts the district's spend authority is what I'm hearing. If okay.
Yes.
We can talk offline on that one because I got all kind of questions. Just go ahead, Alan, Mr. Strauss, if you want to add anything.
No, I would just say I know in talking with Ryan Smith, the director over the Business Sports Center, I think there is a disagreement, I guess, in regards to the use of, to your question, Chair Hickson, of the use of internal account funds and that being taken against the spend authority of a budgeted item that's not budgeted towards the internal accounts, but budgeted against the district's budget. So it's two separate things. So I know there's like a difference of opinion on that. I could speak to that. But as Dr. Hepburn said, yes, historically there has been a history where schools will utilize the parking funds because obviously the golf carts are used to monitor the parking lots. And so therefore there's kind of a relationship there between the golf cart usage and repair of it because it's needed to monitor and manage the parking lots.
Okay, hold on, Dr. Zeman. So I think it's ambiguous, and it would be upon the board to clarify for principals, the Business Support Center, and auditing what we believe internal funds, like in the executive summary, it should be clear. Is this school operating budget or is it school operating and internal funds when we do a spend authority? So I think based on the conversation, will you be bringing back the policy to us? So
there's additional discussions that have to happen with our principals because as Mr. Strauss mentioned, historically, we would use internal funds that you've collected for parking or any specific purpose. So I think it goes beyond just paying for a golf cart repair. Right. It would have to be a larger discussion with the principals, with regional staff, with the chief auditor staff, just to make sure what we bring back is going to address any challenges or problems moving forward, so that everybody's on the same page.
Okay, yeah, because I think it seems like it's muddy. When you look at it, you could read that executive summary and say, yes, it said schools, so internal funds could fall under that. But I also don't think if you're fundraising money, that should be what's used for something we should already be doing as a district, like fixing golf carts or pressure cleaners. That fundraising money should be for additional things for the students and the staff at the school. So I look forward to having that come back. Dr. Zeman.
Just on that particular point, Chair, thank you. I just want to be clear. I think we heard that a statement that internal account funds cannot be used for maintaining golf carts. Is that what I heard today?
The Chapter 8 says that restricted expenses for repair and maintenance of items that are the responsibility of the district. That's what it says.
I'm just dying to learn more about this and getting to a factual basis because, I mean, schools have been using those kinds of funds to repair district property, including golf carts, for a long, long time. And so we need to get to ground truth on that and make sure that we understand it as a board first, and then second, make sure that the staff trains people on a crystal clear definition of what it is. There's way too many opinions about what you can spend money on, and I think we have made it maybe to muddy ourselves, Chair, and we ought to have a policy that says if money comes in this way, it can be spent on that. If it comes in this way, it can be spent on this, and just make it absolutely crystal clear, consistent with Chapter 8. But we also have to make sure that our business practices that are produced here make that crystal clear so that the training that we do and the standards we hold people to are black and white. There's just no need to have debates about people's opinions. It's just not interesting. But if we haven't made it crystal clear what you can spend different allocations and appropriations of money on, that's on us. And we need to make sure that we work with the audit team to understand what the rules are, and then write the rules so that every principal and everybody working in a school or working in a club for a school or raising money for a school knows exactly what those monies are for. There's crazy restrictions on PTA spending. There's all kinds of restrictions on internal funds and the like, but we owe our staff crystal clear definitions, and then we can hold them accountable for them. Thanks.
Madam Chair, there are areas within the Red Book where they suggest and recommend that the board adopt certain policies that would clarify some of these items, that would identify what it is the board wants to do. It would be codified, and it would give greater guidance to the auditors as well as those folks who are managing those funds in the field.
Great, thank you so much. Anybody else on the DD items? Okay, all those in favor of item DD2, DD3, DD4, DD5, DD6, and DD7, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Everybody voted except for Dr. Holness, unanimous. Okay, thank you. The next item we're going to go to is item J5. Can I have a motion and a second on item J5? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on J5?
No comments.
Okay, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, thank you. So for J5, I'd like to make a motion. On page 5 of 22, I move to amend the recreation license agreement by keeping the first sentence. City is designated to utilize the licensed premises identified in red on Exhibit C in accordance with this agreement, and then crossing out everything else in A1, 2, B1, and 3.
Okay, any public comment on the motion or discussion on the motion?
I would just also like to thank the city of Coral Springs for helping out our schools, Forest Glen Middle School, and by helping us to refurbish the tennis courts there at Forest Glen Middle School. I'd like to thank the city of Coral Springs and the Commission of Coral Springs.
Okay, thank you. And so with Ms. Batista, with the amendment that Mrs. Alhadeff just made, does that change the recommendation to vote this item down?
Yes, it changes that recommendation. So the item would be as originally requested, which would be to just approve it. Approve it as amended.
Okay. Mrs. Bowman. Dr. Zeman.
What I like about this change, Ms. Alhadeff, is that this kind of started a good conversation about how do we have to ask to use land that we own. And the city recognized that. I think this was in there maybe as a leftover of a previous agreement or something like that. I'm really glad that the city of Coral Springs moved so quickly on this. These things often lag 3 or 4 months, and then before you know it, we're back in school. They can't do the changes. So I also, like you, really appreciate this, the city manager and the commission and the mayor of Coral Springs are working on this. And this is exactly the language that just kind of caused us to look at it and say, really, is this what we want? And they immediately wanted to move it out. So credits to them, and I support this 100%.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Sorry, I took a little longer to read it. I agree with the changes, and also appreciate the partnership with the city of Coral Springs, and I'm really glad that we were able to work this out.
And also, just for the record, this was our language from our legal department and not from the city of Coral Springs. So, once again, I think it's really important when Dr. Hepburn and staff realized this, to have a conversation with the city manager of Coral Springs, and we were able to work it out. And amazingly, the students at Forest Glen Middle School will have beautiful tennis courts to play on next year.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes minus Mr. Severa and Dr. Holness. Okay, back to the original item. All those in favor of item J5 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Again, passes unanimously without Mr. Severa and Dr. Holness. Okay, next item. Sorry, that we have is 03. Can I have a motion and a second on 03?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment on 03?
No public comment.
Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, my question is the principal able to give a comp ticket to award a student for good behavior to go to one of the athletic games?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Sullivan.
So they would be able to, but they would have to find a different funding source for it. So, if, like for example, the PTA was able to raise money for those purposes, then they could do that.
But the software allows them to do that?
We would have the capability of doing that, yes, but again, it's not that the ticket will be comped. It would be that the principal would identify a different funding source.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All those in favor of item 03 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously and Mr. Severa's back. Okay, next item is 04. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No comments.
Dr. Holness had this. Dr. Zeman.
Is Dr. Holness here yet?
I think he's not available till 12:30. Can we check on?
He is not on the line. I believe he cannot be on the line until 12:30.
Chair, should we postpone? Since
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't realize Dr. Holness.
Do you need a motion to postpone?
Yes.
I make a motion to postpone this item until we can have Dr. Holness here, probably
Table.
Within an hour.
postpone till later in this meeting, till whenever Dr. Holness can show up.
Second. All those in favor of postponing the item till later in the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries, so we'll come back to that. Item 05. Can I have a motion and a second on item
So
05?
moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. I had the pleasure of speaking to Wanda Paul, and she answered my questions, but specifically my questions were, was the rejection going to impact the timeliness of finishing this project? And she'd said no. So there we go. Thank you.
All right, perfect. All those in favor of item 05 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Item carries unanimously. Next item is 07. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No comments.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Broward County for this partnership. I think this is just such an awesome program that we have. 16 years working on this. Nothing makes me happier than to see the little naturescape sign on one of our schools and to see the butterflies floating around and the food forests and all of the work that our teachers and our students put into beautifying our schools and working towards resiliency and conservation. So I just keep up the good work and thank you very much for that partnership.
Okay. Dr. Seaman will be right back. I echo that. It's great to have the naturescapes there and to have students learning about the right way to plant plants and make sure we're conserving water. And it's a great partnership. So I agree with you. Dr. Zeman?
Hi, thank you so much, Chair. I recognize that we have done this program for 16 years, and I also recognize that we often need to stop and think about things that we do forever and make sure that they are consistent with what we'd like to do. Chair, what is the cost, the annual cost of running this program?
Dr. Hepburn?
Using my mental calculator here, roughly say about 400, 450.
Yeah. So this has been going on a long time. It's a wonderful program. I wonder, Chair, how does this connect to our strategic goals in Broward County?
Dr. Hepburn.
I would say besides the stewardship of being concerned about our environment and in providing a opportunity for students to really engage in activities to be out, support food forests, build landscaping opportunities for natural flora, also helps with their mental health. This is definitely an outlet or an additional strategy that students need now through their K-12 journey, plus building that resilience as an adult to have an additional activity that supports their mental health also.
Terrific. Is this program run with those goals in mind of expanding mental health and providing students with all those things that you mentioned?
Dr. Hepburn.
It's I would say initially, no. It's more about community and natural resilience, being concerned about our initial environment. This is one of the supplemental things that has come out of it. And I would encourage any board member to go tour. I went to Whitten Rogers and saw how it impacts the students there with their food forests and being able to build resilience and confidence and explain what's going on and seeing things come to fruition from start to finish, from growing and engaging in the activities that they do engage in over there.
So the item says we do this for the goal of science proficiency, equity, and school support. That may be a little bit of a partial list, that it really helps mental health. It helps kind of teach things in a whole person context about how we're all part of a big biological entity and how they contribute and we contribute together. How many schools does this operate in?
Dr. Hepburn.
That, I don't have that information. I don't know, Ms. Hollingsworth or Ms. Cantrick.
Good morning, Susie Cantrick, Director of Applied Learning. So Food Forest we have in 23 schools, and we're looking to expand that. But the partnership with Naturescape impacts all schools. So our work with them supports our Youth Climate Summit, which we have annually every year. And all students have the ability to participate in the Youth Climate Summit. But we also provide research and data from this partnership to our science classrooms and our students to look at resiliency in Broward County, our work with reducing waste in energy and water, looking at sea level rise. So there's a wealth of data available that we share with students. And then, as was mentioned, the food forests. It's just all inclusive of our work in resiliency.
I appreciate that, Ms. Kentrick. Mm-hmm. And how many students do you think we touch in those 23 schools with this program?
I'd have to get back to you with that because it depends on the size of the school, right? The larger the school, the more students, but they all have access to that garden. And then in addition to the food forest and the students participating and working on the food forest hands-on, one of the goals is to utilize those plants in the cafeteria. Mm-hmm. So then it would touch all of the students, but all students at the school site have access to the food forest.
I appreciate that. And the reason I have this line of conversation is because at the end of the day, every dollar we spend in Broward County has to align to our strategic goals or something that we look at and go, that's really important. $450,000 a year is not a trivial amount of money. I would love for this program to expand. I would love for us to find somebody to fund this program for us because it's a really, really great program. 23 schools means we're in roughly 10% of our schools, which means 90% don't get it. Mm-hmm. So I would just ask the superintendent to work with some of the people that would like to fund some of these ancillary programs, which have really good benefits, so that we can maybe do more than 23 schools and more than the 1,000 or 2,000 students that are being touched by this, not just in terms of people eating the product of their work, which I'm a little nervous about, to be honest with you, Susie. But if you say it's legit and clean
it's legit
and good, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to tell my kids about that. But if you want to serve kids, that's great. If they say yeah. But I think that these kinds of things are kind of natural for external funding. We can probably fund 10%, and I get that. But to the extent we want to get these things out in all the schools to get the benefits that Dr. Hepburn is talking about, it sure would be great to find somebody that wanted to put a few $1 million in this program, and we can offer it district-wide as a real differentiator. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Mrs. Cantrick, the NatureScape you said was available in all of the schools.
All of schools had the ability to apply to have a food forest. We were capped at how many we could fund. We do have a potential grant in the pipeline for additional funding. And note that just if you hadn't looked at the agreement, a portion of this comes from applied learning, and then Title IV pays for a portion as well. So it is partially grant funded from a federal grant.
I appreciate that, but those Title IV funds are scarce too.
Yes, understood.
I mean, the fact that we're spending Title IV on this program, and again, it's a small program.
Yes.
It's doing good things. It is not the things that are central to our strategy, and that's okay too. I just feel like if we run into somebody that's in that field, like FAU's College of Botany or something like that, and they really want to make a difference in Broward schools, this would be a great program for someone to pick up and get everywhere.
Understood.
But
Thank you.
NatureScape is more than just the food forest, am I?
It is. We also work with NatureScape on water audits at the schools. So we work with PPO to look at the bills and see spikes in water usage across the schools, and then we do a water audit at that school. So we go out, when I say we, the district with Broward County, they come on site and they do an audit of the water usage, looking at the outside watering and the internal plumbing as well, to see where we believe the leaks are coming from, and then finding a solution, providing a solution to that, to mitigate that overuse of water.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the point that it wasn't just about food forests. So
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of item 07 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously without Ms. Thompson and Dr. Holness. The next item is S1. Can I have a motion and a second
So
on
moved.
S1? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No comments.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks again, Chair. I just have one general question on this item. Is this organization, the Wilt Manors Healthcare and Rehabilitation Center, the optimal organization to provide us an opportunity for our adult technical college students to get the type of internship described in this model?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Toomer.
My answer would be yes. I know we have a longstanding agreement with them. Allows our healthcare professionals to get the training they need to go ahead and pass the certifications they need. So I would say yes.
I appreciate that. I'm always suspicious of long-term agreements, because we get so comfortable with them. They just become something we accept. And I think every once in a while, we need to stop and look around and look at the Broward Health and look at Memorial Health and look at large hospital networks and see if other people do. Does this provider, Wilt Manors Healthcare and Rehab Center, give us all the internships that we need, or are there some kids that don't get the internship because there's a capacity issue?
I'm not aware of any capacity issues. I know that we do have other healthcare providers that we do partner with as well. Obviously, this is the one we do for this particular item, but I haven't heard of any situations where students didn't get what they need or were turned away due to capacity issues.
Yes, and just to add, like Dr. Toomer said, we do have partnerships with other healthcare organizations such as Broward Health, Memorial Health.
Right. This is not the sum total of our interns that
Correct.
we put out in the healthcare field. I recognize that. Just as a general management practice, it's always good to think a little bit, though, about like who we use and if there's someone better and if they're, are they able to do all the fields of internships that we want and put them together. Oftentimes when I read these things after 2.5 years, I'm looking at it and saying, what's missing in the item is we did a quick assessment and we found, yes, this meets 100% our needs, or We really wish they could do more. Maybe next year we need to find another partner to do these kinds of things. I think it would make the community feel better if we did those things just as a matter of management practice when it makes sense. Thank you very much.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of clarification, in regards to Section 2.19 of the agreement, specifically subsections 3 and 4, there appears to be a requirement for a criminal background check and a drug screening to engage in the program. I wasn't sure if that was a requirement of faculty or our students before they can engage.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Toomer.
My understanding would be that would be the students, but I can get clarification.
And if in fact it is the students, who's responsible for paying for the criminal background check, which incidentally can be expensive, as well as the drug screenings?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Toomer.
That would be the students, but we're talking about adult students here.
But it's still, it's understood, but that's still their burden to pay those expenses.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All those in favor of item S1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, this will be the part of the meeting where we will consider all the open agenda items. The following open agenda items have not been pulled. So at this time, can I have a motion and a second to pass the open items that have not been pulled for discussion? Well, it includes FF2, 4, 5, 7, JJ2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, and 14, 001, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 20, and double P 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, RR1, and SS4.
Moved.
Second. Been moved by Dr. Zeman.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I asked to speak or pull FF4 to speak on.
Yeah, and we're going to
I
pass
didn't know
it,
whether
but
you-
yes, you can speak on it after we take the motion.
Oh, okay. I thought
It
you
comes
did it before.
afterwards.
But after you pass it, I speak? I thought I spoke before.
Okay. Yes, she can't pull an item. She can speak on it, but she can't pull an item.
But if she speaks now, a board member might pull it.
Yeah. We did this for the B item. I don't know why are we doing it different here. So it's been moved by Dr. Zeman. I'll give you a second to talk and just.
Okay.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries. All of those pass. And here it says, are there any registered speakers?
Yes, on FF4, I was really happy to see this come before the board as a former founding member of the Florida Association of Computer Educators. I'm pleased to see this grant from the national group for elementary schools to use more technology with ESE teachers and their students. I did find some problems with how this funding is being distributed. It may be that this is the only way to set up the grant, but when I wrote grants, we never included stipends for district staff unless it was for a large amount of time beyond their job hours. Also, a stipend of $30 per hour for district employees is way above the stipends usually provided for teachers. I'm not sure, but I believe it's $15 an hour when teachers take a class outside of general hours. As we discussed earlier, when the district provides larger amounts of money, or as you discussed, when the district provides larger amounts of money to district staff, it's not a good look for the teachers who are working directly with students. Please ask the grants department to consider that district employees should not be paid more than teachers. Also, the district should be providing coding for all elementary schools as it was in the past. Mr. Runcie made sure every student was part of every one of these programs. As I've said before, typing and word processing are skills in elementary schools should be exposed to from at least grade 3 up. Even though this is not in the grant, a basic typing program and word processing program wouldn't be very expensive for every student in the district to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have
Madam,
any?
yes,
Madam
ma'am,
Chair,
I had-
for the record, the previous speaker spoke to FF4. Our next speaker is Latricia Greaves for SS4.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On SS4, I just want to say thank you, Madam Chair, for this name change for Lauderdale Manners Early Learning Center and Resource Center. And thank you for listening to the community at the last workshop. This location never housed any students since 2022. It's always been the central regional staff as well as staff members. And just a concern that a new roof was approved by this board for this location last month using the smart bond monies as well as capital funds. So it was just a concern that the funds was used for this location when there's other schools, specifically like Broad Estates, that and other schools that needed those funds that was from our smart bonds money. As Dr. Zima usually says, you know your favorite acronym, other people's money, OPM. So thank you. So I just want to be transparent and clear so everyone understands that this renaming, I'm grateful that it's done so they know that this has never been an early learning center or resource center. Since 2022, it's been district staff and central regional staff that's been here. But again, it's just a concern that it was approved by this board last month to put a new roof on a building that houses staff members when you have buildings that houses students. To the superintendent's language he said earlier, he said he's very, he wants us to stay student-centered focused, and that building is not student-centered focused. It's district staff focused with the new roof. And we have our kids in some buildings with mold. That's the concern. But thank you. I'm glad for the renaming. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you so much. The next item is item BB1. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on BB1? Public comment on BB1?
No public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay.
For BB1.
Board discussion, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. We've been a member of Florida School Board Association for a long, long time. We've put people on numerous committees to advocate, to work with them on lobbying and the like. I have a minor concern. You know, we have 60 counties in Florida that are relatively small compared to the 7 large urban districts. I know that there are lots of members of FSBA and lots of other counties that pay their dues, but those 7 counties make up 50% of the population of Florida. And when I see agendas that come out and when I attend conferences, oftentimes I'm overwhelmed by the conversations about a school that has more school board members than they have schools. And so my recommendation is to move forward with FSBA, but I also hope that our advocates think a little bit about large urban districts that represent at least half of the staff, half of the students of Broward County. And when I go to their conferences, I'd like to learn some things about the larger districts. And so to the extent that we have the ability to nudge them in the right direction, to take a great organization to make it even greater, my recommendation would be for our representatives to try and expand their thinking to the 7 larger districts, at least in a proportional term to the number of students and residents that we have. And maybe even consider separate learning tracks at conferences. You know, what they're concerned about with their 3 buses is not the same thing we're concerned about with our 1,200 buses. And so maybe there is a way to do that a little bit differently and further. Lots of things that FSB does are amazing. I think we got an amazing deal at $27,000 to have such a big impact. But I would like FSBA to formally think about the urban districts with a little bit more emphasis going forward.
Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Zeman. I don't really toot our horn too much, but I don't. But Patty Good and myself were both involved and presidents of the Florida Consortium of School Boards, which are basically the 5 or 6 size school districts. So we actually, within that group alone, we have been able to sit down with, at the time, Commissioner Diaz, with 9 of us sitting at a table, and it was just back and forth. And that was, I want to say, it was the same time as Broward Days and Rally to Tally, because it was a crazy week. But I will tell you that the consortium of the school board is where we get those conversations, and the incoming president is a Miami school board member. So you're talking that we have a lot in common. And the one thing I like specifically is that when it comes to lobbying, we all have to agree to actually lobby for the same things. Otherwise, if Miami-Dade or if Palm Beach decides they don't believe in that, it's pulled for everybody. So we are getting that, but I do hear you about, I don't really spend too much time flying out, but I know I've been to a bunch of the, at the time, NSBA meetings, which were very beneficial, and clearly your point is correct. But I didn't want the public to think, we're not lobbying with the best of them, and we're not, convening our time and our staff to be able to actually push forward. So I appreciate the time where I actually get to sit here and toot our horn for a second, because those leadership groups, and as well as I've been on the executive board of FSBA for several years, elected by all 67 districts, so that's a different aspect. But you are representing small, medium, and large at the same time, and I agree. It's crazy that sometimes they'll have 5 or 6 schools and they'll have 5 school board members, but we have commonalities that we can join together. So thank you for that, and it's been an honor to serve with them, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. We have 5. All those in favor of item BB1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously without Mrs. Alhadeff, Mrs. Bowman, and Dr. Holness. Okay. The next item up is item FF1. Can I have a motion and a second on FF1?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment?
No public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
I apologize, Chair.
I'm sorry. I just said she wasn't here. I just want to thank our staff. So we had a lot of federal grants, which I hope is a good sign. $170 million worth of federal grants on this item. And we also had some great partnership items that totaled just about $300,000. McNichol had the Leader in Me, Lions Creek, Seminole Coconut Creek Educational Foundation. They put some money into our schools. So I just want to say thank you to all the partners who support our schools through these grants, and thank you to the staff for all the hard work they did to get all the federal DOE grants that are listed in here. She's coming. Ms. Bowman also pulled this item, but I'm guessing she...
Chair, while we're here, can we get an update from the superintendent on overall grant awards for the year?
Mr. Sullivan?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to see if our CFO Johnson could answer that, of how many grants we have gotten up to date. We might have to provide a board follow-up, though. We'll do it through a board follow-up.
I appreciate that very much. It's I saw numbers a couple months ago, though. It's a significant improvement from last year, which is really great to get not only other people's money, but to get it from people besides our normal funding sources. So that's great.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman, FF1, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I just like to recognize some grant recipients in District 1. McNichol Middle is participating in the Leader in Me program. I spoke with the principal when I was visiting. She's very excited and jumped on that opportunity, so I'm very happy to see that implemented. Hollywood Hills High School received a Youth Climate Action Fund grant. I was actually able to be with them while they were planting dune plants down in Dania Beach, and Rachel Silber and Principal Most led that, so that's been fantastic as well. It's really great to see the kids out there learning and actually participating in climate resiliency and giving back. And then we also have a grant at the Quest Center for interactive and sensory books, so that will be a fantastic addition to them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All those in favor of item FF1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously with everyone here except Dr. Holness. Next item is FF3. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
It's just a great day for District 1 today, I guess. I keep pulling these stuff. Again, this is a grant that South Broward High School is receiving for credit, recovery, and career training from the City of Hollywood. So I just wanted to publicly recognize that, and again, thank the City of Hollywood for their partnership and for their contribution to this effort. We, in District 1, very much appreciate that.
Thank you so much. All those in favor of FF3 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. FF6, can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. You know, Career Source is a program that has an opportunity to do some wonderful things. What I'm concerned about, Chair, is kind of our ability to get the word out about Career Source. Is there a program to communicate what this program does so that we can ensure that the right people are being engaged in this program?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, there's some very targeted communication to specific groups of students that participate in these programs. They work with our CTASE department, also our partnership department to identify the specific students for these opportunities.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item FF6 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The next item is JJ1. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on JJ1?
No comments.
Okay, I pulled. And I just want to say, very pleased to announce that the consultant omissions is very minimal this month, which very rarely happens. A little over 35,000. Only 2 schools fell into that category. So just keep up the good work. All those in favor of item JJ1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is JJ3. Can I have?
Chair, I just want a point of order. What time do you have?
I have 12:30, but we're waiting for Dr. Holness to get on the line because this is his item.
Appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. JJ3, can I have a motion and a second?
So moved. Sorry, second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment?
Yes, Letitia Greaves.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Superintendent, attorney, staff. On this item, I just would like to ask the board to perhaps instruct the superintendent to ensure that the entire stakeholders and community is involved in this process. Looking at the empty spot of Parkway Middle School for some years now, since it was torn down when Dr. Osgood was a school board member, and having that empty store plus things going on has been very bad looking in the community. So we have not been made aware of this, stakeholders or the community in terms of this. So when I saw this item on the agenda, it was another surprise. Neither is the city officials aware of this as well. So they are aware because I did make sure they are aware. But I'm doing this voluntarily because I care about my Broward County Public Schools and Broward County. I'm not getting paid to do the communication to the city officials or parents or stakeholders. So that's just a charge that I'm going to ask that, you do better at, making sure that everyone is involved and engaged when you're doing changes to schools, parents, stakeholders, as well as community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, do you want to address that?
Certainly, yes. So from the beginning stages of this conversation, we've met with the mayors and city commissioners for the city. I know there's been some transition in their commission since the last time we met. And I know Dr. Holness readily meets with the city and city commission as we give him updates to provide updates to them. So I know he's intimately involved in providing updates to the city officials also.
Thank you. All those in favor, Dr. Zeman, you pulled JJ3.
Question on this. I'm almost, I apologize. I had a question and it got answered this morning, so I apologize, Chair.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item JJ3 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes minus Mrs. Al-Hadef and Mr. Severa and Dr. Holmes.
Ooh, getting close.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to SS3. Can I have a motion and a second on SS3?
So move.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there public comment on SS3?
Madam Chair, there are 3 public comments. Latricia Greaves, Alan Brown, Latricia Greaves, you may proceed to the podium, followed by Alan Brown.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Superintendent, Attorney, board members, good afternoon once again. On this item, it's been an ongoing conversation, different processes, and I just want to say as a taxpayer, as a community advocate, as a proud Broward County Public School graduate, that this renaming is not something that my community wants. This specific name, we've had intense conversations about it. And within our community, we asked for it to be named Broward Estates Elementary Early Learning. We do not receive the Resource Center. In our community, Resource Center looks as if we have a problem. We don't have a problem. It also would be a reflection of what has happened with Lauderdale Manors Elementary, Early Learning Resource and Resource Center, to where staff was put there, students moved out. We don't want it to be a repeat. The name just is not something that we want, and we highly, strongly reject this name in the community. In the backup that you have, this is on behalf of representative group of all stakeholders by Dr. Hudge. Our community is not aware of who she is. I know who she is, but our community does not know who she is. So I'm not sure what stakeholders that she's representing. I was and have been part of that process for the renaming, and there were some concerns. And if I can, Mr. Severa, I know he had questions last time with the MLK renaming, and it's different because the parents here, they're dismantling the parents, so they don't technically care. They want their school. So the renaming, the parents aren't going to willfully want to be a part of the process when their kids are still to this day hurt because they want to come back to their school. So we strongly reject this name and ask that this goes back through the process again, respectfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, board officials. Alan Brown, Lauderhill resident. And I want to make it clear that the community strongly supports Broward Estate Elementary and added an early learning center. We reject the repurposing name, the rebrand name. Totally disappointing that the school board is not listening. Totally. But I'm not surprised, because when I reflect and look back at the grand jury report of 2019, it read as, and again, this reflecting on the former past officials, it states that the school board of Broward County has, through deceit, malfeasance, misfeasance, neglect of duty, and incompetence, and mismanaged smart program monies. And again, that was the past officials. But it appears to me, strongly appears in my opinion, that this current board reflects that same behavior and culture of the last, of the former officials. And it's a serious concern. When you have $7 million out of that $800 million bond monies, smart monies, never been used for Broward Estate. I think there's $6 million or $6.5 million left. Where's the accountability for the monies? And according, again, to this grand jury report, the final report of the 20th statewide grand jury, they gave a projection that we was going to reach the cost of $1.462 billion, surpassing the $800 million, again, our tax dollars. And you mean to tell me if you had $7 million allocated for Broward Estate Elementary, you couldn't find $7 more million to go along with that? For some of the reconstruction, the renovation, to bring it up to status? That's a shame. But you found $4 million for parkland for air conditions. That's an outright insult. And again, I hope the governor investigate this board and do the same as he did in 22, remove some of these board members. Because it is a shame when money is out there, it's not being equally used, and it appears that we're falling to the influence of the socio-eco communities, and we're overlooking the lower eco communities. And it's a shame. And I got a question. How are you recruiting business partners?
Thank you, sir.
When you do not know
Thank
the
you very
result
much.
of a facility condition assessment?
Next
I want to
board.
answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
And our final speaker is Felicity Swanson on behalf of the Broward Estate St. George Civic Association.
Thank you.
Good and great day, Madam Chair, Superintendent, board members, and attorneys. My name is Felicity Swanson, and I am a resident and also the Vice President of Broward Estate St. George Civic Association, HOA. And I sent out an email to you all last week. We had an emergency meeting, and the conclusion from that meeting was an email that was also sent out to you all. Dear school board members and superintendent, on Wednesday, June 11th, 2025, an emergency community meeting was held at St. George Community Center with the Broward Estate St. George Homeowners Association. The meeting was convened following a discussion between Felicity Swanson, Vice President of the HOA, and Ms. Freeman, Principal of Broward Estates Elementary School. Dr. Cannon and Ms. Wanda Paul from BCPS were also in attendance. At this meeting, the community was informed that the school board has already selected a new name for B's and planned to vote on it this upcoming meeting on January 17th, which is today. This decision was made without meaningful input from the community, reflecting the same troubling behavior cited in the grand jury report that led to removal of former board members. Additionally, the City of Lauderhill sent a letter to Dr. Howard Hepburn requesting a meeting with the community, which was denied. The lack of transparency and exclusion of community input continues to cause a lack of trust in the district's decision-making process. During the meeting, the community was updated on the status of the OIG complaint and recent developments involving bees. A vote was taken and the community reaffirmed its commitment to keeping Briardy States Elementary and adding an early learning center. This request was stated clearly and repeatedly to Dr. Cannon, who is committed to sharing with the school board. We respectfully request the following. The school board reverse any decisions to rename or repurpose Briardy States Elementary School without genuine community involvement. Number 2, that the funds previously allocated to bees be restored. And number 3, that BCPS leadership engages in a transparent and collaborative process with the community moving forward. We remain united in our support of Briardy States Elementary. We urge you to do what is right and return the school to the community that it serves. I request that this letter be read at this meeting, which I did do today. And it's sad because from what I was told that the information was delivered to our community and it has not. I know the Vice President, Mr. Sam Wilkerson, who could not be here today, he told Dr. Holiness that he wanted Briardy States to remain and it was no further communication. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any more public speakers?
That concludes the registered speakers.
Thank you. Dr. Holness? Okay. We're trying to get him back on the... Is there any... He's the only one that pulled it. Was there anybody else that wanted to make comment? Okay.
Chair, can we take a 2-minute recess?
Sure. We'll have a 2-minute recess. ready. Okay, welcome back to the regular school board meeting. Dr. Holness.
Dr. Holness, are you on the line?
Yes, I am here.
Yes, you may proceed with your comments.
Okay, great. Through the superintendent, I'd like to, if staff could discuss the process as far as policy that guide the renaming of Broward Estates.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Hudge, and specific to Broward Estates.
Thank you, Vetta Hudge, Assistant Superintendent for School Transformation. So the formal and specific process that guided us was Policy 1401. The process initiated is driven by community feedback and discussion, with which the principal establishes a committee. And then the public then votes. And I'll have Ms. Freeman come up to the mic and she'll talk specifically about the voting process, but she guided the process. So Ms. Freeman, if you could come to the mic at this time.
And Dr. Hudge, could you, for the record, state Ms. Freeman's position currently?
Ms. Freeman is the principal for Broward Estates, as well as oversight for Wingate Oaks going forward in the new year.
Okay.
Good afternoon to the board, superintendent, and district staff. My name is Tarshay Freeman. As Dr. Hudge said, I am the current principal at Broward Estates and will be overseeing Wingate Oaks. I want to bring voice to the process in which we formed that committee that talked about the recommended names going forward to the superintendent. After the January board meeting, I began to put the agenda item on my school advisory council meeting so that we can inform the community that a name change would be pending. Following those school advisory council meetings, a committee was formed based on volunteers who wanted to be a part of that process. And then we had a meeting with the committee. Following the outcome of that meeting, a survey link was pushed out based on what was discussed with the committee so that we can have a larger input, input from the community as well as parents and anyone who wasn't able to volunteer and be a part of that process.
Okay, and Ms. Freeman, could you expound on the number of responses regarding the survey that was put out and who specifically were targeted?
Dr. Canning?
Good afternoon, everybody. Lori Canning, Executive Director for Family and Community Engagement. That survey link was sent to everyone who attended the community meetings that we had to prepare for the redefining process. You know that we had several community meetings at Broward Estates Elementary School. Everyone who attended those community meetings received the survey link, and we also sent it out. Mrs. Freeman sent that survey link out in her newsletter to her SAC team and through Parent Link to her entire school. We had 130 responses to that survey link, and of those 130 responses, 75% selected Broward Estates Early Learning and Resource Center.
Okay, and Dr. Cannon, for the record, can you let us know what the options were on that survey besides Broward Estates Early Learning and Resource Center?
Yes. From the renaming committee that was formed with Mrs. Freeman, it was narrowed down to Broward Estates Early Learning and Resource Center and Broward Estates Academy. Those were the two choices that were sent out in the survey link.
Okay, so those two choices were presented to the respondents of the survey, and majority came back at 75% choosing Broward Estates Early Learning and Resource Center, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Cannon. And Dr. Hudge, is there anything further you'd like to mention regarding the process that the public should know?
No, other than the fact that I do know that they did share with us that they had questions about or concerns about the name, the recommended name going forward. And so we're open to whatever the board directs us to do in that case. So, but
Okay.
nothing further from that.
Okay, so Dr. Hudge, would it be fair to say that the recommended name was community-driven based on the survey results?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you so much. Any other board? Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just point of clarification. The agenda item that's on to vote today is my understanding either a yes or no on the name change. If in fact the board votes no, and I'm not suggesting which way I'm going to vote, but if in fact the board votes no, would it then have to go back to this renaming committee, as we just heard the principal elaborate on the process, and this would be then, I guess, turned back over to the parents and the folks in the community who voted initially to make a suggestion on a new name if this name is voted down?
Dr. Hepburn.
Essentially, the vote no, the process will start over again.
The naming process?
Correct.
Okay, so we have no ability to do anything else in relation to the school other than to address the name?
Correct.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor?
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'd just also like to mention at a prior board meeting, we did agree as a board to ensure that broadest states, those two words remain in any renaming. And we've done that, and I believe this renaming process was done with fidelity, taking into consideration community input. So I am very comfortable supporting this.
Thank you. All those in favor of item SS3 say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. Okay. Should we do a roll call?
Roll call on SS3. School board members Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
No.
Thompson.
Yes.
Zeman. Alhadeff.
No.
Bowman.
Yes.
Severa. 5-3. Passes.
Did you get Dr. Holness?
I'm sorry, 6-3. Thank you.
Thank you. Item passes 6-3. Thank you. Okay, next item up is item BB2. Yeah, all those, I need a motion and a second for item BB2. It's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment?
Sorry, Madam Chair, you said BB2, correct?
BB2.
Yes. You have two registered speakers, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh and Mary Furtick.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida, and duly elected chair of the district's audit committee. That's a hard no on this item. I thought perhaps this item wouldn't come based on last week's discussion, where it didn't seem like anyone other than the author was entertaining the notion of for cause. I sent you guys all an email again outlining the timeline, defining for cause, looking at the chief auditor's role, and fact checking, although there were way too many things to fact check in this item. Anyone that votes or even entertains this is basically asking for a lawsuit or asking for an ethics complaint to be filed, because there's no factual basis. The chief auditor's evaluation instrument matches the board's descriptors in the evaluation instrument. I don't know who's doing the think tank work here, but you need a better think tank. Again, I mentioned earlier the internal audits, internal funds audits, on time and actually ahead of schedule. And furthermore, let's not forget that external audits, procurement held up for reasons we don't even want to get into for several months. The chief auditor's ability to have external auditors, it took months and months, and he only just started being able to put them under contract. So everything in this item is questionable. None of it is misleading, inaccurate, and otherwise untrue. And I trust that no one else will be entertaining this. I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay, next public speaker.
Mayor Furtick is next, and after that we have Bob Mayerson.
Sorry. Mary Furtick. I've served on the audit committee. Can you all hear me? Is this on? Okay, thank you. I've served on the audit committee for a long time. And I just want to tell you, it's a wonderful committee with a lot of very thoughtful people who read a lot of documents. You know this because you get the opportunity to read all those documents. But for as long as I've been on that committee, audits come out, they have exceptions and findings, and people get upset because people don't like to be criticized. People don't feel good about having somebody point out something that they might have done wrong. And sometimes they feel like they didn't. And there's an avenue for addressing that. You can fill out a response. And over the years, there have been some very strong responses. So just looking over this audit, and I was here last time and I was listening to the conversation where they went through the entire chronology. Audit transmitted March 6, 2025. Audit from the manager of internal funds. Audit not responded to. So another member of the audit staff wrote and said, "Hey, we're looking for an update." That was March 21st. At which point Ms. Andrea wrote back and said she had just seen it. Okay, that's 2 weeks. And she was requesting time then to review it. And you go on with a flurry of emails around April 1st admitting that there had been a response written, but they weren't going to submit it. And then I just want to read 2 quotes from the email that went out April 1st. I spoke about the report. Mr. Dixon and I spoke, this is from Mr. Smith, spoke about the report previously, and a response was drafted prior to spring break. Now, this is being written then after spring break. Unfortunately, the conflicting viewpoints of spend authority and internal affairs must be resolved. If the OCA agrees to adjust the report and remove the item, we can submit the response for the other items without a meeting. If they change their thing, then they don't have to respond to them. But there's an avenue for that, and you have a policy. And I heard Ms. Hickson say last time, we have policies, we need to find them. This item is coming to you, and I believe this board has made great strides in trying to deal with a lot of the problems that occurred in the past. But, I hope you will today, because you don't like an audit or an audit finding. I think you still require people to follow the process. And you have the ultimate ability, because when someone responds to an audit, that response comes to you, you're able to consider it, you're able to make decisions. That's the way it should be. I was very hopeful when you put the auditor under you that would lead to a system where there was even more independence. That independence is vital. Please do not support this item.
Thank you. Mr. Mayerson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent, school board members. I'm Bob Mayerson. I'm currently the chair of the Audit Committee. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak today. The current climate of the Audit Committee is in full support of Mr. Rhodes as our chief auditor. Mr. Rhodes has, in my opinion, the highest degree of ethics, integrity. He is somebody who cares about what he does. He's open, he's transparent, and he has elevated the auditing process. Not offense to any prior auditors that we've had. I've been on the audit committee for 12 years. We've had great opportunities to look at things, to save this district money, to investigate items that have come before us. And again, the Audit Committee has done a great job, and I know that some of the members are here today. The idea of auditing is to improve internal controls. So there are times, as Ms. Fertig had alluded to, that there may not be items that staff likes. It is not that we're out to point out something wrong. It's to improve the controls. It's to save money. I look at things as, and my Audit Committee members will also agree with me, at times where our property and inventory control audits, where we continually see the repetitive response from staff, and I'll kind of, in quotes, kind of say, I'm sorry, it will never happen again, and it continually does. We're trying to improve the training. We're trying to improve what works and what doesn't. And I think, again, Mr. Rhodes has elevated that to ensure the integrity remains and improves this district as obviously an A-rated school and an A-audited school district. I think it would be a mistake to move forward on this item. I know I've spoken with some of you, but again, you know, I'm not here to debate what your evaluation is. I'm not here to argue about it. I just think, as I said, from an Audit Committee's perspective, we appreciate Mr. Rhodes. We appreciate the work that he's done, and we hope that you will continue to allow him to serve in this district. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I did tell Mr. Rhodes that his attorney could have 5 minutes to kind of speak to some of the item as his public speaker. So we're going to go to that before we go to board discussion.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Hepburn. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Mr. Rhodes. As you've stated, I represent Mr. Rhodes. I'm here today to discuss why he should not be terminated for cause and provide some clarification as to the legal basis. Can you all hear me? Sorry, I just saw someone looking over. Okay. And provide some information as to the legal basis of what cause means under the contract, what it means under statutes, and what it means under regulations. So, pursuant to Mr. Rhodes' contract, cause is limited to the grounds set forth in statute 1012.33(4)(c). I believe you've discussed this, but I'm going to quickly go over it. So those grounds are immorality, misconduct in office, incompetency, gross insubordination, willful neglect of duty, drunkenness, or being convicted or found guilty of, or entering a plea of guilty to, regardless of adjudication of guilt, any crime involving moral turpitude, as those terms are defined by rules of the State Board of Education. Now, the factual basis that was submitted in support of the motion to terminate Mr. Rhodes for cause lists 3 grounds: incompetence, gross insubordination, and misconduct. Now, the statute doesn't define exactly what these terms are, so we have to look at case law and regulations to make sense of what these terms mean and how they apply to Mr. Rhodes. Now, as a threshold matter, since Florida statute 1012.33(4)(c) is penal in nature, it must be construed in favor of the punished employee. And that comes from a court case, Gainey versus School Board of Liberty County, that was in the Florida 1st District Court of Appeals in 1980. So the first ground that's listed is incompetence. And then later in the agenda item, in parentheses, it says inefficiency as the basis of incompetence. So potentially, the provisions of the regulations that define inefficiency that could possibly relate to Dr. Rhodes are A, failure to perform duties prescribed by law, or B, a failure to communicate appropriately with and relate to colleagues, administrators, subordinates, or parents. Now, in a Division of Administrative hearing case, specifically Pam Stewart as Commission of Education versus Donna Burney, the administrative law judge's recommended order provided there was not clear and convincing evidence to support a violation based on incompetency, where, just like here, No school board rules were placed into evidence, and the criticisms of the principal were based upon personal preferences or best practices, which are not in a statute or rule. Now, the judge acknowledged that the evidence pointed to areas where the teacher could improve, but the evidence did not produce in the mind of the judge a firm belief or conviction without hesitation that the failures rose to the level of incompetency. The next item listed was gross insubordination. Now, in Rosario versus Burke, that's a Florida 2nd District Court of Appeals case from 1992. The court, looking at a previous case in regulatory definitions, held that gross insubordination requires proof of a constant or continuing intentional refusal to obey a direct order reasonable in nature and given by and with proper authority. Nothing in the factual basis listed in the agenda item comes remotely close to a constant or continuing intentional refusal. Finally, as it relates to misconduct, the items listed in the agenda items similarly fail to meet the robust definition of misconduct. The regulations attached to the agenda items provide 3 potentially applicable provisions to Mr. Rhodes. Those are A, a violation of the Code of Ethics of the Education provision in Florida as adopted in Rule 6A 10.080 FAC. B, a violation of the principles of professional conduct for the education profession in Florida as adopted by the same rule. Actually, 6A 10.081, or C, a violation of the adopted school board rules. Again, the agenda item does not provide a rule or code that Mr. Rhodes violated. Notwithstanding, the conduct listed is not misconduct. The agenda items list the way a self-evaluation was treated and the way a memo was transmitted. That simply doesn't rise to the level of misconduct. If I could have 10 more seconds. Thank you, I appreciate it. I know I spoke pretty quickly, but what I'm trying to get across today is that there's simply not a factual basis that would support termination for cause. I was listening in to the meeting before I came in, and what I heard was, that every dollar needs to be spent in furtherance and in alignment with the district goals. And terminating Mr. Rhodes for cause would simply create a massive liability for the school district. He has the right to appeal his termination for cause with a 120 administrative hearing. That opens the school board up to liability for not only their own legal fees, but Mr. Rhodes' legal fees as well as back pay. So I would encourage the board members to consider their goal in student-aligned spending and vote no on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the board and people assembled here, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on what I think is a crucial issue, but let's clear up a few matters first. Chair, what does the description of this item say, BB2?
It says terminate the employment of the chief auditor.
Terrific. Does it say to terminate the chief auditor with cause?
Not on that title.
Madam Chair, does the chief auditor contract require us to inform the incumbent of the intent to potentially terminate for cause? And if so, how much notice is required?
Ms. Batista.
The termination for cause provision in the contract states that there has to be at least 3 business days prior to any vote by the school board to terminate the chief auditor for cause.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, have we met that standard of the 3 days?
Ms. Batista.
Looking at this item, the item states terminate the employment of the chief auditor. In general, it does not specify termination for cause. The item was published within the appropriate time period that would be at least 3 business days prior to today's vote, but it does not state that it's a termination for cause.
Terrific. Just to clarify, the item says to terminate the chief auditor, but the standard that would have been for terminating with cause was met with the 3 days notice.
Ms. Batista.
That is correct.
Terrific. So we've established, I'm sorry, one more question. Chair, is it within the power of this board to terminate the chief auditor?
Ms. Batista.
Yes, it is within the power of the board to terminate the chief auditor.
Thanks so much. So we've established our authority, and we've established that we followed the contract requirements if this board chose to terminate with cause. I appreciate the attorney's view and other people's view about the definition of cause and the Doha standard and all the case law and the like, but we've at least met our contract requirements. But I want to talk about the issue in general. Our shared goal is to make Broward County Public Schools the best it can be, encouraging parents to choose our schools with confidence. And a key part of achieving this is to ensure that every dollar is spent wisely and with integrity. And this is where the chief auditor plays a vital role. An effective chief auditor fosters public trust. Fosters public trust. They ensure that all funds and property are meticulously accounted for, providing the community with confidence that their tax dollars, their other people's money, are managed responsibly. And while we know there will always be challenges, the Chief Auditor's Office is designed to be a crucial safeguard, demonstrating our commitment to accountability. This involves working collaboratively, ensuring the audit team is respected for their hard work, and dedication to upholding the system's integrity. Over the past 6 weeks, I've spent significant time reviewing the Chief Auditor's performance, and what began as a routine evaluation has evolved into a serious discussion about the Chief Auditor's continued employment. The core issue isn't just the facts that have been presented, it's maintaining public trust. When we make decisions, the community needs to know that they are reasonable and well-founded. This belief is fundamental to parents enrolling their children and entrusting them to our care. Based on what I have read and what I have learned, it is clear to me that terminating the Chief Auditor's contract is necessary to restore and preserve that trust. I'll outline key concerns without getting into the details. Failure to complete audits and misrepresentation. The Chief Auditor's Office failed to complete 43 planned audits this year, yet the self-appraisal stated that 27 of 42 audits were either complete or in progress. I can't square those two statements. There's a lack of accountability. The Chief Auditor used performance standards not approved by this board and shifted blame for that to the HR staff rather than taking responsibility for this breach of trust. Mr. Superintendent, wouldn't it be great if we could just tell our schools that they don't have to pay attention to FAST standards or to State Office of Safety and Security standards, that they could write their own? I don't think so. Serious errors in audit reports. Signed audit reports were issued with significant factual errors, including false accusations of theft against school staff without being marked as drafts. This is a reckless approach, and it puts our dedicated employees at risk to damaging their reputation without due process. Withholding critical information. The Chief Auditor deliberately withheld a memo containing serious accusations against senior leaders from the superintendent and from this board. That action prevented timely investigation and left our community with unfounded suspicions for weeks, undermining trust in our leadership and our processes. A pattern of inconsistency and blame. There's a clear pattern of the Chief Auditor making conflicting statements and deflecting accountability. This continuous lack of integrity from a direct report whose role demands absolute truthfulness is not acceptable. These are not minor issues that can be resolved with an action plan or additional training. These are fundamental breaches of trust and competence for a position so critical to our district's financial oversight and public image. Asking the public to believe we can still make reasonable decisions with this pattern of behavior would be a disservice to our community. Madam Chair, it is with profound sadness, but a firm conviction in what is best for our community, that I move that the Chief Auditor be terminated without cause.
Any seconds? Okay, so that motion fails. Ms. Thompson?
Sorry, we're doing the items together.
No, we're not. We're still on BB2.
I'm going to hold my comments until the next item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
It's a little pointless now, but I was going to ask why we're actually sitting here doing this, but when we just had an evaluation. So that's my conversation, and I still stand by the chief auditor.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few questions for the Chief Auditor, and I did have some questions for Ms. Batista with the assumption that we were terminating with cause, but I guess the motion is without cause. So I'm going to hold my question for Ms. Batista, and I'm going to move on to the Chief Auditor. Mr. Rhodes, if you're able to hear me clearly, I would like for you to answer yes or no to the following questions. Board member Dr. Zeman presented several supporting details to support his item to terminate you without cause, and he has listed them. Are all of these items true? Yes or no?
No.
And Mr. Rhodes, I will go ahead and list the items that I have seen here. 1, inability to complete audit on time. 2, inability to provide accurate signed audit reports. And Dr. Zeman supported this with several examples. 3, inconsistencies in reporting among schools with same concerns or compliance issues. 4, that you used performance standards that were different than those approved by the school board. And 5, that the chief auditor did not send an important memo to the superintendent or the board that was submitted to the audit committee, even though superintendent and board were listed as recipient. So with those listed concerns of Dr. Zeman providing his rationale to terminate, do you agree with all of these items as being true?
The way the question was originally asked is,
are these items that he presented here as supporting details, are these supporting details and the items I just reiterate, are they true? All of them?
no, and I
Yes or
refer back to my responses on the 10th.
Okay. Are some of them true?
No.
Are all of them false?
One of them is partially true because there was a document that was used in the evaluation that was for the narrative that matched the board-approved descriptors as well as the descriptors contained in my self-appraisal. The document that came along with that did have some errors in it, and that much I have already discussed. I've already detailed in our last meeting, and I even went to the length to say that that was not something that I blamed the director of evaluations on. In fact, I thanked her for her assistance with that, and that was an error, and that was an error alone. There was nothing in there that was intentional.
Okay, and you're making reference to the performance standards?
No, to the narrative that corresponds to the descriptors listed in the approved evaluation tool.
Okay, so Dr. Zeman mentioned that you used performance standards that were different than those approved by the school board. Is that true or not true?
That is incorrect. The responses that I gave, responding back directly to the questions in my descriptors contained in the board-approved item, are the exact same ones that are in my self-appraisal document. The supporting narrative is the place where those descriptors were inadvertently used from a prior chief auditor's tool.
Okay, so Mr. Rhodes, besides that particular listed rationale provided by Dr. Zeman, I mentioned 4 others that he detailed in his item. Are the other 4 supporting details Dr. Zeman provided as a rationale to terminate, are they false?
They are false. They are not true.
Okay. So I'd like to, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, because this is important, I'd like to ask some more specific questions. Now, Dr. Zeman mentioned inability to complete the audits in a timely manner. He mentioned that 43 internal funds audits have not been completed. Mr. Rhodes, and he says many of the audits that were planned for this year have not been completed. Is that true or not true? And if it's not true, can you explain?
Yes, it is not true. We are constantly working on completing that list of 226 audits for schools. Currently, of the 43 remaining projects, which we consider to be one project because it is an internal funds audit of the district, there are 12 of those 43 completed, 31 are in progress, and we are 95% complete this year, for which our School Board Policy 3410 requires by June 30th that we are 90% complete. We are far ahead of what we're supposed to be and ahead of where we were last year by 2 percentage points.
Okay, so if you were to compare your completion record to past chief auditors, would you say that yours is comparable, above, or below past standards of other chief auditors?
I would say since our external audit services contract that was supposed to be available to us on July 1st was not made available to us until November 13th because of issues that were problematic within the procurement of those services. I'm saying that we are comparable and we would be better if we had had those resources available to us in a timely manner.
Okay. So I'll move quickly because I have quite a few more questions. And Madam Chair, thank you for your patience, but I need to get through this. Dr. Zeman mentioned your inability to provide accurate signed audit reports. And he then went ahead and provided several examples. And I'll go through a couple of the examples. For example, Coral Springs High School, he said the audit report contained a finding that taxes were paid on yearbook sales from Jostens, even though there was evidence to suggest the contrary. Can you provide your input on that particular information that Dr. Zeman provided to substantiate his statement that you're unable to provide accurate signed audit reports?
Yes, thank you for that question. The answer to that is in the documentation that we gathered at Coral Springs High, there was an invoice for the yearbooks. The invoice did not meet the requirements of the contract. It did not contain all of the necessary items for us to be able to determine if it was an accurate document. Therefore, we altered our finding to say, auditee, go back and ensure that the children and that the school itself was not shorted of funds that they were entitled to.
Okay, so Mr. Rhodes, according to the document submitted by Dr. Zeman in quotation, it says here, and I'm assuming these are your audit report findings, taxes were paid on yearbook sales. Is that true, not true?
That is true. There were two different places. One place, it showed that no taxes were paid. In another location on that same invoice, it showed that taxes were paid, and they calculated and footed.
Dr. Holness?
Okay.
The time allotted for what we have in policy has gone. Are you, if we give you 2 more minutes, can you wrap this up?
Okay, are we doing round 2, Madam Chair?
I guess if we need to.
Okay, so I'm going to take 2 minutes, and I'd like a short 2-minute round, please.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll move on. Dr. Zeman indicated that there were inconsistencies between schools with same or virtually the same evidence, and he made mention of Coral Springs High School as well as Riverland Elementary School. Why are there inconsistencies or differences in reporting for same concerns where one school is documented as a finding and another school is documented as a discussion in a summary format?
Because in one school, The purchase was of a prohibited item per Florida Red Book Chapter 8. And in the other, the purchase was a minor, the minor exceeded the overall amount that they should have been paying for the items that they purchased, thus making it a discussion item, allowing them to know that if we come back next year and find the same thing, it would then become an exception.
Okay, so Mr. Rhodes, because my time is limited, I'm going to rush on this question. There was a concern with not sending a memo that reads, impairing the independence of the chief auditor. Was not sending memo to the board and superintendent impairing independence of chief auditor an error by your executive secretary, or did you direct your secretary not to send it?
I never directed my executive secretary not to send it. In fact, I will cite a part of the yellow book for you right now. If auditors initially identify a threat to independence after the audit report is issued, auditors should evaluate the threat's effect on the engagement and on GAGAS compliance. If the auditors determined that the newly identified threat's effect on the engagement would have resulted in an audit report being different from the report issued had the auditors been aware of it, they should communicate the same manner as used originally to distribute the report to those charged with governance, appropriate officials of the audited entity, the appropriate officials of the audit organization, requiring and arranging for the engagements and other known users so that they don't continue to rely on.
Understand. So was this an error by your executive secretary in not sending the memo?
I never instructed my executive secretary not to send it. In fact, I instructed him to send it as it was sent, in compliance with the standards.
Understand. And I'm wrapping it up, Madam Chair. Do you still stand by the accusations in the memo regarding specific staff impairing the independence of the chief auditor? Are they true?
Yes, I do, and I believe the 8 exhibits contained in that memo also explain that.
Okay. And Madam Chair, I'll ask this final question, then I'll wait for my second round. This is for Dr. Hepburn. Dr. Hepburn, have you investigated the accusations in this memo provided by Mr. Rhodes? And if not, will you and when?
Yes, we looked into this, and also the staff provided a follow-up to the concerns listed in that memo that Mr. Rhodes sent.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll wait for my second round, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. You know, I think we are here due to miscommunications and behavior that I would not expect of some of the highest paid employees of the 6th largest school district in the country. But here we are. Relatively small disagreements have now escalated to extreme accusations that honestly feel like a waste of this district's time. And I think multiple things can be true. The independence of the auditor's office is vital to the work of auditing and holding everyone in this district accountable. It is possible for the OCA to maintain independence while treating individuals with respect and courtesy. It is possible for someone to ask for an extension without trying to interfere. Dr. Holness. It is possible for someone to ask for an extension without trying to interfere with an audit or trying to coerce the chief auditor or any auditor. To that point, I sent Mr. Rhodes an email asking a pretty simple question on May 31st and on June 9th and did not receive a response. And it would be unfair of me to immediately jump to the conclusion that the chief auditor was trying to impede my work as a board member and accuse him of bias or impaired judgment. I've spent a lot of time reviewing audit committee meetings, the various memos that we've received as a board, the evaluations of my colleagues, and I have some serious questions and concerns. But before I get into the memos and the statements made at meetings, I have some fundamental questions of our chief auditor. Is it possible for there to be factual inaccuracies in one of your office's audits, or any of them?
When it's in draft form, it is possible.
So once it has been transmitted to us as a board item, it is impossible for there to be any factual inaccuracies on a DD item that we vote on.
I would not answer to impossible, but I would say we take every step possible to make sure that it is completely clean and a correct and accurate audit before we release the final.
Is it possible for a board member or another employee of the school district to disagree with the content in one of your audits without interfering with that audit?
According to the standards, they can disagree, but they can't take action to stop it just because they disagree with an audit finding.
That's not the question I asked. I asked, is it possible for an employee or a board member to disagree with the content of the audit without interfering with it? That's the very simple question. Is it possible for them to disagree?
It is possible.
Thank you. Is it possible for the board to terminate your contract without being accused of creating undue influence threats?
It depends on the rationale. If it was because of a disagreement with a finding or a report, it would be a conflict with the standards. If it was for the other items stated in my contract and in the statute, it would not be.
So I'd like to lay out a scenario because this is what is concerning to me. If it is possible that let's talk about a scenario in which there is a factual inaccuracy in one of the audit reports. An employee disagrees with it, a board member disagrees with it, a board member feels that an inaccurate report has been transmitted and there is evidence to support that. And so they move to terminate the contract of the chief auditor. Is that creating an undue influence threat in that scenario?
I need you to repeat the first part, please.
Once again, if there is a factual inaccuracy in an audit report that has been transmitted to this board in a board item or an inconsistency, and a board member feels that we have now received or been transmitted an inaccurate report, is it possible for them to then terminate your contract based on that inaccuracy without creating undue influence threats?
I think this exact item was addressed when General Counsel issued a memo when a audit report was tabled because there was that disagreement you just described. Okay. And I think the response that General Counsel gave back was that that is not your role, and my role is to exercise professional judgment.
Okay, that was not the question I was asking, but thank you. I feel that it's important for me to bring some attention to and highlight another side of the story because a lot of attention has been given to the accusations Mr. Rhodes has made, and I think that the response to those accusations is telling and can help inform us in terms of how we move forward. So we were sent 2 memos. One from the director of the Business Support Center to the executive director of operations. The memo is dated May 7th, and it is titled Response to the April 29th, 2025 Statement of Auditor Independence Impairment. And on page 3 of that memo, the director of the Business Support Center lays out some context in prior concerns with the audit process. Our experience with recent audits has revealed several structural challenges that have further complicated our ability to provide timely, accurate responses. These concerns are provided as context, not justification for delays. Number 1, lack of formal documented auditor training or standardized procedures. In a recent audit, when clarification was requested about the methodology used, we were informed by the audit director that the internal audit team has no formal training manual or standard operating procedures for new auditors. New auditors were being trained solely through shadowing and word of mouth. This lack of standardization can result in inconsistent and inaccurate audit findings, complicating our ability to respond confidently and timely without performing additional due diligence. 2, concerns about consistency between audit discussion items and exceptions. In the Miramar Elementary School audit report, an audit exception was issued for utilizing school improvement trust funds in excess of 15% of the school's general fund balance. However, in a January 24th, 2025 email, the audit manager responding to a request for clarification stated that the discussion items were issued to schools that had accrued balances in their school improvement account that exceeded 15%, but had not actually expended any of the money. This explanation appears inconsistent with the audit treatment of Eagle Ridge Elementary School, which was issued a discussion item, not an exception for expending 25% of its beginning balance. The inconsistency raises questions about the application and communication of audit criteria across schools. Allegations of report manipulation. An auditor 3 publicly stated before the audit director and other senior staff that their report had been materially altered without their knowledge or consent, and that they had no concerns with the school's operations. While the audit exceptions were later acknowledged to be inaccurate, they were only corrected after we submitted substantial evidence. This calls into question the internal controls governing audit documentation. Next, lack of sufficient time to perform due diligence. Multiple requests have been made to allow a consistent 10 business day window for audit responses after the exit meeting. This change would better align with the real-world demands of gathering documents, engaging with vendors, and ensuring response accuracy, especially in cases where errors or inconsistencies are first identified during or after the exit meeting. These requests have not been accommodated despite recurring concerns over timing and accuracy. These examples reflect our ongoing efforts to collaborate with the OCA to uphold both accountability and fairness. They also demonstrate why, in some instances, responses were delayed, not to obstruct the audit process, but to ensure the information we provided was complete, accurate, and defensible. So, these raise serious concerns and opportunities for improvement that I hope Mr. Rhodes will act on. And with all of that said, once again, I feel that a combination of miscommunications and bad faith interactions have resulted in a lot of angst and time that could have been spent on other matters facing this district. And going through the process of firing the chief auditor and hiring a new one is not an effective use of this district's time and money. Can I just make one last? I believe this board has made clear that there are areas of improvement, and I am ready to move forward in that direction of progress and trying to right some wrongs. Would the chief auditor agree that there are areas for improvement, and is he willing and ready to move forward in that direction as well?
Mr. Rhodes?
Yes, and that goes for both sides.
In that spirit, I look forward to discussing the next item.
I call the question.
All those in favor of calling the question say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Roll call.
Roll call on calling the question. Holness. Dr. Holness, are you on the line? You have to unmute on calling the question. We're showing you as unmuted. If you unmute, let us know. School board members, Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. Yes. Thompson. Yes. Zeman. No. Alhadeff. Yes. Bowman.
No.
Severa. No. Hickson.
No.
And Holness. Item fails.
Okay, thank you.
3-5.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rhodes, I was provided a copy of an article from the Sun Sentinel dated June 10th in which you had indicated that you may be willing to separate from the district. My question to you is, sir, and everything that has gone on in the last few weeks, do you still wish to work here?
Mr. Rhodes.
The short answer is yes, but there would be some changes that I think everyone at this dais and myself would expect to happen in order to make that functional.
And in light of everything that's happened over the last couple of weeks, sir, do you believe that you can properly and effectively comply with all of your professional obligations under your employment contract?
If I can get the assistance in mitigating the independence threats that I face moving forward, yes, I do.
I yield my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thank you, Chair. So I've learned a lot over the last couple of weeks doing this. I wasn't particularly well versed in what the auditor does. I'll admit that publicly, but I have spent quite a bit of time educating myself on this. So, I think, first of all, thank you to the speakers that came today. I think that speaks volumes that they're willing to come out and say things in your favor. And the takeaway that I have really is the importance and the overarching importance of maintaining the integrity of the audit process. I think that it can't be understated enough that the process and knowing that our process does have integrity and is protected is the purpose of having an auditor and making sure that each of the departments are doing what they're supposed to be doing, but basically maintaining and protecting the independence of the auditor is also very important. Unlike a lot of other professions, I think, in law you have arguments and people can come and negotiate different items. Here, it's become very clear that the auditor is performing a function, and there is a process if someone disagrees with it to put that in writing and to contest. But the audit findings are the audit findings. So with that process, and with the need to have integrity and to be able to face the public and say that we have an independent auditor who we protect and who performs this function, I believe that we should maintain, obviously there's always room for improvement, but I think that it just can't be understated how important that is. And I've reviewed the audits, I've reviewed the transcripts from the audit committee. It's interesting to find there isn't a smoking gun of someone having done something wrong consistently. There's plenty of very good audits that were done. There's obviously places where there were exceptions or discussion items that need improvement. I'm not sure exactly why the few things that are being mentioned today blew up in the manner that they did, but overall, it seems like the process is working. That being said, of course, everything can be improved, but I don't like the idea of having a process where you can come and complain not liking what the results are of a finding, and then we get rid of the messenger. I think that doing that sets a bad precedent, and that is not the way that the process is designed. So with that being said, I look forward to the other items and just feel very strongly about maintaining the independence and integrity of our audit process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada?
Yes, I will be voting no on BB2, and I will be giving my comments on BB3 and making 2 motions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll finish this up on BB2.
Madam Chair?
Oh, yes, Dr. Holness.
Yes, I remember I needed to do a short second round, and they couldn't hear me, but I wanted to vote no on calling the question.
Okay, thank you. I haven't gone yet, so we'll give you a minute after. I just think that it is a bad idea to have someone who has received an overall effective to then turn around and bring up an item to fire them, especially when it's the first year there were things that we all agreed on that we would like to see improvement on, but that's, as a teacher, I had this discussion with Mr. Rhodes. We always want to leave room so we can show growth and improvement. So we do have lots of people who are watching. We have 2 other direct reports. Who would want to work here if this is how we treat our employees? It's just, it's very frustrating for me. It's happened once already before, and it was frustrating then, and it's frustrating again. So I also look forward to BB3, and I'm not sure how we got to this place, but I hope moving forward that we can keep the independence of the auditor, but also figure out how to work collaboratively, and make sure we can resolve whatever this item that blew up to this extent. How do we resolve that without affecting the auditor's independence? So thank you very much. Dr. Holness, you have 1 minute.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to go as fast as I can. So I'd just like to mention that I do appreciate Board Member Leonardi's comments and everyone else. The auditor presented findings that were met with objections from staff. The auditor stands firm on those findings, and the auditor expressed the chief auditor, the need to be independent to function effectively. The auditor at times seems to rigidly follow the guidelines of the yellow book, red book, and to err on the side of caution by always defaulting to the yellow book or red book, and that's a good thing. I also would like to mention that I am not convinced that Mr. Rhodes intentionally targets individuals or schools to tarnish anyone's reputation. I am not convinced also that he is incompetent, and I am not convinced that it's out of ill intentions. So maybe the chief auditor, as Board Member Leonardi mentioned, and others could benefit from some sort of a performance plan. I believe that's an item forthcoming by Board Member Thompson. But I also think staff could benefit from our superintendent collaborating with the chief auditor to have a training program that focuses on the requirements outlined in Chapter 8, which is the school internal funds. So as a result, I do believe the chief auditor needs some sort of performance plan. I do believe staff could benefit from training. I believe terminating the chief auditor will have consequences, not necessarily just lawsuits, but I think bringing on a new chief auditor may be consequential in that person being reluctant to be fully transparent to the board. That will lead to declining compliance concerns as well as even corruption. I believe passing up an opportunity like this for meaningful collaboration between staff and the chief auditor would be a mistake. And I think what we submit as a solution to a problem here in this item could be also a problem tomorrow. So my last comment would be how we solve a problem today will determine the scope and magnitudes of those we encounter tomorrow. So I will not support this item, but I will support that the chief auditor engage in a performance plan and that there is training for staff in collaboration with the superintendent to understand auditing procedures. And I believe that was one of my items today. So that's where I stand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All those Dr. Zeman.
This item was brought because of the standards that I have for our direct reports. And in my own view, the performance fell so far behind my standards that I wanted to bring this. They're not met by anybody else that sits on the board, and that's fine. I don't understand the frustration, to be honest with you. I need to be able to express my view of what I've observed, and I've done that. Having not gained any support from other members of this board, I'm looking forward to figuring out the path forward from here. But every member of this board has the ability to bring an item and to express their view of things as I've done today. My prayer is that the path forward that we're about to talk about is a fruitful one and a productive one, and I look forward to learning more about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item BB2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
Do we need a roll call?
Passes with the one dissent, Dr. Seaman.
I heard.
I'm sorry, it failed with the 8-1.
When I go down in flames, at least give me credit, John.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item BB3. Can I have a motion and a second for item BB3? It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on BB3?
Mary Furtick is the only registered speaker we have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your last action and for recognizing the importance of independence and process. One thing I didn't say because I was trying to get the timeline out, I want to say that it's over the years when I reflect on what this particular office has done, I think of how valuable they are to the school board because they identify things that can be done better. And I don't think, and my attitude's always been, this is not a gotcha situation. This is a situation to identify how we can do things better, how we can save money and make sure that money goes to serve the students in our classroom. So routinely at the end of almost every year, and we have actually we have 4 people here who have served as chair of the audit committee. And at the end of every year, we try to take this sentiment and bring it to the board. We used to give it a report in August and kind of summarize things, and we would say, we want you to know how much money you save with this department and whatever investment you put into it is worthwhile. So I wanted to call out Ms. Thompson for putting in here workshops to identify and talk about the audit department and all. I think that really is a good direction to go in. However you resolve this, I think doing that is really the right move so that you all can collaboratively talk about how you can utilize this department to really make sure that what needs to be done is being done and being done correctly and being done on time and so forth. So again, I thank you, and I enjoy being Ms. Rupert's appointment to the audit committee. I know how much we read, so I appreciate what you read and the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion. I'll start with Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to first talk about the reason the language that I used and why I called it an action plan and not a performance plan. I actually got a lot of feedback after the workshop because of my use of the term performance plan. And I learned from our HR experts, and thankfully David Azarito helped me as well, to just understand that performance plans are typically used when someone has scored needs improvement or lower, and that just wasn't really the case. I also was very concerned about the precedent that we were setting across the board through the district, is that if teachers score high performing or whatever's under high performing, that their principal could still put them on a performance plan even though according to their evaluation they did well. So I use the term action plan because regardless on if he scored well, there's obviously still some issues and some concerns the board has about what's been happening throughout the district. And I also think there's room for the board to grow on a better understanding of the audit process so that when we hear from our principals and from department heads about something that has been happening, we have a good understanding to process all that information. And speaking for myself, as a social worker, I don't do a lot of audits, but I do a lot of treatment plans. And I always think the first thing we should do is try to improve. And I acknowledged Mr. Rhodes' comments at the workshop that I'm going to paraphrase, that he would be open to separating if that was where the discussion was going. And he said that he still saw a way that we could come together and make this district great. And I also feel that way. I think we are doing a lot of good. I think this past year and moving forward, we're going to have a lot of areas of growth and improvement, not only for our board, but for all of our employees. And this gives us the opportunity to do just that in a very SMART goal way. If anyone knows what a SMART goal is, that was my little joke. So I really hope my colleagues will accept this. I look forward to working with Mr. Rhodes on making our district better, and also working with the superintendent to make sure that our staff is trained appropriately so that they don't have audit findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Al-Huda.
Thank you. So I support Ms. Thompson's item, and at the end of my comments, I'm going to make two motions and recommendations to add on to it. So my meeting with Mr. Rhodes one-on-one was very positive. We discussed my comments and my evaluation, and he agreed that he could speak up more in board meetings as long as it doesn't conflict with his standards. And Mr. Rhodes even gave me 2 examples from past board meetings. One was when a board member made a recommendation that went against state statute, and 2, when an item was a recommendation that went against the grand jury recommendation. And so these are 2 examples that could have proactively helped this board with our decision-making up on the dais. And if Mr. Rhodes spoke up during that school board meeting, it really would have helped the board. The chief auditor can collaborate with HR, finance, or staff to develop or advise on content. He can give corrective action and support on ethics education as long as it doesn't conflict with his standards. Mr. Rhodes, can you give an example of that?
Yeah, first I'd like to make a minor correction, a friendly correction. With regard to violation of a statute, I was only alerting the superintendent to a potential violation of a statute if the cost per student station rose above the level of what is statutorily allowed. And that had to do with the overall increase in the amount of change orders that he could approve without board approval, but have to report that to the board. So I want to make sure that that's clear, because there was no specific violation of statute there. The other item that you had mentioned was just a reporting structure item that had been mentioned and referred to in a prior grand jury report that had to do with the reporting of the same individual in facilities and construction management as building department. And there's just a appearance of conflict. There doesn't have to be a real conflict there, but that's an optic that we probably could live without. Now, were you asking for an example of other areas where working with staff collaboratively on items?
Yes.
Okay.
Computers.
So there was an item where we have a lot of old laptops and inventory from the COVID era and pre-COVID era that were remaining on inventories of locations, whether they be departments or schools. It was leading to a lot of anxiety, because if we would find and report these things in audit reports, it was still a reportable finding for us, because when we would do a pull down of the inventory of a given location, if we then couldn't identify that item at the location while we were performing our audit, that's necessarily an audit finding for property and inventory purposes. So I had a conversation with our CIO and with the superintendent, and I told them the way that we could manage to resolve this problem is that management would have to accept the risk of removing those items and either selling them, surplusing them, or destroying them, because some of them were beyond economic repair. And that we would then, from our audit standpoint, eliminate the idea of using those items in future findings, because the item may have been missing for 5 years and will never be found again. It doesn't make any more sense to us to make it a finding than it did for the management who would have been receiving that finding. We talked it over. We came to a meeting of the minds. Management accepted the risk. They issued the notification to the district that they were going to remove those items from inventory and either sell them, destroy them, whatever, surplus them, and that we came to what I thought was a very, very good conclusion that we worked collaboratively together in a way that didn't get in the way of me stepping over the line of my auditing standards. And so I think that was a great example, and I think that it did the district a lot of good, and it actually would have cost more money for us to continue to try to inventory all this stuff than to identify the items that were completely beyond economical repair and out of warranty and no longer of use. And I think that they did a great job with that, and it doesn't compromise my standards a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for that example. So I would like to keep the requested action from Ms. Thompson, and my motions are to add on to it. So I move to keep the requested action and add on to it to make an update to policy 1700 on the chief auditor's role in staff trainings to make it crystal clear on an auditor's independence versus management functions. And then secondly, in policy 1700, Roman numeral 23, page 12 of 12, it states that the OCA's work activities shall be subject to periodic quality assurance or peer review, and the peer review and any recommendations and findings shall be reported to the chief auditor, audit committee, and the school board. So I would like to implement that part of the policy in the next audit. That's my motion.
Point of order. Let's do one. Oh, Mrs. Leonardi.
So could you repeat the first part of the motion again?
Sure. To make an update to policy 1700. So policy 1700 already exists. And on the chief auditor's role in staff trainings to make it crystal clear on the auditor's independence versus the management's functions.
Okay. Would we need rulemaking for that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so she's asking for that to come.
Okay, I didn't hear initiate rulemaking in there, so that's why.
Update, yeah. Well, we need to update the policy and
So
initiate rulemaking.
do-
And then the second part is on policy 1700, Roman numeral 23, page 12 of 12, the quality review. It states the OCA's work activities shall be subject to periodic quality assurance or peer review. The peer review and any recommendations and findings shall be reported to the chief auditor, audit committee, and the school board.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a peer review that was done at the very tail end of Mr. Jaboan's tenure here. I can make sure that the board and the audit committee all get a copy of that as soon as this meeting's over.
Okay, that would be great, but I'm saying moving forward.
Sure.
Just to be clear, though, Ms. Saladef, when would you like that peer review to happen in your motion?
It could be the next major audit that he completes.
If I may?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Peer reviews for a government organization like ours generally happen every 3 years, so we are at about a 2-year horizon before that would be due again.
Mm-hmm.
Just a question. How does that happen, the peer review? Is that like something the superintendent is paying for and doing it? Is that something can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, that is that answers the question, who audits the auditors? So the peer reviewers come in and they take a very large sample of the work that we've done and our work papers. They review them and they give us recommendations. And I'll give you an example because this answers some questions that people have about why has the process changed recently. They looked at a period from 2019 through 2023. All of that was before I got here, but again, as Joris was going out the door, he was signing a lot of the documents so that I could continue to do these different things that were required. One of the findings that they gave us was that with regard to internal funds, when we have reportable items, we have to report them. We can't simply make everything a discussion item. And so that was an item that we have been working on to try to make sure that we're identifying what is legitimately a discussion item, doesn't rise to the level of materiality, or there is no specific criteria that states what should be or shall be done. If that's the case, we could issue it as a discussion item and tell them this is an internal control problem, or this is not in alignment with what Red Book Chapter 8 says. And just one other very brief clarification. Yellow Book are the standards that we follow. Red Book Chapter 8 are the standards that anybody who handles money for internal funds handle. We simply use it so that we can measure and test that they were doing it in accordance with their rules. So Red Book has nothing to do with our ownership. We just use it as a tool. So back to my original point is that there are findings that come back to us to tell us these are the weaknesses that we found in your work papers, things that you can do better. You left a signature off of this document that was supposed to have been approved. You have, again, findings that are being listed as discussion items that should be scrutinized and comply with audit standards. That's the kind of thing that happens in a peer review, and that's what happened in early 24.
So then just a follow-up question, if that's okay. So if we just had one and it's every 3 years, is there a process to request it sooner, knowing that in 2 years your contract's up, and so you might not even be here? So it seems like a hard process to evaluate the work that, not saying you won't be here, but like.
No, yeah, your point's well taken. But the thing is I would have to look into that to find out, because one, it costs money. And if we don't need to spend the money, we shouldn't. But if it's, we would also have to determine whether or not the work that I've been over in the 8-month period that was just evaluated, if that would be enough of a sample for a peer reviewer to come in and say, we can give you a legitimate full report that gives you good information to rely upon. I can ask around and find out what that means, but I've never been put in that situation yet.
And then just a question. So since she wants to change my motion, do we all talk about it first, or do I say if it's okay, or what? What is the process?
Well, someone has to second it first.
Yeah, we're
I can second it.
asking questions. And I think we would do one motion at a time, because they're two very different motions. So it's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on the first motion? Yes, your motion. Yes, because hers is the item, yours is the motion.
On Mrs. Aladaf's motions.
Just the first one. We're
Which-
taking them separate.
Okay, which was about training, I believe.
No, it was about bringing the policy back for rulemaking to adjust.
It wasn't about training? I thought the second one was about bringing it back to add in on page 12.
The first one was about rulemaking, correct?
To update the policy 1700 on the chief auditor's role and staff training to make it crystal clear on the auditor's independence versus the management functions.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I support that motion. In what I sent you, I mapped, unfortunately for Mrs. Aladaf, because she was so organized, I mapped her critique of Mr. Rhodes and recommendations to the relevant threats. And the one that popped up most frequently, management participation threat, self-review threat, and familiarity threat. If the chief auditor cannot create the internal controls that he's supposed to be assessing, and that's where you would get into his independence versus management's responsibility. So I appreciate Mrs. Aladaf recognizing that and wanting to put that in if that's where we're going with this, because this is all in the generally accepted government auditing standards. The self-review threat is a threat that an auditor or audit organization that has provided non-audit services will not appropriately evaluate the results of previous judgments made or services provided as part of the non-audit services. So that will help in that threat.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Board member discussion on the first motion. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. So I agree with initiating rulemaking for policy 1700. I don't know if it needs to be added to the motion, but I would also like us to look at the response time. So one of the recommendations, or not even a recommendation, but one of the issues that has come up was around the response time for available to staff. So staff has repeatedly asked for extensions or the 10 business days to apply after the exit interview. So I don't know if I need to add that to the motion that we consider that, or if that will come out, that will be fleshed out during rulemaking. So I'm looking for some guidance around that.
I would think that it gets flushed out because that's very specific. And she was just generally saying to look at the policy, but Ms. Batista, can you answer?
Yes, I think it can be flushed out during the rulemaking to add anything to the rule that is necessary.
Thank you.
Can I just introduce a point of order, Chair? The motion on the table is both to bring it back for rulemaking and make a change in the policy.
No, we're making two separate.
That's her. As it was presented to the board, it was both to do rulemaking and to make a change. So I think that the proper motion is to bring it for rulemaking, and then we bring it to workshop, then we bring it to school board. And during the workshop, we can talk about all the ideas that the whole board have about improving the policy. So I'm wondering if, Ms. Aladef, is the motion to just bring it for rulemaking or rulemaking and you have a specific thing you want to see when they bring it back?
I think we're overcomplicating it, but to update policy 1700, and then I gave a specific what I would like to see updated. I know Ms. Leonardi said she wanted something else to be updated. So once that comes update, policy 1700 comes back, we can update both those parts in the policy.
So would you mind, based on what Dr. Zeman is saying, is just amending your motion to just say bring the policy back? Because there might be 5 or 6 things that need to be looked at that would come back as opposed to being specific. Because then everybody could add something. I think you really just wanted it to come back so we could look at it and add things.
That's fine. That's the same thing.
Okay. Anybody else on the first motion, bringing the policy back, initiating rulemaking? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Now,
Aye.
I think
Dr.
you said
Holmes
aye.
saying aye.
Yes. So can you repeat the second motion then, Mrs. Alhutz?
Sure. So, well then, okay. So in policy 1700 on page 12, number 23, it talks about the quality review. So my motion was to have a peer review for Mr. Rhodes based on our ability to do that per the policy. I know he was speaking about number of years. You know, I would like to ask the question, how much does it cost to do one?
The one we did a year ago was $50,000. I'll go back and check. I'm certain it's very close to 50,000, if not 50,000.
And is there a difference between something with quality assurance, because it says quality assurance, or a peer review?
It's just the same way of saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I'm just bringing that recommendation forward to the board to consider.
Okay, any public comment on the motion? Yoko.
Thanks so much.
You have to wait for public comment.
I thought you said go.
Yeah, I actually support, obviously, Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Peer reviews are important. I think the one that was done as the prior auditor was going out was the only one we ever saw while he was here for 6 years, 6 painful years. So, however, you don't want them to look like you're after a particular person. And it seems like sometime in the future, when Mr. Rhodes has been over the function for a period of time, would be more appropriate, especially since you have another 2 years that you could go, but at least perhaps another 1, because then you have a real body of work to choose from. Right now, we're still breathing in fumes from the prior chief auditor in some of the work that got done this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Dr. Zeman.
I was going to say, very much like one of our public speakers, that it seems very appropriate to do peer review in a year. And again, just to be clear on language, it is not a peer review of that person, the chief auditor. It's of the audit function. It's the whole office that gets the review. I just read the last peer review a couple weeks ago as part of this process, and it's an exhausting piece of work. I'm not surprised it's $50,000 because they come back with really deep insights into what they see, and they go around and see lots of different district office of chief auditors, so they bring a whole bunch of other material in. Given the expense of this audit, this is 37 people roughly, give or take. It's a very important function, as we've all said, but it's also an expensive function. I think doing that in a year would be spot on. So I support that if that's about the timeline you're thinking of, Ms. Alda.
Yes, I would support doing it a year from now. You know, time goes by so fast, and a year will be here before you know it.
Did you want to add?
I think I'd be more comfortable having it written in as part of your action plan, because it seems to be that there's some information we need to gather. That would be my thoughts.
So I have a quick question. Mr. Rhodes, it's in policy already, so it says periodically, and you're saying that traditionally every 3 years. Is that something that should automatically kick in, or is that something you bring to us as a board item in that time period? Like, since it's already in policy, it's there. So what is traditionally how that's executed?
I don't know that there's a standard, because it's generally something that's done for the chief auditor, for the chief auditor's information. In our policy, it says audit committee, board. So I could send that back out. The other thing I was going to mention is that since this one ended in 2023, next year would be 2026. That would give us another 3-year snapshot. So next year could be done. It could be done, and it makes sense, and incorporate a bunch of the work that's been done by the group that I've been managing, as well as my own accountability to that. So I think that makes sense to do that, and I think that's a good idea to bake that right into the policy that gets updated and changed to show that it's not periodically, that it is every 3 years, so long as we're complying, as we're utilizing GAGAS. I believe that groups that use Institute of Internal Audits, I believe they have to do theirs every 5 years, but GAGAS requires every 3 years.
Okay, so if we just changed the policy, we wouldn't really need a new motion because the policy's coming to us. So in that discussion, we could change it to from saying periodically to saying every 3 years.
Indeed, and I'll go back to the policy, or to the GAGAS standards, just to make sure that and other areas that would be baked into the revised policy would be there and make sense, because as we were discussing at the workshop, there are also some things in the job description that would need to be updated to reflect what's in the policy, that would also make the job description more compliant with Yellow Book standards.
Okay,
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so we don't really need the second motion then. And I would like to make a motion to the superintendent to bring the job description back along with the policy, because as we read the job description and read everyone's evaluations, there were things people were evaluating that weren't necessarily in the job description. So I would, when we bring the policy back, if we could also bring the job description to make sure they align with each other, that would be great.
Second.
Oh, thank you. All those, public comment on the motion.
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion. I think that when the chief auditor went from reporting to the superintendent to the board, that the entire job description was not cleaned up. And there are things in there that made sense prior but don't make any sense now. It's also important to take the job description, the contract, and the standards, and make sure, and state statute, and make sure everything is in alignment. And also, on a related note, as far as the evaluations go, that should be coming from HR. All templates for everybody in the district should be coming from HR. I'm just throwing that in there because I don't know where else that would fit. But I support the motion to bring the job description back.
Thank you. Any board member discussion? All those in favor of bringing the job description back at the same time as the policy, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. Reflecting on today's questioning of the chief auditor and his responses, I'm not confident that there is a shared vision or shared sense of accountability regarding the concerns raised in the evaluations. So I don't really agree with the idea of an action plan. You know, when a teacher earns an effective valuation and then displays some concerning behavior that doesn't rise to the level of discipline and due process, you know, I think the recourse is, you know, a conversation with that individual, perhaps a letter of concern, something like that. I think that, you know, we're all on different places, or many of us are in different places with regards to some of the concerns. So I think I will make a motion that the recommended action change to direct the chief auditor to develop a formal training manual and standard operating procedures for new auditors. That's my motion.
Second for discussion.
Public comment on the motion.
Are you adding to my, oh, sorry.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I am a huge fan of policies, procedures, and making sure everyone's clear. And I don't think Mr. Rhodes would object if there isn't any, although the standards kind of speak to that. But there are other places in the district, what goes for one goes for all. You need policies and procedures, school police, policies and procedures in the business support center. We're still waiting for the standard practice bulletins to be updated. Remember, Cherry Beckert was approved. So if you're going to initiate something for one department, and I'm always in favor of procedures because that tells you how to go about implementing policy, be equally enthusiastic about making sure everybody else has policies and procedures. Otherwise, it looks retaliatory in nature. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Board discussion? Ms. Thompson.
Well, I appreciate the motion. I think that kind of goes against what we were trying, at least I was trying to do. I think adding him creating a training manual could be part of the action plan. I do want to also say that Ms. Parente went through both our evaluations and our comments from the workshop and sent everyone a summary of kind of the board's thoughts towards that. That could be a starting place for Mr. Rhodes to develop the action plan. But I think it's important to have this, to have it come back to a workshop to address the concerns that we've shared. And also, I still believe there's a lot of growth the board needs to do on I'll turn it back to me. There's a lot of growth I would like to have in my knowledge of audits. And I think it's important that that comes to a workshop. So I will not be supporting this motion if it completely takes away everything else.
I have a quick question for Mrs. Leonardi. How is your motion different than the B item that we're going to do at 2:30, which is next? Because Dr. Holness was directing the superintendent to do.
You're right.
So I believe that item is coming to us.
Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out.
I withdraw my motion, but I don't. The concern that I have is that, you know, I received and read the summary of the evaluations. I also did my own summary and evaluations of the evaluations and those concerns. I do not, based on the comments from our chief auditor today, do not feel that he shares those or believes that those are valid. So I don't know how we're going to have him develop an action plan for himself based on comments from us that he does not appear to agree with or share. That is my concern.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Seaman stepped out, but I'll just give I don't mind doing an action plan, but I just have concerns about what that looks like for all our other employees. So when someone gets an effective evaluation, does this open it up to that? And are we going to do that with the other 2 direct appoints we have? Because if we're doing it with one, we should be consistent in doing it with everyone, because we should, if we're looking at evaluations and, pulling out the things that we want them, that we have concerns about or want to look better, if we're doing it here, I think that we should be consistent across the board. So I understand the intent. I appreciate it. I actually was going to make the same suggestion, but I just do have some concerns. I did speak with Mr. Rhodes, and he is fine with this, but I'm sure that we're not just going to hand him something and say do an action plan. The idea, if I'm not mistaken, is to bring it back to a workshop where we would all agree these are the things we'd like to see in it. I don't know if action plan is the right title, but it's not improvement because you're effective, so we don't also want to say that. So I like the idea of a memo maybe, but just concerning to me that if we do it for one, we should do it for all. And I really am concerned about how other employees will look at this. If they're getting an effective evaluation, would we also be requiring them to do these things? Because we should be consistent, and it doesn't feel that way right now. It doesn't mean I won't vote for it. I just have some concerns. Dr. Seaman.
Much. I'm concerned about the author of this plan. I'm familiar with people getting feedback, hearing feedback, and saying, okay, let me figure out what I can glean out of that might lead me to propose an action plan. I'm very skeptical that will happen in this case. I wish that it would. So I'm trying to think about a way in which a plan, the way you described, Chair, about a plan being drafted and then brought to us, and then we can, kind of do it. I'm curious, I guess, Chair, is the action plan approved by the people who hire and have the authority to terminate the chief auditor, or is that in the end, is this a school board document of an action plan, as you understand it?
That's the way I understand it, that the chief auditor, based on what Ms. Parente sent us, would make an action plan. It would come to a workshop. We would discuss it, and then it would have to come, similar to what we had on another direct report when this happened.
Terrific. And I think that process can work. I think at the end of the day, we have to own it as the rating senior. There will be, an opportunity for some of the things that have been observed to be included in that. I still think there are some things that are observed for which there is no development or action. And I trust that the wisdom of this board is greater than the wisdom of the individual, and that we will see, steady improvements in those things as well, because there's clearly some things that have been discussed that are not trainable. And they're just decisions somebody has to make about the way that they're going to be a leader in an organization. And if there's no standards, for example, in the Yellow Book for collaborating. Like in Yellow Book, you go get data, you do it's very formulaic, it's a process, it's there. But there are things that have been observed that would, like collaboration, for which there might be some envisioned improvement, but there's no training or guidebook for that. If there's a memo written that says it's been sent to the school board but not transmitted for 30 days, there's no action plan for that. And so, there are some things that I hope that we hear back from the incumbent. And then there are things that the school board might want to say, here's some things that for which there is either some mentorship or some self-reflection or some general working with his staff and our staff to find better ways to get things done. One of the things I'd like to see in the action plan, and I'd be curious what the author thinks of this, but in your mind, Mrs. Thompson, does an action plan include measures of effectiveness for things?
Yes, my idea, and obviously the topics, my thinking was that it would be worked on during the workshop, so he would come with things that he thinks need to improve, we can come with things we think he needs to improve, and then it would be SMART goals, which I can't remember what that was, something specific, measurable,
actionable. The R is?
I don't know.
Relevant and timely.
Yes.
Not bad. You're
Perfect.
very smart, Mrs. Thompson. Way to go. But if that's the interaction, if there's kind of a good dialogue, I'm very optimistic we can actually come up with a good plan. But we have to, as Mr. Rhodes said, this is a two-way street, and we have to kind of figure out what would make sense that we would prefer and what he'd be willing to do. And then we put that all together with some measures, Mrs. Thompson, of what at 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, whatever. I'm really struck by this idea about having the peer review report in a year, though. I think that if Mr. Rhodes and us collectively agree on that, it also says, hey, try these things for a year. You got this one right. that in a year, there's going to be a peer report come, and they're going to look at the organization. And again, the chief auditor individually only does one of 37 people's stuff. There's 36 other people behind them that have to be led and managed and trained, and they're off doing independent work. They are independent auditors. And how that group performs is really what the peer review looks at, and that would be kind of a fascinating metric to include in that plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. So just to address your concern about how enacting an action plan would affect other employees, I think there's a way to distinguish that, because this is a direct report and a manager of an entire department versus an individual teacher. Surely we can put some language in here that would prevent that from happening to protect that, because to the point, I don't think that anybody wants to see that. So I think that this is very specific for management. I think that was the intention, Ms. Thompson. And so I think that we can protect ourselves from that. And so I like the idea, because like I said before, I think there's always room for improvement when you're running an entire department, and always improving your processes and procedures. I mean, that just benefits the district. So this exercise would not be punitive. I think it's just to better the district and how everything is running. So I think we can look at it as a positive and probably expand it to other departments. And then I know this is we're going to be talking about this in another minute, but the training of the principals and making sure everybody is knowledgeable about what their responsibilities are is going to be also a very important component to making sure that we can improve as a district and just the audit process and the outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. And we'll finish up with Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you, and thank you for accommodating my many rounds. So, upon reflection, this is a very long agenda. I thought more about Dr. Holness's item that we'll be discussing in a minute. That item is more focused on the superintendent and management. My motion was to direct the chief auditor to develop a formal training manual and standard operating procedures for new audits.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
So my motion was more focused on the chief auditor, while Dr. Holness's item appropriately focuses on the superintendent. So I would like to bring my motion back to direct the chief auditor to develop a formal training manual and standard operating procedures for new auditors.
Second.
And the reason that I am wanting to amend the recommended action is because, once again, and I think I have a colleague who shares this concern, I agree with Chair Hickson's concerns about the message that an action plan sends to our employees, but I don't think that there is a shared understanding of the areas of concern. And so what I would like to do is bring things to the table that are actionable and have been identified as issues and offer concrete solutions. Initiating rulemaking for policy 1700 does that. This is another thing that does that. So that's why I'm making the motion.
And can you just remind us, your motion was to amend, not do an action plan, and ask for the procedure
Yeah,
manual
so
for
to amend,
auditors.
yeah, so to amend the recommended action to direct the chief auditor to develop a formal training manual and standard operating procedures for new auditors.
Public comment on the motion.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Okay, I know I haven't had lunch, so I'm getting hangry and a little lightheaded, but can we get clarity? Because Ms. Thompson's motion is clearly to have an action plan, and Madam Chair, you keep saying that instead of the action plan, Ms. Leonardi would reduce it to just developing internal procedures in the audit department. So can we clarify that she's not replacing?
No, she is. That's why I said it again. Mrs. Leonardi would like to replace an action plan with a procedural manual.
I thought amend meant to add to it.
No.
No?
Her question was to change the whole item.
No, because Mrs. Thompson's item moves forward, and as she said herself, coming up with internal procedures can be part of the action plan, which I thought was what Mrs. Leonardi was suggesting, that it would be part of the action plan. So if we could get clarity, because I can't imagine that
That's
Ms.
the
Thompson
clarity. Mrs. Leonardi's motion is to change and not do an action plan.
So she's trying to do a
only.
substitute motion.
Correct.
I don't think that's how that was identified. But that's why you have a general counsel to sort it out.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
I'm kind of confused, so I probably shouldn't talk, but if you're doing this instead of having a workshop and discussing it comprehensively, I'm not even getting on action plan. I'm leaving that to you all, but the workshop is a great idea to talk about all the things you could do, and I think the idea of a training manual would fit well into that and is something that makes a lot of sense to do. But if it's the only thing you're going to do, I'm just going to sit down and say, this has been a great conversation. I hope you come back in a workshop and put the plan together. And thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Yes, I would just like to know Mr. Rhodes' interpretation of what Ms. Leonardi said as to do and Ms. Thompson.
Sure. It means something maybe a little different than you guys have been envisioning, because a part of what I have planned moving forward to implement are the objectives that I developed for my evaluation, and that includes a comprehensive curriculum and training of all my auditors in AI for audits, as well as a comprehensive program for action in audits, which will be specifically aimed at improving and let's call it garnering communication between our office and the other auditees that we look at. We didn't get a very good sample today in the first DD2 item, or BB2 item, because we were really looking only at audits that were coming from one specific auditee, and that's Business Support Center. There are a lot of other areas, both departmental as well as at the level of schools and principals, that we have a lot of ground that we have to cover, and making them aware of what it is that we do, what our standards are, how we can comply with those, how we can also meet the needs that they're looking for to try to give them information on, for example, how to avoid audit findings. The answer to that is going to be know your red book, know your standard practice bulletins. That's kind of the way it would go with anybody that we talk about. So my understanding is that there is an overarching series of comments that were made in the document that was presented to me by evaluations that kind of summarized everything that came from all of the different comments that were made by the board members. So the manual that I would be addressing those areas, and always making sure that any of the items that I do are steeped in yellow book requirements, as well as overall efficiency requirements for what this audit department does, because we have to get out there, we have to give the coverage, we have to complete the work that we're doing. I mean, there has been a from my standpoint, there's been near a standstill over the last 2 weeks because of the things that have been going on while I've been trying to keep all these other things going and still addressing these other issues and preparing for these other issues. So the manual, the standard operating procedure, there's already a great starting point just based on the objectives that I had and the comments that were made back from the board, and I think I can feed those back properly.
And do you see that falling under Ms. Thompson's action plan or Mrs. Leonardi's handbook?
I see it more under, based on the conversation that we just had, being under more of Ms. Leonardi's handbook and standard operating procedures, because that's what it seemed like we were starting to morph into. So I need some more clarification if that's not correct.
Ms. Thompson.
I'm not in favor of this motion for several reasons, but one is because my motion encompassed several things. One, to address the issues that we brought up, which could include adding this training plan. Two, the fact that it's not, because I talked to teachers and the union leader and HR, it's not a progressive whatever plan, it's an action plan because it's going to address the issues that we have brought up. I am fine expanding that to the general counsel and the superintendent because I'm guessing we are also going to find things in their evaluation that we'd want to address. And then third, which I think, again, is important, I think it keeps being a reoccurring theme when we discuss audits, is there's some need for clarity on the board's side of audit standards and how we can make sure that the superintendent and the auditor are sharing information so that the superintendent can make sure that our staff's trained. So I think reducing it to just a training manual is missing the point. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of Mrs. Leonardi's motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Aye.
No.
Let's do a roll call. Leonardi.
On Ms. Leonardi's motion, school board members Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert, Thompson, Zeman,
No.
Ahodef,
Yes.
Bowman,
No.
Severa, Hickson,
No.
Honus. Dr. Honus?
Yes.
Failed. I'm sorry, what was that?
Yes.
Yes.
Fails 6-3.
Okay, so back to the original item as amended. So BB3 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No.
Passes 8-1. Did Dr. Holness said yes? Okay, awesome. All right, so now we're going to go to B1. Can I have a motion in a second to bring B1 to the floor?
So move.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Is there any public comment on B1?
Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
No, I'm good. I was actually signed up to speak to BB3, but somehow the message got lost over there. To that, I was just going to commend Mrs. Thompson for bringing BB3 for all the reasons I've already expressed, and I'm glad it passed because it needed to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So B1, any other public comment on B1?
No further comments.
Okay, Dr. Holness, I'm going to let you start since it's your item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to hear quite clearly, but I don't have any further comment, and I appreciate those who support this. I think it's important.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holness, for bringing this. I think that in this exercise and what, we've all kind of our fact-finding and learning experience over the last few weeks, I think this is a great item. I support it. I guess the only issue that we have here to Ms. Oliduff's point from a little earlier, we have to be careful with the management function versus the independence of the auditor. So we'd have to have some clarity on what he can, what his role is in training. I think that kind of steps into the superintendent's role, so I don't know how we maintain that, but overall, the general concept I fully support, so thank you.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Rhodes, you and we've discussed this a number of times, so can you tell us what you have already put in place to try to do what this item is speaking to?
What this item is doing is trying to establish a management training of the staff that report up to Dr. Hepburn. And so to that end, I have done nothing in the way of trying to establish policy or action steps for staff to take, except to say, here, and we've done 2 action and audits so far. One was with the high school and center principals, and the other was with PPO. So we had a different set of criteria that we had to try to communicate with them in each of those 2 different areas. But one of the common threads that we had in there was we were saying, so here is your policies, here is your PPO, here are your policies, here is SREF, here are the various kind of contracts that you guys administer on a daily basis. And so these are the areas that you want to focus what it is that you're doing and that your standard operating procedures tie back to them so that you can avoid audit findings by complying with those.
Right.
That's what I...
Stop you for a second, because this is specifically about Red Book training, and if I'm not mistaken, when we spoke, you reached out to the Florida auditor to see if they had training, so that's what I was talking about.
I apologize. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There was no return to my 2 attempts to reach the folks at DOE to get some kind of a training on Red Book. That's when I started reaching out during one-on-ones and found out that I had a sponsor for that idea to see about getting management trained up on that so that there's a consistency. But in my action and audits with the level principals, high school and centers, all we really talked about was know your Red Book guidance, know your standard practice bulletins, because you know that that's what the test is going to be on. And when we come in to test what it is that you're doing in your management operation, there's no surprises there. And everyone knows that we're going to be there at 226 schools per year. And that is the extent of what it is that we've taught, so that we've never crossed over the management line.
Right. So my point in asking really was because this item says for you to collaborate with the superintendent to provide training on the Red Book. So, and you've said to us a number of times that you're uncomfortable with you specifically or the audit doing those trainings, because if something were to go wrong, they would say, but this is what you told us. So I'm just wondering in this item, if the people that you've reached out to do the training don't answer us back, how are you, like, you're the expert in the Red Book, the superintendent or management here isn't. So is there another avenue to do that? Because I don't want to pass something that we don't have the capability of doing until the state answers us back, which oftentimes is never.
I don't have a lot of faith in the state answering us back. I think that their lack of a response is indeed a response. I think that whether there is a consultant involved or there is somebody who's process-oriented in the district who can read, the Red Book is not a long read. It's and also one of the other ways that I can help in a collaborative way is to provide trend information on where do we find most of the findings, so there can be a prioritization of areas initially in the first wave to go through this and to try to make sure staff is trained up and understands here are the areas of the most concern. That would be the collaborative way that I could go about it. But again, stopping short of being the person who gives them their instruction or training, because that would take away my independence.
Dr. Hepburn, can you?
Yeah, so I was going to try and wrap this up. Or decrease the amount of discussion that's actually needed. The chief auditor and I will collaborate. We have robust staff in the BSC and in procurement and all those other places, and also our regionals. We can put together training. We'll work with the chief auditor just to make sure that training's aligned specifically to the Red Book or any other audit practices and strategies that they're utilizing in their office, and train our staff accordingly and have mechanisms to make sure there's clear understanding throughout the school year and levels of accountability and support for staff also.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Rupert.
Excuse me. On that point, I know that we have the School Board Association, we have the Florida State Attorneys, School Educators, help me here, Maryland, Association, and is there one for auditors in Florida? Like the Florida Auditors Association?
Oh, there's several associations, but whether or not they would pick up and do this type of a training, I would have to reach out to them and see.
Right.
I was trying to deal with the folks who were the authors of this because they would be the most well-versed in how to train and teach the folks who are responsible for handling internal funds
Right.
Better than anybody else could. But I can look into some of those organizations.
Right, and the reason I say that is I know we have a great bunch of lunch and learns, and where people are eating, and it obviously gives itself to more communication, a little bit less of a strict, losing my voice, I'm sorry, less of a strict vibe, that it's more inclusive of, this is some information, or these are the situations I've run into in my district, you know, because that's the best part of FSBA for any board member to go. You learn more from your colleagues than you ever could just by looking at a book or going straight to the people that make the rules, et cetera. I'm just trying to give you a little, I don't know, a little bit of Nora, where I want you to be comfortable. And I know that when people go to any sort of training, it's a little anxious, but you want to make it acceptable and really inclusive in that. So if there is such a group, if it were me, I would reach out to that group, because I know that we have other school boards, like we're invited to go give a talk to other board members, and even our assistants are part of a state group now to talk to other assistants around the state. It just makes all of us better. So just a thought. I'm just one board member, but I'm trying to keep it, you know, touchy-feely, sort of, just friendly.
It makes excellent sense, except I would add one friendly amendment to that, is that rather than me searching them out, it may be something that the superintendent or his staff could search out, because
Perfect.
then that would be the part that would make it a management initiative as opposed to an audit initiative.
Right, perfect. I'm just an idea girl. So I'm just throwing it that way and this way. So thank you.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
I've had this kind of gnawing feeling about this item ever since I saw it a week ago. Every time we direct the superintendent to train people in a certain way, I wonder about our role interfering with operations. And here's the issue, is that collective bargaining agreements, you get so many hours with different groups for training. And if we say to the superintendent, you're directed to implement a training program on audit, we're really, in my mind, usurping his authority to offer the training that's required to achieve our strategic goals. If one of them is audit, he can figure out, you know, ask the auditor for a meeting and talk about the big issues that have come up over the past year or two and say, okay, great, got that. And then work with some people on the receiving end of that to say, can you develop some great training to make sure that these, you know, 90% of the findings and exemptions are in these three areas. Let's spend some time on it. And in his judgment, he can spend 10 minutes or 30 minutes or 3 hours on it, and he can lead it to the right people who can influence the system to not get findings and exceptions, to really improve internal controls, which is what inspires the trust in the system. I don't like this item, though, because we're directing him to do something, which means he will not be able to spend times on other things. And so I can't support this, not because I don't think the superintendent and the auditor can't figure this out on their own, but because this is directly interfering with the operations of the superintendent. And I want to make sure that he's spending time on science of reading, on legal issues, on transportation issues, on compliance issues, on the things that in his mind will get us to where we want to go in terms of our strategic goals. So that's why it's not, I don't think this isn't a great idea, but if we're going to direct the superintendent to do something, it better be within our purview to do that. And to me, this crosses the line in terms of telling him what to do with his time.
Mrs. Alhada.
Yes, so to the superintendent, so I don't know if you've heard of the Institute of Internal Auditors. There's chapters in Florida. They do Red Book training, and then also FAU also does training.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. Yes.
Can I just respond to that? Because Dr. Zeman brought up a great point. What's in your purview? And I just want to read just the very first input of Chapter 8 called Sections Principles, and it's item 1. The district school board, as the custodian, shall be responsible for safeguarding, record-keeping, reporting, and general oversight of internal funds held by the school district system, and in connection therewith shall adopt written rules governing the receipt and disbursement of all internal funds and the accounting for property pursuant to Florida statutes, and provide for annual audit of internal funds. And you're already providing for an annual audit of internal funds. What I want to try to attempt to course correct is that even though this becomes kind of an audit-related function because there's been so much intermingling between what management does and what audits does, this is a statutory requirement that has, or a Florida Administrative Code requirement that comes directly to the school board with that responsibility, and that's a management responsibility. Audit really just comes in to see if management is doing what the Red Book tells them to do. And again, back to Dr. Zeman's point, if you have that purview to do this, this is telling you not only do you have the purview, it's telling you that you shall be responsible for safeguarding all of these funds that are in these different accounts. And so I think that helps to kind of redirect it back to being a management function that we would test, as opposed to something that we own or we do. We don't own any of it.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of item B1 say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 7-1 with Mrs. Leonardi not on the dais. Thank you. Okay, so you know where she is? Okay, so next we're going to take items B3 and B4. Can I have a motion in a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Do we have any public comment on items B3 or B4?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And B4.
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Dr. Trudy Germanovich, followed by Mary Furtick.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and I'll be discussing both B3 and B4 together, so I don't think I'll need it, but could you give me 6 minutes, please? As a former science teacher, I'm heartened that the district may look at the state of our schools in the face of climate change, if I'm allowed to say those words in Florida. As a resident of River Oaks in Fort Lauderdale, I watched a, quote, 100-year flood happen in areas which were not directly on any water. Severe property damage occurred, and we now look carefully at every weather report. This event highlights why all schools are in danger. This proposed review should have been done yesterday, as we all know that nowhere in our state is immune. Regarding B3 and B4, I've been advocating for the public to take advantage of the written comment section that the board has provided, and I'll be reading 2 comments from those from that section. I've been somewhat dismayed that the form that shows written comments are not kept visible for the public to read during the meeting, even though they will be included in the minutes months later. In the future, I hope the board will keep the comments up so that everyone can read them during the duration of the meeting. Which I had to take screenshots since it disappeared from the meeting. So on B3, develop sustainability and resilient building standards and design specifications, from Stephanie Pearson. How many of you actually read these? Would you mind raising your hand if you did? Okay, I just like to know, because the public, a lot of times they say to me, oh, nobody ever reads these. So thank you. Many thanks to the Green Schools Advisory Council for bringing forth the B3 and B4 items on Tuesday, June 17th board agenda. We're grateful the school board is taking up these proposals. We wholeheartedly agree that both directives will be extremely beneficial to the school district and to our community. It is so critical that we seriously address energy efficiency with an emphasis on clean energy as well as resilience to heat and flooding issues due to climate change. By adopting these measures, the Broward School Board will set up important example to the whole community of conserving our resources through energy efficiency and the use of renewable energy, and will save money in the long run. Protecting our assets from flood and heat are also critical and will provide cost savings. There will be a positive public health impact as well. A more comfortable and healthier environment for students and staff will be created. These proposals align our school system with the county's resiliency efforts and goals. And then Stephanie Jaffe. I urge the Board of Education to vote to support the proposal before to develop comprehensive flood and heat vulnerability risk assessment in collaboration with Broward County, utilizing data and methodologies from the recently completed countywide risk assessment and resilience plan. This simply makes sense in terms of increasing safety for the students and their communities. It would also provide learning opportunities for the students, some of whom may be interested in careers in sustainability and environmental science. Utilizing the data and planning already done by the county will obviously provide expertise and save the school district money. Given the increase in every sunny day flooding complicating transportation, including walking to and from school, the danger of heat injury, especially to student athletes, and the danger posed by severe storms and increasingly severe hurricanes to both students and infrastructure, it is incumbent upon the board to collaborate with the county to prioritize and plan the solutions to this growing problem. I thought those were excellent comments. And obviously, I agree with the women who wrote these comments, and I hope you'll go forward with both B3 and B4. And as far as costs go, this is a case of pay now or pay much more later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next public speaker, I think that was Mary Fertig.
Yes, Mary Fertig, followed by Alec Bogdanoff.
And then, Chair, we do have multiple speakers for both items, so would it be your pleasure to do the same thing we just did for I'm sorry, Judy? So, Mayor, would you like 6 minutes now?
Well, I'll try not to take 6 minutes, John. When I sat there last week and listened to the conversation, I'm thinking, how could they not do this? And I'm so proud of Sarah for getting it on the agenda so quickly and moving this forward, and to just echo what Trudy said. I don't know how you afford not to. Will there be a cost? I know that was a conversation that was kind of starting last week. There's going to be a cost either way, but in the world we live in, where we're seeing things that we've never seen, and I just won't go into the fact that I've lived here for a while, and what we've seen these last few years, I think, just points to the fact that these are just common sense things that need to be done, and I hope you vote for both of them. So, no, I don't need 6 minutes. I think I did it in 45 seconds, and I hope you move just as quickly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker, Alex Bogdanoff.
Thank you, Chair Hickson, board members. My name's Alec Bogdanoff. I have had the pleasure of serving as the chair of the Green Advisory Committee for the past 2 years. It has been an example of what an advisory committee should be for this board. We have had robust conversations about a lot of the issues that this district and community face, and we have tried to bring you all solutions, 2 of which are before you today. Before I talk about those, I do want to take a moment to thank the incredible staff that have been with us along this 2-year journey of learning how things are working here, or sometimes not. We have the Applied Learning Department, specifically Dr. Milankovic and Susan Kantrick, have been fantastic. They have been our Sherpas and guidance through this process. And I also want to thank Allison Witoshinsky, who has been there with us the whole time. We have probably 5 to 6 staff on top of our liaisons that are at every committee. And I also want to point out that we've had 100% attendance at both of our previous meetings, and both of these motions passed unanimously with 100% attendance at our committee meeting, which it just shows you the passion that the folks who you all have appointed to that committee have for this topic. For the green, so first I want to talk a little bit about the sustainability and resilience standards and why they're so important. We're looking at future conditions, not just now. So the county has put in place tremendous guidance and, frankly, regulation around water management, around future building heights. But you all have also done things like made public statements in support of a net zero goal. So now this is the next natural step. How do we get to net zero? We first start focusing on the places that we need to reduce our emissions, buildings. How do we build buildings for the future that not only make them more energy efficient, which saves us money in the long run, right? This will save the district lots of money. We've seen that with the How Low You Can Go challenge. One school saved the equivalent of $6,000 in 1 month. I think we annualized it to millions of dollars in cost savings across the district just by making simple energy efficiency changes. Putting those into your design standards from the beginning or from renovations will save you all millions in operational costs. And this is a matter of institutionalizing those things across different areas, right? We pass a building once it's built to a different group. We need to make sure that the group building the building provides the folks who are going to use the building with the tools for success. And so creating these design standards will basically allow us to look at the future, make sure we're doing what we can now, and frankly, it'll end up saving the district lots of money in the future. The second one is also an important planning tool. Arguably, Broward County is one of the most at-risk places for flooding and sea level rise. When I was a student in this district, we had the water management district that would come in and teach us about an alligator and what that meant and how it related to all of the canals that trace across this county. Well, frankly, I think we've forgotten a little bit about that. And sea level rise is challenging that system. We hear parents talking about driving through floodwaters to pick up their students. By systematically looking at heat and flood vulnerability, we will make sure that the lifeblood of this district, which is our public schools, will continue. And so what we have to understand is it is not just about making sure that we're planning for the future, but it's an economic imperative. When there's a hurricane, if we don't get our schools open, we don't have parents going back to work. And so we need to think about this not just as planning for the future, but also that ultimately our economy and how fast we recover depends on the decisions we make for the future. And as we think about what the future of Broward County Public Schools look like, we have to consider sea level rise. We have to consider hotter days with children playing outside. And we have to be able to consider what a district 30, 40 years from now will look like with the flood risk of the future. I hope you all will support these motions. We're happy to answer any questions. I will refer to staff for more technical questions, but I really, really appreciate you all bringing this forward today. And a special thanks to Vice Chair Leonardi for asking to put this on the agenda. Thank you.
To close us out, Madam Chair, we have Linda Thompson-Gonzalez, and sorry if I get your name wrong, Jalir or G.I. Long.
Hi, my name is Dr. Julie Long. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm a retired pediatric surgeon. I got involved in doing this work because after working in Broward County for almost 30 years, I saw the health consequences of children of our environmental degradation. I'm very concerned about this. I also I'm a recent member of the Green Schools Advisory Committee. Thank you, Dr. Holness. I'm here to speak in support of agenda item being 3 and B4. As you know, the board unanimously voted in support of the Green Schools Resolution in December, committing to reducing energy consumption. These current agenda items lay a foundation for planning on how to achieve these goals. It does not commit to any upfront costs right now, but it does require looking at these issues to plan for our future. This is a long-term commitment. The item B3 requests drafting standards and setting priorities to align with decreasing energy usage. Item B4 recommends a flood and heat risk assessment. Flooding is becoming more common in Broward County. The county has updated its flood maps, and these need to be considered in looking at what school renovations need to be done, and also in terms of school safety. Broward County does not have a heat advisor. But we have extremely hot days, and this affects our students, our teachers, and personnel who have to work. These items need to be taken into account, and I really appreciate you putting this item on the agenda and hope you will vote in support of both of these measures. Thank you.
Thank you so
Linda
much.
Thompson Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of these. As the last speaker, I want to underscore absolutely everything that all of the other speakers have mentioned, and I thank the first speaker for reading the comments of our Broward League of Women Voters Environmental Committee members. I'm also actually a member of the Broward Sierra Club, and I know that both organizations wholly and totally endorse and are supportive of these initiatives. Frankly, we are at a point right now where it is difficult to imagine moving forward with any decisions on our resources or resource allocation without the benefit of the information that both of these studies will bring forward. And of course, both of these studies, both of these motions, B3 and 4, are integrally connected, causal and effect. And if we don't do something about our heating of our climate and those effects, then we have the increased aspects that we see in the flooding and other issues. So a comprehensive resilient building plan and a flood heat vulnerability assessment are truly essential to fully leverage the resources, the data, and the technologies that will benefit not only our children, but really our entire community as we see moving forward that our public schools may increasingly have to serve as our emergency public shelters. As one of the largest school districts in the country and one of the largest landholders, this is an enormous resource for our school board to manage, but as we know, as the speakers have all said, it's also an enormous opportunity to look forward to the future and see how to best manage and utilize these resources. The timing of this could not be more propitious, and I emphasize, I was a volunteer 2 years ago in April of 2023, a volunteer going door to door in the Edgewood neighborhood when we had that rain bomb, and we saw how quickly in several days the 25 inches of rain came. But as we read in our newspaper this weekend, our Broward County are blessed with the triple whammy of sea level rise, of rainfall, and also our groundwater, which creates a very much more complex situation than just the rain or just the climate. Or just our groundwater swelling up under through the limestone beneath our feet. This is a much more complex situation that our engineers, our building engineers, and everyone else has to deal with. So we really do need the benefits of these studies in order to really move forward and manage our resources effectively and most efficiently. We know from the heat islands around that one of our other speakers mentioned, that this truly does affect not only our public safety, but our public health. And so as we look forward in our building design and repairs to our schools, we need to take full advantage of the technology, not just of solar panels and on our roofs to make them more energy efficient and to provide emergency electric availability in these emergency situations, but also the thoughtful planting of trees and tree canopy. There are a number of solutions that we need to fully utilize. I greatly appreciate the efforts of each one of you to consider this and to support these important initiatives that really are essential for the safety, the security, the health, and the well-being of our students currently and moving forward as we see the increased impacts of our nature on all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to board discussion. So we'll start with Mrs. Leonardi, and we brought both items together.
Got it. Thank you. First, I want to thank the Green Advisory Committee for doing this important and thoughtful work. It's wonderful to hear that you've been able to work collaboratively with staff and to bring us some pioneering solutions. So thank you for bringing this to us and making these motions to recommend these to the board. It is undeniable that heat and flooding are serious and dangerous problems facing Broward County, and we are the largest property owner in Broward County, the 6th largest school district in the country, and we have an opportunity with these items to be proactive about resiliency and sustainability, as well as protecting our financial interests by protecting our physical properties. There are several schools just in District 3, I know, in other districts as well, that have repeatedly had to do major repairs to their buildings due to these 1,000-year floods that happen almost every year now. By passing these items, we are being proactive and protective of our future. I did want to respond to some of the concerns I heard from my colleagues last week about these proposals. I heard some concerns about how this may interfere with the facilities conditions assessment or take precedent over that. That is not my intention, and that is not the language in the item. And these two items are very different from the facilities conditions assessment. The FCA is looking at the conditions of our facilities, and the vulnerability and heat and flooding assessment is looking at flooding and heat vulnerability. The FCA is being done by an outside consultant. This would be done internally, and it would not take the place of the FCA. It would be adding to it. I purposely didn't include a cadence. I did include a deadline, but the intention is that this, again, would not take away from staff's time or take precedence over the FCA or redefining. So again, the intent of these items is to add to the conversations about redefining in our facilities conditions assessment. And I'll just end with the cost of not doing this is great and long lasting. So I'm excited if these items pass that Broward County could be a pioneer in this work and help contribute to the resiliency and sustainability of this county. Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So I like the item. However, I don't know the practicality of actually executing and implementing this with the ability for staff's time and the financial impact of this. It does say that there's no financial impact to district, right, for the discussion, but if we approve these items, then the superintendent will have to implement it, and there will be a financial impact, and I can't vote on something that I have no idea at all what the financial impact of it would be. It also speaks to, in the recommended action, to undertake the next steps identified by the Green Advisory Committee's recommendations. And so when you scroll down to all of those recommendations, again, great idea is really super important, but what is the financial impact of that? What is the impact to staff's time to be able to execute redefining Broward County Public Schools, and all the other initiatives that we have for our district. So it's difficult for me to vote yes on this when I don't know the financial impact and I don't know the impact to staff's time to be able to execute these things with fidelity. So like, for example, provide shade and shelter for outdoor play. Awesome. What's the financial impact of that? Incorporate solar panels. Love that. I've been saying that for 7 years, and we haven't implemented solar panels. You know, also, is there a way to work with our FPL or our other organizations to be able to implement some of these amazing initiatives? And again, these are great ideas, and maybe we could take a smaller bite at this. Maybe there's something that the superintendent would feel comfortable with executing and implementing, but this is a lot. So I would recommend that the Green Advisory Committee come back with a smaller recommendation, something, you know, low-hanging fruit possibly that we could actually execute, and then the following year do the same thing. So taking smaller bites of this instead of all this at one time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Dr. Holness.
Thank you so much. So,
No. I have a list of people. You didn't mark that you wanted to speak, so I'll add you to the list.
Okay,
but
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate
Mrs.
it.
Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Ms. Leonardi for bringing these so expeditiously. And thank you to the Green Committee for all of your hard work and for devising such comprehensive recommendations. I look out at the people that are here today, and a very great group of people right now that I've had the pleasure of working with over the past month. So I'm glad that everyone is on board with these particular items. I don't think we can overstate the importance of addressing these issues. There's always going to be a cost component here. It is with great dismay over the past 14 years that we've watched, that I've personally watched the SMART bond be executed without having these things be an integral part of the improvements that we've been doing to the district. I think that was a big miss on our part that should have been happening for years, because we have been on notice for quite some time that we have to address these issues. And so to Ms. Fertig's point, or maybe it was Dr. Germanovich's, pay now or pay more later. And there's also my favorite, which is being penny wise and pound foolish. You can save money now or pretend like it's going to cost too much money, and at the end of the day, we're going to be held standing here holding the bag of destruction and loss of assets and potential health implications to our kids for not having proper sun protection, because things of that nature. So I personally fully support putting and investing in these two items. I also fully support investing in some other areas that we've been working on as well, in terms of doing composting and organic. There's a lot of things that we need to be doing as leaders in this county, and protecting our kids, protecting our employees. And so I fully support this, and thank you, Ms. Leonardi.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank Ms. Leonardi for bringing this to the board. I will admit, this is not my wheelhouse at all, but I do think it's important, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I remember from the workshop that Broward County is already doing some of this assessment, so some of this would just be staff getting with the county. So, yeah. So I feel like that's one burden, and alleviated at least a little bit. And then is the idea that this would just be a plan brought to us, and then we would vote on if there's any a plan created by staff using research from Broward County.
Yeah, the item says develop a plan, or develop sustainability and resilient building standards and design specifications. And then the other one says develop comprehensive flood and heat vulnerability and risk assessment.
So with that in mind, I approve of both. I'll be voting yes on both.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a couple of questions on Board Member Al-Hadef's concern. And thank you, Board Member Leonardi, for bringing these two items. I think they're great. So I'd like to, there are concerns regarding current and possibly emergent costs to doing this. And I thank Board Member Bullman for her comment as well. Well, if you will pay later for trying to save now. So I'd like the superintendent to provide some context as far as cost, if there is, or what he foresee as possible costs to doing these. So I'd like his input, if you don't mind.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thanks for the question, Dr. Holness. From reading the item, what I can gather is that it's about developing a plan and bringing that plan back to the board for discussion with a due date of, I think it was June 2026. So roughly a little bit over a year to bring that information and a plan back. I think the only cost, if we want to associate a cost to this, is just staff and their time. Of course, we have certain priorities that we're working on, and we'll work on this with a specific cadence and collaborating with the county administrator, and then I'm pretty sure with the county administrator, we can move in different directions based on whoever else they're working with. But I agree that this is something that is right in front of our face. I was born and raised here in Florida, and you know the things I enjoyed as a youth in my time in Florida. You can't enjoy them that much these days because of the heat and the flooding that's specific to South Florida seems like on an annual basis. But the only cost I see right now is time. But I do want to caution the board that this won't be an initiative we're going to dive into immediately during the summer because we have to focus on some things to get schools ready and open and plus some redefining. But we'll definitely have a plan in collaboration working with the county administrator and their team to really understand how we can address some of these concerns and build an effective plan that we can bring back to the board in a workshop. And maybe I can get Mr. Pirro to actually do a joint workshop. But yeah, so we can, this isn't a solution that's just a Broward County Public School solution. It's a Broward County solution.
Okay, thank you for that input, Dr. Hepburn. So you don't see any significant costs associated with the ask of these two items at this point that we would be that we have to be concerned about?
No, not at this time. I think just the cost is just time, nothing monetary as far as purchasing services.
Okay, great. Madam Chair, so I will be supporting both, and thank you, Board Member Leonardi, for bringing these forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. And I appreciate the green, I'm going to call you the green team, and all the speakers here today. And I want to thank Dr. Hepburn for bringing a smile to my face when you talked about growing up in Florida, in South Florida. I didn't really grow up here, but my parents bought a house in 1971. But prior to that, we would all come down, all 6 kids, my mom and dad, drive in the big station wagon, go from New York to here, and we stayed at the Nautilus Hotel, and I believe it was Hollywood at the time. And one of my fondest memories as a kid was walking on the beach at nighttime, and there wasn't a ton of lights, so this is foreshadowing right here, and you could see the sea turtles out with the moonlight, and how everybody got together to help turn them around because they were going towards A1A, and it was just a sweet memory that I've seen, and I'm afraid that if we don't do something, then our children will never have that, or our grandchildren. It's extremely important that we take care of the beauty that is here in Broward County, the state, and actually our whole country. So I will be supporting both of these, and any way that we possibly can, because this is extremely important. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair. I want to just ask a question to you, Chair, about building standards and design specs. You know, building those is one thing, but then building buildings with them is another thing. And we don't do a lot of brand new buildings, but we do some, and hopefully we'll have some in the plan going forward. But my understanding of this is we're going to spend some time designing, building those design specs. And then when it comes time to build things in the future, we're going to be building things that are far more resilient for what we know is to be a dramatically different environment for those buildings than the buildings we built 30, 40, and 50 years ago that are with us today. So just to you and maybe to the superintendent or the chief facilities officer, what we're building is a standard in specs, which will then be applied over time as we build more buildings. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
I haven't heard from Ms. Paul. I'll definitely give opportunity to dive into this conversation.
Superintendent Hepburn, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, and one of the things that has been used as a standard is LEED, to build buildings that are more energy efficient and resilient and so forth. So we have incorporated some things in our design specs, but this is a great opportunity to look at what we can do. And it's also an opportunity since we are looking at our FCA, doing the FCA now. I think that it's a great initiative. Of course, the success will depend on the collaboration with the county and the cities and so forth in regards to flooding. But yes, I think that just to do the study and to look at it is an advantage going forward.
Thanks so much, Chair. I also want to see about the Dr. Jurado joint meeting, if that's something of great interest to us. I serve on the Broward Planning Council that meets with Dr. Jurado every month, and her insights into sustainability and green are absolutely shocking. What she knows and the data the county has collected, they've really taken the lead in gathering mountains of data, but we're the largest landowner in Broward County, and it just seems, and I know, Mr. Superintendent, you and I have talked about this, that it would make sense to both have Dr. Jurado come and give us the once over the moon related to sustainability and resilience, because she knows some things that are just really, really insightful. And then if the superintendent is willing, there's this natural need for the Broward County Commission and Broward County School Board to have a joint meeting with Dr. Jurado and hear what's going on in resilience so that the steps that we're taking in conjunction with them can be better aligned. Right now, they're aligned because I attend their meetings, because I talk to a lot of people about it and try and move it forward. But it would be far more likely for these things to stay aligned if someday we had a joint meeting. So, Chair, how do we organize something like that to get it done?
Dr. Hepburn.
Great question. First, it just takes contact and collaboration with the county administrator and really diving into the discovery on our part with the resources and the work they've already initiated and probably have done thus far, and seeing how we can align ourselves with the same vision for the county and figure out a cadence to bring a workshop probably later on in the fall or probably sometime in the spring. So it's just Monica and I sitting down together and mapping that out.
Terrific. Yep. And I wonder if we can make a decision today about having Dr. Jurado come to one of our workshops this fall and maybe work toward the spring at having a joint Broward County Commission, Broward County School Board meeting on this specific issue. This is an issue that's worthy of an extra meeting so that we can get the insight and follow in the footsteps of the commission that really got out ahead of us. So, Chair, how could we affect that so that we do it, the workshop where Dr. Jurado comes to brief us for a reasonable amount of time at a workshop in the fall, and then we go and have the joint meeting with the commission in the spring?
Dr. Hepburn, because workshops are under the...
Yeah, we'll make the contacts and see what we can work out on the schedule. Yep. So I don't want to commit to a specific time, but we'll work something out with it.
Dr. Jurado and the mayor of Broward County have asked through me to make that happen, so they are interested in having her come over and very interested in the joint meeting as well. So just from that connection, that's great. And I look forward to moving forward with the new standards. There's a lot of cool things going on in our capital business with the FCA coming together, with some money coming back through the next year's allocation. And moving forward, if we have these standards in place, project by project, we'll see what the additional cost is, but I can't imagine building future buildings without doing this. And to Ms. Rupert, the Chief Facilities and I officer, were touring Markham last month. We happened to go at lunchtime, and this was in May, and it was almost impossible to be outside in the facilities they had with the white sand underneath, like really tawdry playground equipment in that place. So going in and out of portables, which is what their entire structure is right now, seeing the insufficient standards that we have for their lunch line and their lunch room. They're eating in 6 different sections of lunch for the 600 kids there. I cannot wait to get that done. But that playground was another reminder that those kids can't really stay out there for more than 10 minutes. And that's just not kind of Broward County's way of doing things. And so I know Markham is a big interest item of this board, but it just reminded me of how much we have to plan for the environment to be different. It is different now than it was, and it's going to be different in the future, and we have to respond responsibly. Thank you.
Responding would be great. Can I have just on that point?
Sure.
Just 30 seconds. Thank you. And I tell you this every time. Thank you. And every one of you, go to my schools. You know, for such a long time, it was just me raising up that banner and trying to say, help me, help me, help me, help our kids. I'm happy that it is all of us together. So thank you again. And I really want to thank Dr. Licata and Dr. Hepburn for pushing a lot on Robert Markham, because if not, they would still be slugging around, not even having cafeteria and trays for them to be able to push forward. So thank you, sir, and I thank Dr. Licata as well. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go, and then Mrs. Al-Hadef wants to close us out. So I appreciate very much the items coming forward. I just am a bit frustrated because from the first time that I was here, if I'm not mistaken, we have directed the superintendent to do better standards for buildings. We've had the discussion, we've directed them, but I think this is probably the first time we've maybe actually done a vote. It wasn't necessarily you. It's been different superintendents as we've gone along, which was part of my discussion in the workshop, that we have directed superintendent staff to build building. We knew we couldn't afford LEED per se, but we could do some of the LEED standards on our buildings, and that and everyone nodded and said, yes, absolutely, we agree with you. Mrs. Al-Hadef had talked about solar panels, and we did vote on this as a board in our DEFP a number of times. So I hope that if we vote for this, that it doesn't fall into the same cadence that we've had. Yes, it sounds great, and then nothing is really happening. So I appreciate this. I know it's valid. We've known that for the last 5 years, and we've asked for it. So I'm hoping that if this passes, it will be an action item, not something that just we said yes to the board to. So thank you. And Mrs. Al-Hadef, you'll finish us out.
Okay, so again, I want to make myself clear. I think these recommendations are awesome. However, we do not know the financial impact of any of these recommendations. You are agreeing to do these things. You have no idea what it costs this district. I will say it again. We do not know the cost of these recommendations. That is a problem. You can't vote on something that you don't know the financial impact of it. So you have things that say ensure consistency across new construction and renovations, embedding climate smart design principles into every phase of the development. What does that cost? Address site level flooding risks through better drainage, storm water retention, and green infrastructure. What does that cost? I know I have 4 huge trees in one of my schools that's causing flooding into the school. Well, guess what? It's not being fixed because we don't have money to fix it. But we're saying that we're going to implement this. I want it to be fixed, but we don't know what the cost is. But we're just going to approve this without even knowing what the cost is. Support energy efficient and heat mitigation, reducing operational costs. Great, but what is the cost to do that? We just put $4 million at MSD for AC units to help with this. So we're going to do that now in every school? Do we have the money to do that? Where is it coming in the budget? Provide shade and shelter for outdoor play. Absolutely, I agree. Every playground should have a shade and shelter. Solar panels. Absolutely. We haven't done that one. We've only talked about it for 7 years. Lighting. Well, that costs money. Seating. I'm just saying, and then there's all these next steps. So my recommendation in the requested action is that we change the word undertake to consider. So I move to direct the superintendent to develop a plan for sustainability and resilient building standards and design specifications for BCPS and consider the next steps identified by the Green Advisory Committee recommendations. And
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any comment on the motion? Okay, board discussion, Dr. Zeman. Oh, go ahead.
I'll never talk in front of Mary Fertig.
I'm speaking on this one. You've been considering a long time. And what's happened in those years and how much has that cost us? And yes, I was there with Linda at walking the Edgewood neighborhood and some of the other neighborhoods in our district, and we know it impacted our schools. So I'm going to make it 45 seconds again. It shouldn't take this long to consider the fact that this should have happened a long time ago, and you need to move ahead. Every school needs to have mitigation they need for heat. Every school needs to have what they need to help us move into the future. So please support doing this, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you for considering this. I just want to point out that we are making a plan. A staff cannot set policy. These design standards are not just going to go into place. They have to come back to the board. They're going to have to be considered, and you're going to have to make a decision as a board whether or not you want these things in the future. What we're asking is for staff to look at all of these things in the context of current operations and come back, hopefully less than a year, but at least in a year, to bring you all information to make informed decisions. With all due respect, we're deciding what schools to keep, potentially what schools to close, and we're not even looking at what schools might be underwater physically. We had parents coming and asking, begging to fix things because they couldn't pick their kids up because roads were underwater. We have to start considering these things as part of our planning process, and this is just the first step.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Thank you so much. With due respect to Member Alderhoff, because she was actually the one who was very much pushing the solar panels on our schools several years ago, so our legislature was considering it. And so that is so important. The point is, as we're all saying, is we are going to be, with the next hurricane, using our schools for public shelters. And whether or not, to say it more simply, I don't know how we can move forward making any decisions with respect to any of our facilities and using our resources without the information that these very important studies provide to each and every one of you. We are going to be facing hurricane storms. The storm that we had a few years ago was not a one-off. It is an everyday occurrence. It's only going to get worse. We need the information that these studies will provide to move forward. Thank you so much to all of you. To
Thank
each
you.
and
Board
everyone.
member discussion? Okay. Dr. Zeman.
I think these standards are kind of best put in the context of us buying a house. None of us would buy a house that didn't have some kind of survey, some kind of exploration of flood zones, exploration of things, because the environment has changed and will change. That a house built in 1957 in a flood zone, you're going to learn about it and figure out how much to pay for it. It's going to be worth less if it doesn't have resilience, no doubt. And it's no doubt that we'll build either smaller or fewer buildings if we adopt these standards. But I think we have to have this study done so we know what that price trade-off is. We need to know the value of these things, not just the cost. My own view is that we would, as individuals, would never buy a house that's on the same standards as some of our schools. We'd never make a decision about keeping a house without knowing about the resiliency of that building. And so we need to know that now to be responsible facilitators of our facilities. If we're going to get the FCA, if we're going to make decisions about repurposing at some point, implicit in that has to be some kind of consideration and some appraisal of the resilience of the facilities we have, and whether or not we want to pay the extra money to go green in LEEDs or in any other way go with the resiliency. So I don't view this as a tremendous staff effort, but I do view it as a way to allow us to see that value, and then we'll compare that value to the cost. And the costs are easy. We know if we add this design, it's going to cost more to build the library at the high school. How much more, we'll figure that out, but we first have to figure out what that value is. If we're going to build a new library and it's going to last 10 years because of flooding, that's a real waste of money, as opposed to build something that costs 10% more but lasts 50 years. So these are just things that modern facility management requires, and I just think these are very responsible steps. We're not spending any money with this right now. We're just establishing standards and trying to learn about resiliency. Probably a little bit behind schedule, but we're on our way toward learning this here in the balance of the year. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowman.
I agree with Dr. Zeman, and I think looking at it, I don't know if we could put a different word in that, because we are just developing a plan right now, is my understanding, correct? That's the intention of both of these motions, is to develop a plan. So, we've got the facilities assessment coming back. We have to do this, the plan, assess the resiliency and sustainability, and then both of those things are going to inform what we do with redefining. So I don't see how we could not be doing this right now, to make otherwise we're just going to be throwing money away, because we're going to have, like you said, 10 years later, if you build a library that's going to flood, we just wasted a ton of money. So I agree with you.
Mrs. Alhita.
So I would like to get clarification on undertaking the next steps. Does that guarantee us, when we undertake the next steps, that we are now required to do it, thus having to pay for it?
Dr. Hepburn.
From my understanding with this item, it's about bringing a plan. I will not be undertaking any additional steps. I'll bring that information to the board, and also that'll be accompanying with our financials also, so that the board have a clear understanding of where we can go. But it's more about bringing a plan to show the work of the discovery, and working with the county administrator and their team.
So I support what you're saying, Dr. Hepburn, but words matter. And the way I'm interpreting this, and maybe general counsel, maybe the word needs to change. That's why I put consider instead of undertake. I don't want us to be hoven to this plan to be able to implement this, and we have no idea what it's going to cost.
Ms. Jock Adams.
So my question to staff is, what is their intention of what the person who brought this item, Mrs. Leonardi, what is the intention of the definition of the word undertake?
So you want me to answer that, or it's staff?
So my response would be to get an understanding of what that word actually means to you. Do you mean for it to be an action word to not only plan but execute?
Well, I believe the plan would encompass what it would be to undertake those next steps.
Then perhaps a different word would be in order instead of the word undertake.
Point of clarification, Chair. If Ms. Leonardi's item has no financial impact, doesn't that imply that those steps are staff steps, they're coordination steps, they're let's build a big spreadsheet of things that we could do someday for these different kinds of buildings and things like that. Undertake often means do staff work for which we don't pay anything extra. It's just that we have the staff to put together to do it. I don't see any financial impact identified in this, and therefore I don't see anything going through the superintendent or the CFO to create a new contract or anything. And if any of that happened, they'd have to come back to us, I think, to talk about that, right? Because the item doesn't have a financial impact statement in it.
That is true. It's not a double-letter item that requires a financial impact, but words are important. So if there's a possibility that the word entails something more than what you originally intended, then perhaps, like the word undertake, if it actually means something a little bit more than what was originally intended, then perhaps choose a different word that is a different word that suggests less action.
Which is the motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Mrs. Alhada.
Okay, so undertake means to commit to doing something. So that's why I put the word consider. And when you scroll down to the financial impact, it says there's no financial impact to district for the discussion. Potential impacts will be based on the superintendent's implementation of the board's direction, which our direction is for him to undertake the next steps identified in the Green Advisory Committee.
I think Mrs. Leonardi's been clear, though, that the idea was they're making a plan, bringing it back to us, and then when we get the information, we would vote on what things we wanted the superintendent to implement. But Mrs. Bowman.
I think maybe we can clarify this. I know Ms. Aladev has a motion pending, and my procedure here is, cloudy. But if we just change the language a little bit to direct the superintendent, like the way that I'm just writing out some notes here, but direct the superintendent to develop sustainability and resilient building standards and design specifications for Broward County schools. And a plan as to how best, advising how best to undertake the next steps identified by the Green Advisory Committee's recommendations, or something that clarifies that the superintendent's bringing us back a plan, not taking steps without our consent.
Are you making a substitute motion?
I guess I'm making a substitute motion.
Okay.
And then I had similar language for B4.
Second.
Okay. Public comment on the motion. So could you repeat what you just said, Mrs. Bowman?
Try to, because my handwriting is terrible. Direct the superintendent to develop sustainability and resilient building standards and design specifications for Broward County Public Schools, and a plan advising how best to undertake the next steps identified by the Green Advisory Committee's recommendations passed on May 8th, 2025.
Perfect. And it was seconded by Mrs. Alhada. Okay. Any board discussion? I personally think it resolves the concern and speaks more directly to what Mrs. Leonardi's idea was, but if she wants to address that.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. All those in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, great. So we'll go back to, well, you said you had something for B4 also?
Yeah, if I may.
Okay. Well, let's just vote on B3, okay. And then all those in favor of B3 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, great. So B4. Mrs. Bowman.
Okay. So just the little change that I would put in there to the same kind of situation. Direct the superintendent to conduct a comprehensive flood and heat vulnerability and risk assessment and provide a plan for undertaking the next steps identified by the Green Committee's recommendations, blah, blah, blah.
Second. Any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Great. So back to B4. All those in favor of B4 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously as amended. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to go back to 04, since Dr. Holness is on the line. I have a motion and a second for 04.
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Is there any public comment on 04?
There's no registered speakers for 04, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just had a concern about this item. It indicates that BMG money offers fixed rate, fixed payment employee volunteer loans. It also indicates that the program allows school board employees who may have otherwise only been able to choose high-priced alternatives and short-term borrowing needs, precluding them from borrowing responsibly and paying off their debt. So the concern is we are terminating this particular vendor, and I didn't see a rationale. Is there a reason that we are voting to terminate without cause BMP money for providing this service as one of the vendors in the pool of voluntary supplemental vendors?
Mr. Sullivan?
I'm going to turn it over to Chief Paul to see if she has anything to add to the question. I'm just kidding. I'm going to go to Deirdre in the back.
Well, General Counsel, if you could.
So I just wanted to mention that this termination is without cause. So I wanted to be careful not to start to create statements of cause, because this is not a termination with cause. It's a termination without cause.
Okay, so Madam Chair, through the Superintendent, do we have any added information besides the executive summary that was presented to us?
Mr. Sullivan?
I think the challenge now with General Counsel's advice, it's best for us not to continue with the line of questioning.
Because pursuant to the contract, you do have a choice to go ahead and terminate the agreement for cause or without cause. So you can choose to proceed to terminate without cause by just following the terms of the contract by giving notice as required by the contract.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much. I'm struck in reading through the 9,667 pages of material that even though we can't talk about publicly why we are terminating without cause, there are 4,215 employees at Broward County Schools that are either actively borrowing money from BMG or have recently and have an account open. I'm not exactly sure what the 4,215, but that's a lot of people, Chair. And for us to terminate a contract and to not understand, I guess it would make sense, Ms. Jacques Adams, for us to at least talk about the impact on those 4,215. Would that be, would that comply with our canceling this without cost?
So in speaking about the particular impact, is that going into your rationale or reason as to why
Nope.
you're going to terminate?
Nope, has nothing to do with terminate. That's a lot of people. And like this board is compassionate, and we would like to know what's going to happen to 4,215 people who have borrowed money through this organization, and maybe somebody has a plan that I'd like to talk about more.
So that would be I apologize. So that would be a question that you have that you seek an answer to, correct?
Yeah, Dr. Hepburn. We're going to take a 2-minute recess.
Thank you. General Counsel's back, so we're going to brief her.
Yep, I am.
Welcome back to the regular school board meeting. So we left off with Dr. Zeman asking if someone could explain what happens to the employees who were part of this contract now that it's being terminated.
And Chair, if you don't mind, just so that we can get one complete answer, what happens to the 4,215? And I understand we've communicated with them, but what happens to the next 4,215 people that have wanted to take advantage of these kinds of more reasonable loans than some of the payday loans? What is the Broward County School Board's plan for serving those people going forward?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Otterburn.
It's in Employment Services. Thank you. So for employees that may be interested in obtaining a loan after the contract, if the board votes to cancel the contract, then they have the ability to go directly to the vendor, BMG Money, for a loan. For those employees that currently have a loan, their deductions will continue to come out of their biweekly paychecks.
Terrific. Then I would like to make a suggestion, and Chair, tell me if we could do this by asking the superintendent or by making a formal motion. There are other organizations that do this. Some of them are nonprofits, some of them are benefit corporations, some of them are specific to school districts, and they will do things like interest-free loans for a certain amount of money. It's not for thousands of dollars, but it's for hundreds of dollars. Can we ask the superintendent, without objection, to look into these alternate providers of these loans to see if we can offer something to the folks that might benefit from that?
Ms. Batista.
It looks like this was an RFP. Yes. And I don't know if there is any type of an exemption to be able to just directly make dealings or do dealings with entities or vendors that without going through that process again.
Just to be clear, Chair, I'm fine with the process of going through it. It could be that there's some expedited ways to make agreements with these things that aren't formal RFPs, but are ITBs or piggybacks, other ways to get to them. What I'm concerned about, and I think everybody here should be concerned about, is there are people, 4,215 of them, who have taken advantage of this service. There's also a number of vendors that now do this, particularly for school districts, at no cost to the employees. So if we're going to do this without cost, so we're going to separate with this vendor, we've notified the people that borrowed the money, but if there are vendors out there that do it at no cost or low cost, can we please accelerate a replacement for this, within the next 60 days, for example?
Dr. Hepburn.
Defer that question back to Ms. Batista just to make sure we're aligning ourselves where if there's a specific procurement process. You mentioned RFP for this current contract that we're terminating without cause.
I believe that Dr. Zeman is only looking for exploration of other vendors.
Yes, we can do that.
Is that okay? Mr. Superintendent, am I right that there's a lot of people that work for you that have used this service? Aren't you concerned that we don't have it anymore?
Yes.
Okay.
But we can look into that. We'll start with our neighbor who has a
bank right
right here.
Yes, sir. And there are folks that go to our amazing conferences that try and talk to us about things in the hallway, and several of them have talked about this idea that there have been some nonprofit and benefit corporations who have purported to do this out of the goodness of their heart for free for people that work for school districts. So if in fact that's borne out by your research, that could be great. But our staff often don't make living wages. Our staff often face the exact same inflationary pressures, not just on rent, but on gas and property tax and car insurance and things like that. And they have used this in big numbers, 4,215. Yes. And I'm worried about the next 4,250. Thank you very much for communicating to those, working all out, nice transition with BMG. Yes. I believe that as a district with 27,000 or so employees, we have buying power to go to an institution and say, hey, we're a pretty big institution with 27. Can you give us the same great deal that you've given other districts so that we can get that in place as soon as possible?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
My pleasure.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 04?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
I'm so sorry. So I just have a couple of quick questions, then I'll be ready to vote. This question is for Ms. Batista. Ms. Batista, if a board member votes no on this item, is there any consequence to the board or the board member?
Ms. Batista?
Well, I'm sort of like trying to read between the lines of what you're asking me. So the answer is no. Clearly, the recommendation from staff is to approve the termination without cause and exercise the 30-day termination for convenience, because BMG is no longer administering the contract in the same way that was consistent with the payroll schedules.
Understand. So my last question, Dr. Hepburn, this is your recommendation to terminate without cause, correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 04 say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries minus Mrs. Al-Hadaf. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, now, this is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from our evening speakers. We do not have any evening speakers, so we'll continue with our item. I just didn't want anyone to think we skipped that part. So we will move on to item JJ4. Oh, no one pulled JJ4. We will move on to JJ5. Can I have a motion and a second on JJ5?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment on JJ5?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. 2 quick points. One, I know that we're trying to get this fixed, but it's maddening to see items clogging up our system for an $11,000 change order. That's like my 43rd time saying
Unknown
it.
participant is now exiting.
So I hope that we can get that fixed today or even sooner. And second, this is Markham. And of course, if you do anything at Markham, you got to get the question, will this have any impact on the commitment that we made to open this school on the first day of 2027?
Dr. Hepburn?
No, this doesn't affect that commitment. I mean, ensuring school's open for this upcoming school year.
Dynamite. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All those in favor of item JJ5 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries without Mrs. Al-Hadaf, Mr. Severa, and Dr. Holness. The next item is JJ10. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Oh, she's not here.
Careful.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Hey, just for the record keeping, Chair, I think Dr. Holness voted yes on the last item for Markham. You said that he didn't vote, but I heard a yes in the background. Just
No,
so.
he hung up before we took the vote.
Terrific.
Yes. At some point, you have to trust me here, Dr. Seaman.
We all have only 2 ears, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't want to postpone. Sorry. So, okay. Can I have a motion to postpone JJ10 until Mrs. Al-Hadaf comes back?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We'll come back to JJ10. So JJ11, can I have a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I had the pleasure of speaking with Ms. Paul, who answered my questions. I just wanted to point out the fact what she told me. First of all, that everyone will be moving out of the current space, and finding the new accommodations will be considerably cheaper. And I had asked her a question about comps, because those are less rent than what we're going to be renting, but she advised that we'll be moving into a turnkey property, so there won't be any of the cost associated with doing a build out or anything, so that would take care of the difference between some of the comps that were provided. So I think it's great.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. That was one of my questions, but also I feel like we might have building space, either office space, either here or in some of our schools. So I'm a little concerned why we're going outside of our building capacity and paying for rental space. So I was wondering if I could get the rationale on that.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so I'll just remind the board, we do have 2 additional admin buildings that we're surplusing. That's TSSC, the main building, and the annex. We're actually moving out all of our academic teams out of this building to make room for the folks in those 2 administrative sites to actually move into here. So most of our space that we have at the schools that can accommodate our academic teams, they'll be taken up. And then the spaces that can accommodate those academic teams, we're looking forward to working with some partners to kind of occupy that space. But the TSSC main building and annex folks will be moving in here to free up space. So not a lot of admin space. So that's why we are utilizing the space that Handy is graciously allowing us to lease from them to accommodate the staff that have to move out of the Rock Island facility, because we've already surplus that to the Urban League.
We've sold that property.
Yeah, we've sold that property. It's already closed and everything, so they're just waiting on us to get up out of it.
Thank you for that clarification. That's it.
Thank you. All those in favor of item JJ11 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries without Dr. Zeman, Mr. Severa, and Dr. Holness. Can I have a motion and a second to bring JJ10 back to the floor? It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
Yes, so on the JJ10, I just wanted staff to clarify to the board in regards to portables, because the board was given some information in past board meeting in regards to portables, that if we knocked down the portables, we were told that that would help us with our ratio to be able to build a new school. But I'm understanding now that is not actually true, and there's different information regarding the portables.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul, if you can expound on that one.
So based on our conversation we had yesterday, I just verified the information that you provided me. Portables are not permanent capacity. So that's not computed in terms of seat space, so or unit stations. So that information was incorrect now, and it was incorrect when I was in Palm Beach, and it's the same information. You don't use temporary buildings to compute student station. Now there is one caveat. At one time, in my previous district, we had concretables or concrete buildings, and that was used as permanent capacity.
Yep. Same here. Modulars, and we used to call them concretables in my previous district too, but those count as permanent
We're in the same
capacity.
District,
right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. And I would just say that in our redefining process, I think it's important for us to be understanding when we close a school how much space that opens up for that ratio, that number, for us to eventually be able to build a new school. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item JJ10 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously, minus Dr. Holness. Okay, next item is 008. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks. This is an item, Chair, about buying software for bus routing. Is this software we have bought before?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, that's an affirmative.
And do we have the data that we think we need to have in order to feed this model?
Dr.
Hepburn. Yes.
And what outcome would we expect from buying this model?
Thanks. Ms. Hickson, and also Dr. Zeman. Pretty much building more efficient and effective routes. The old school way is totally manual with paper and pen and bus drivers being in a room together. Systems like this help to make sure that process is way more efficient and way more effective when it comes to building routes for students.
In this model, are there assumptions made about the number of streets and things like that that are not decreed by law or statute, but are decisions being made by our transportation team about things, again, not conflicting with law or statute? Let's just say we follow all of that. Are there other decisions being made by our transportation team that would affect the routing of students?
Yes, that's when the boots on the ground and expertise of our drivers and their teams. It could be a specific ESC route. It could be a specific route where it's a dead end street and a 72 passenger bus can't get down there and turn around. So those type of aspects that need that human knowledge to be able to address those type of routes.
Terrific. So it's fair to tell people that we're using this model to establish a baseline route, but still human beings, bus drivers, other experts in the transportation
Correct.
system make adjustments as required, just like they would on a daily basis. If all of a sudden a street is blocked for construction, they're authorized to make the safest and best route possible. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of item 008, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Next item is 0012. Can I have a motion and a second? It's moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Any public discussion on 0012?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. If I could just get to my questions. Thank you. This is the purchase of elevation, is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Nope, I'm sorry. This is the one on CSMP, the expansion.
Yes.
This is terrific. How many of these contractors are new contractors?
I can have Ms. Andreu answer that question.
Thank you. And if I could just do a second one while you're coming up to the podium, how many of them are minority, women-owned, veteran firms?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director, Operations. These are not new contractors. We are doing a second amendment. So these contractors have been working with us. There are 13 of them. Of the 13, I'm trying to count, I think 6 or 7 are, it's listed on page 3 of the executive summary, are certified with us as small minority women veteran-owned businesses.
Terrific. And this just the last question. There's a lot of CSMP projects that are eligible. Is $46,500 sufficient for an authorized spend to do all the work that we might do over the next 3 years?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
This is what we know right now. If we need additional spend authority, we'll definitely come back to the board.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 0012 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. The next item is 0014. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. This is a item to purchase lunch trays, so I just wanted to bring this forward. I talked to Ms. Paul. The trays are compostable, and it's very important that we're addressing our solid waste issues in addition to the other green initiatives that we were talking about. I think that this is a timely topic to bring up as well. So I'm happy that the trays are compostable, but the next step would of course be to compost them instead of throwing them away. So we'll be working on that too, right, Dr. Hepburn?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then, looking forward in the same vein as the other green initiatives we discussed earlier, I think it also behooves us to be looking at going away from throwing away and contributing to solid waste in Broward County, which is a major issue, and looking at other ways that we can do lunch and things of that nature. Because if we're going to spend $8 million on trays, we could probably be looking at our systems and putting that money into different areas, or investing a little more money so that we're not spending $8 million a year on trays. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question regarding the extensions. Specifically, according to the executive summary, looks like the additional spending authority lapses today, actually, on June 17th. And we've opted to not only invoke the optional first additional extension, but the optional second extension as well. I'm just wondering why we're doing both at the same time. Normally, you invoke your first right to extend, and then a time period will lapse, and then you'll opt to invoke the second right. Are we locking in a better price by doing this way? I'm just wondering procedurally, why are we invoking both extensions at this time period?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Andrea.
Good afternoon. Actually, we're not doing both extensions right now. We're only doing the 1 year. You will see, though, the request is being made for the spend authority. That is at the request of the board in earlier conversations to be more efficient. So in the event that the owner department, Food and Nutrition, would like to utilize these services in the future, we could do so via memorandum from the superintendent to the board, notifying the board that we're going to, in essence, do another extension.
So just for clarification, what we're voting on today would essentially invoke the 2 extensions in the agreement, with the understanding that if the second extension were to be invoked, it would not have to come before this board for a vote. It could be done by the district.
Through policy, we had a revision to the purchasing policy, 3800. So again, right now, and Ms. Batista can correct me, but I believe you are really approving the up to amount, the spend authority, and 1 year extension. And then again, it would come to you via memorandum from the superintendent, because he has authority to, if the user department and everybody agrees that we are still getting the best prices, they have the authority to approve it and just transmit a memorandum notifying the board.
Ms. Batista, do you agree?
Ms. Batista.
We're working on changes to policy 3800 as we speak. One of them is the request from staff to kind of do things in the way that Ms. Andreu has explained, so that the board doesn't see as many contracts as they are now. We'll still have a contract, but it will be approved by legal and then signed off by the superintendent, as opposed to having to come for approval to the board.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
I was able to get my question answered by staff.
Great. Mrs. Leonardi.
To Ms. Bowman's point about composting the trays, I know that it was, I guess, more than a couple months ago. Back in September, staff was working on applying for a USDA grant to work on composting in our schools. And I'm wondering, I don't know if it's a staff follow-up, I'm just wondering if that ever came to fruition.
Dr. Hepburn.
We can provide a follow-up. I have to follow up with the grants team.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item 0014 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item is 0018. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. This was, sorry, let me just grab this really quick. So I really like the idea of having the digital library in addition to the physical library. I mean, I think people are using that all the time in practice, library patrons. My question is, there was something in here that kind of indicated that it was cheaper to have digital books over physical books, and so I'd like to know what our kind of philosophy is on that. One, because I think if you're going away from physical books, which I don't support in full, all the students would have to have some way to read the books and not on a computer, because that's not a great way to read a book. And also, like, what, are we still going to be stocking physical books, particularly for the little kids? I mean, there's just, you can't recreate that experience when you're looking at a Kindle. In my opinion.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, and the eye doctors, obstetricians are getting a lot of business as a result of that too, so I completely understand. Dr. Wilson?
Good afternoon, Dr. Wilson, Director of Innovative Learning. Yes, in relationship to the digital expansion for our libraries, we are looking to have a hybrid model, because we do not want to get rid of all paper-bound books, especially the classics that can be held as archived information for students as reference points. We are basically trying to make sure, with the upcoming and rising cost of paperback books, hard copy books, which could go to $20 or more, when you do have access to digital. Most of our students, based on circulation, are checking out more of our digital resources when they have the ability to. Many of our students do, but we would not be doing that at the expense or in lieu of having books for circulation, for physical circulation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 0018 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item is 0021. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I'm curious, Chair, how does this group fit into the entire mosaic of our mental health strategy?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good afternoon, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer, and I know Ms. Egan, who is our Executive Director for Exceptional Student Education, is here. It does fit in, but this is specifically for our students with disabilities, for parentally placed students. So, Ms. Egan, I don't know if you want to take that on for a little bit further.
Yep, thank you for the question. So we have several contracts that enable our students who need a more restrictive environment, but it's envisioned by being parentally placed. Our role is to make sure that their educational needs are met for those students who are IDA eligible. So we either provide a teacher or we facilitate making sure they get their services. And so it is part of our overall mental health plan. For students that transition back, we support the families with that transition getting back into the school system as well.
And Chair, is this amount, the $1.048 million starting today going forward for a year, is it sufficient to take care of all of the need in this population?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Egan.
We increased the spend authority because there's been an increase in FTE, so we have to, it was originally written for the average that we had at that time, but we've had an increase, so we had to increase the spend authority to meet the needs of the students that we are servicing there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 0021 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Next is item P3. Can I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Alhadeff.
What proactive measures are we taking to prevent dating violence and abuse?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth. I see Dr. Washington
Good afternoon,
walking up.
Dr. Washington.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jody Washington, Task Assigned Executive Director, Student Services Initiatives. We do have preventative curriculum that we implement in our schools to help prevent teen dating violence. We also have required training that all of our middle and high schoolers do through the resiliency lessons, and our teachers of our middle and high school students have to take annual training in recognizing the signs of teen dating violence and abuse and how to report it.
And is the preventative curriculum in the sex education curriculum? That's the last 2 weeks of school?
There are portions of it within there, but there's required instruction that is included within the resiliency lesson. So the sex ed curriculum is not the only source where they get the prevention of teen dating violence.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I would just recommend that we try to do more proactively and start at the beginning of the school year to make sure that we are creating proactive measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at section 5, subsection C, I believe this sentence, or what is purported to be a sentence, needs some work. If I may, for the record, it states, the parents or guardian of youth involved in a dating violence or abuse complaint, except if such notification is not in the best interest or impairs the safety of the student involved. First and foremost, I think that's an incomplete sentence, number one. Number two, I'm not sure if the intent of this sentence was to create a carve-out for situations in which a parent would not be notified if their child was involved in any alleged incident. And if that was the case, certainly I would take a tremendous amount of issue with leaving a parent in the dark if their child was subject to one of the incidences which is outlined in this reported policy. So I guess to take that in order, I guess my first question is, am I the only one who's reading that as an incomplete sentence? Section 5, Roman numeral V, subsection C as in Charlie. My grammar teacher would be very happy that I caught that.
Yeah, it's missing a noun or something.
So I don't know if the procedure at this point then would just be to strike that subsection, or if perhaps a motion with new purported language would be appropriate, but certainly I don't think it should stand how it is.
Ms. Batista.
So either one, we can have a motion to strike that section, or if Dr. Washington can piece that back to whatever it was supposed to be, perhaps there could be some other language to amend that.
Through the superintendent.
Go ahead, Dr. Washington.
Mr. Sullivan wanted to add.
Oh, go ahead.
That was me, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Can we just move to the next item, and me and Dr. Washington will get together to change the wording, because I believe this does have to be in the policy.
Okay, and Ms. Leonardi had a question.
Motion to table the item.
Second. All those in favor of tabling the item, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item is tabled. The next item is double P6. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Alhada.
Yes, so I would like to focus on attendance. I believe it's page 8. And in regards to the plethora of absences at our high school level and what proactive measures that we're taking, I think there's a real disconnect in possibly what is supposed to happen and then the reality at the school level, what is actually happening. And we need to fix this, Dr. Hepburn, because if our kids are not in school, they're not learning, and their test scores will go down. One thing, and I brought this up last year at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, they have a 10-10-10 rule, and I talked about it months ago in regards to trying to implement this in other high schools. So if you exceed 10 absences or 10 sign-outs or 10 tardies to the school any year, you will not be eligible for senior privilege or senior parking decal when you reach your senior year. And you can see the test scores at MSD drastically increased, and the number of absences have drastically decreased. So I think it is really something that we should look at to implement across the district, but also there needs to be a change in what is actually happening at our schools compared to what this policy is saying. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn.
Was there, just want to make sure I'm commenting on, is there a specific question or an ask?
I'm just making a friendly suggestion that we should look into this 10-10-10. I know that there was just recently an article by the Sun Sentinel with attendance, and the percentages of absences at our high schools are extraordinary high. And what proactive measures are we putting in place? I see in my district at MSD they have this 10-10-10 rule, and it was a little difficult to implement at first, but they have seen significant increase in their test scores and a decrease in number of absences. But I also think that there is a disconnect in what is actually in our policy compared to the discipline and absences that are happening in our schools. I mean, yes, do we get the robocall? Oh, yes, we do. We get the text, we get the phone call, we get everything. But what is the next level step? Do we have personal conversations with families? Yeah, what's happening?
Yep. Through Superintendent. Soup, if it's helpful, I know Dr. Fulton, through you, August workshop will be one of the items is attendance, and she'll be presenting along with her team some of the...
Yes, I was actually going to mention that, and there's been an attendance task force made up of principals of different levels that have been working on trying to find some good solutions to the attendance challenge. I know that Ms. Keffert was able to share that strategy with her colleagues. I don't know how many have adopted it, and I know it's based on just different areas of the district, different cultures of students and things like that. Some things are effective in one place but may not be effective in another. And then I can have Dr. Washington's trying to multitask, but she probably can go over some of the specifics about what steps or action steps are taken when there is a serious attendance issue with a student. That also includes the up to the BTIP process that involves the courts.
I know what I guess what I'm trying to say, and maybe you can do your own homework to figure it out, but I don't think that process is happening. What the kids are absent, and they have many absences, but the process that you're speaking about, I don't think it's actually occurring.
Yeah, so I want Dr. Washington, because she can talk about some of the barriers. There are barriers with this too, as far as volume for the state attorney's office that kind of moves this process along slowly. But if you can elaborate.
Yes, two things. The first thing is I think that what you're suggesting is best addressed through the attendance policy. In the Code of Student Conduct, it's basically taking what is in the attendance policy and embedding it within the Code of Student Conduct, because this is the publication that goes out to parents. So I think the suggestions you're making would be better addressed through another policy, and then Code of Conduct would be updated accordingly. The second thing, in terms of schools specifically implementing restrictions in terms of parking passes or things like that, is currently right now a school by school decision based on the various characteristics of the schools, right? So I don't know that writing something like that into a policy would be the best course of action, because it may not be able to be implemented in certain areas. I don't know if that helps, but.
Yeah, for example, you're trying to dance around it, but for example, our schools are representative of the cultures within our neighborhood. You have some schools where a large amount of kids don't drive to school because for whatever reason. So that decal part, right, of purchasing or not being able to purchase a decal may not work for that school. But they do, I know some of the high schools do find other incentive or privileges, that's especially what juniors and seniors receive, and use that as in lieu of what MSD may be doing with the parking decal. There may be something else. They may be excited to go to the homecoming dance, and they may not be able to go to the homecoming dance, things like that.
Okay, I mean, I would just be interested to see what this committee comes back with and what other strategies we can put into place, because what we're currently doing is not enough and we need to do better.
Yep, and I totally agree. I will speak for as my experience as a father. I could say I have a very bright young lady at home, and she has some attendance issues, and it's not because she doesn't have the ability to get to school. It's what we are doing in school, right? The instructional strategies and practices, we're changing those by implementing more AI, more technology, more applicable learning or project-based learning opportunities, because our students are so well resourced. They have supercomputers in their hands. They have supercomputers at home, and they can teach themselves a lot besides to sit and get that sometimes to get into a classroom. And for the most part, for many of our high school kids, that seems to be some of the unwillingness to go to school every day. Yeah.
Well,
So
and I'd also have to say that the kids are also saying that they're not learning anything. Nothing's going on. Nobody's here. So those projects, we have to do more to keep them there.
We got to give them a reason why.
My son was showing me videos of nobody in his classroom.
Yep, exactly. So we're
on his phone.
On his computer.
So
we're
saying the same thing. We came out of COVID doing something traditional, and our kids are asking for something different. And we just have to, besides some of the kids who are genuinely missing because of some of the reasons that Dr. Washington and her team addresses, but we have a ton of kids that are not coming because they can learn a lot of the things on their own instead of sit and get in the classroom. So those are the things that we're improving our instructional practice by infusing more technology, by infusing more project-based learning opportunities, by infusing more things that align to industry needs to give more purpose to come to school instead of just sitting and getting. So absolutely. So it's a conversion of a lot of different things.
And life skills.
Absolutely.
I have to make a motion to lay item PP6 on the table so we can vote on a motion to extend the meeting time, because our time ends at 4:55.
Second.
Okay, second. All in favor of laying item PP6 on the table, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great. I move that we extend the meeting time for an additional 30 minutes.
Second.
5:15.
We only have 5 items left, so.
And the Panthers play. So.
All those, well, they were discussing. Anybody?
Let's go, guys. If you want to see
all
the
those
game,
in
let's
favor
go.
say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes with 1 dissenting vote. Can I have a motion to bring PP6 back?
So moved.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to bring PP6 back. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The 2 student advisors would like to speak on this item.
Okay, I'll put them.
Be on the list.
I'll add them to the list. Mr. Severa?
Aye. Jasir Leon, alternate student advisor. I want to thank the chair as well as the superintendent. I would say the biggest concerns with students, I understand attendance is one of the issues, but the main issue as you guys has discussed as a board is students don't want to be there. If we give students a reason to be there, we might actually have a high outcome of students being present in the room and actually sitting in during instructional time. We have students that would go in the bathrooms, that will hang out, that will find any nook or corner to hang out in, not because that they don't want to be there. I would want to be anywhere where my friend is, but it's because what we're learning. What we're learning isn't meeting our creativity standards. What we're learning isn't what's going to intrigue us to continue to go on. And that's one of the problems. It's what we're learning. It's all about what the brain is being fed. And sometimes we're lacking what we're being fed. Thank you.
Thank you. Landon, did you want to add to that? Okay, Mr. Severa?
Well said, sir. Madam Chair, thank you. In regards to PP6 on policy 5090, I had an issue within section 4 under the rights and responsibilities of students section. It's on page 9 of 258. The last bullet point on this seems to indicate that internet privileges of a student can be revoked. And there is language stating that internet is a privilege, not a right. I've got a great amount of concern with that for several reasons. Number one, the majority of the work our kids are doing within our district schools are in fact online and online based. That is only going to increase, especially with the integration of all the AI work that the district is moving forward with. So I have a real concern with the ability to just yank a kid's internet access away for, I guess, if it's used in an unacceptable or illegal manner. While certainly we don't want to encourage those types of activities, I think the student would be at a severe disadvantage if his internet access was revoked.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, so we've had very, very, very few instances of this, but we do encounter a kid that does something, I won't elaborate that much, that would warrant us to revoke or remove internet access temporarily. They are given an alternative means of acquiring the information that they need, but it is egregious enough, very concerning enough, that involves BTAs and all those other assessments to revoke internet access from a student. So it's very rare instance, but it does occur sometimes.
I guess my question would be then, if in fact it is revoked and they have coursework or schoolwork or whatever it is they happen to be working on that requires online access, are they sent to the library to use the computer there? Are they put in a corner with a different type of computer that only has access to certain things? What is the procedure in place if the child's standard issued laptop is deprived of internet access?
Yep. So for the most part, they're given alternative means of doing the work. It may be printed out. It may be instead of an electronic textbook that's accessible online, they're given the hard textbook. If they do need to be on a computer, it's monitored. So they are given every alternate means of acquiring the same knowledge and being able to do the same work that a student would do if they had internet access. But it's very rare instance, but it does happen, and we accommodate the students just to make sure they're not losing out on instructional opportunities.
Well, I would hope that they wouldn't be able to get past our firewalls that we have
You'll
in place.
Be surprised.
In order to
You'll be surprised. There are
engage in this illegal activity.
There are companies that advertise to our students on how to get around our firewalls.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I talked to staff. My concerns were also about the attendance section of it, but I look forward to the workshop coming up, and that is all.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Furthering the attendance issue, one of the things we have to start thinking about as a board is we've made huge leaps in the percentage of kids that are in our schools that are at or above grade level. Many of the problems that we used to have, we've promoted ourselves out of because we have figured out some things that have got some people engaged. I agree with our assistant student advisor, but I would characterize it a little differently. And I'll give you guys a name to read. Rebecca Winthrop. I usually don't listen to Rebeccas. They're not always the wisest people, except for the one I know well. See, now I say that so you'll all remember Rebecca Winthrop. Read her book. It's a brand new kind of approach to education that focuses on what you said, which is student engagement. Wrap that circle one time. When we did the VR demo right here in this well, when I talked to the kids, several of them said, I didn't miss a day of school this year. I'm like, why? You only get the glasses one day a week. Yeah, but the glasses gave me exactly what I needed to learn the next 4 days. They were in 4th or 5th grade, and they got engaged because of that kind of learning that kept them right on the edge of what they needed to learn next, right? So the infusion of student engagement with AI built into this technology at, I think, a very reasonable cost also leads us to better attendance. As we get better on academic performance, attendance by itself was going to grow because what we found is a whole bunch of reasons to get people there. One other really fascinating thing besides Rebecca Winthrop is Roland Fryer. Roland Fryer from Harvard. He's done 4 large urban school districts, and he gave them all an allowance in the schools that had the lowest attendance. The allowance was $12.50 a month, not a lot of money, but it improved attendance by half. So if they were missing 20 days a year, they missed 10. And so just a little bit of money also helps a lot in attendance. As a district, I think we've actually gone past the monetary model. We're now in the model of student engagement. How do we give them the right technology, keep them engaged, learning new things, customizing, individuating learning is going to be a great way forward. The bad news, though, is Broward County is third in the state at attendance, third lowest out of 67 counties. We have the third highest rate of not being in school. Part of it because kids don't want to be there. Part of it because of some parents can't get their kids to school in some school boundaried areas, or they have unreliable transportation. So there are a myriad of ways to get there, but we have a big problem in Broward County with attendance, and if we can figure out a way to engage students more, keep them excited about coming to school, that's a problem that pays off on academic performance, but it also pays off on just having them in school where they get all the other things that they're going to get as well. So Rebecca Winthrop, fascinating book. If you want to cheat, you can watch her on or listen to her on Ezra Klein. She just did a big podcast last month. But it's all about how to engage students in a way so that they're dying to go to school every day. They wake up and tell their parent, I know I'm a little bit sick, but you got to take me. I don't want to miss school. That's a really cool place to land.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll finish up with Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question going through this. I noticed that there was references that were removed to the 504 manifestation determinations plan, but in the proposed version of this policy, I did not see any references to that, and certainly I wouldn't want 504/IEP students to be losing out on any opportunities or be subject to any discipline without getting the benefit of those rights. So I guess maybe for the superintendent, is the revised version of policy 5090, is there a provision in here that is including or making reference to the 504 manifestation determination? Did I miss something? Because I saw it was stricken out, but I did not see that it was reinstated into the proposal.
Dr. Washington.
Throughout this policy, there were multiple references to 504 meetings, manifestation determination meetings, IEPs, and provisions for students with disabilities. And what was stricken out of the policy were the repetitive statements of the same thing. So yes, it's there.
So I guess I'll follow up with, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but is it your representation to this board that it is included there, the required language for the 504 manifestation determination plans, if applicable? Because the ones I saw on my notes had it all stricken out, but it's your representation that it was actually included in the proposal that's before the board?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess we'll end with Landon.
Thank you. I'll be super quick. I think this is my record of that I am starting talking in this board meeting at 5 o'clock. So good evening. Landon Spelberg, student advisor to the school board. I wanted to touch on two things real quick that and give much gratitude to the superintendent for supporting the superintendent's student engagement initiative. We have already started making great strides towards making this information more accessible to students. As Ms. Aladef and Dr. Zeman both referenced, students really aren't aware of what the expectation is of them when it comes to attendance at times, and that's part of the problem. So I want to thank Dr. Washington for already working on creating this simplified code of conduct that we'll be providing to students to make sure that they understand the entire 130-page document. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All those in favor of item P6 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. Can I have a motion to bring P3 back to the floor? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Sullivan and Dr. Washington, have you come up with an alternative sentence?
Yes, and thank you for pointing out the incomplete sentence. There is a model policy on the Florida Department of Education for teen dating violence and abuse, after which this policy is modeled. And within that model policy, it does have a statement that says the right to not have parents or guardians notified if such notification would endanger the students. And so that is where this statement comes from. So my recommendation would be to update that item C to say the parent or guardian of youth involved in dating violence or abuse complaint shall be notified, except if such notification would endanger the student.
Apologies. You said that was a model policy of something from the state. I didn't catch the first part.
The Florida Department of Education has a model policy for teen dating violence and abuse.
Is there a reference number policy for what the DOE puts out?
It is. They don't have a policy number on it, but it's per.
Can you send me what you're looking at?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Did you still want to make a motion then? Because we have to replace the sentence, yes.
I just wanted to take a look at what the DOE said, but I guess if the motion is to mirror exactly what the DOE's policy is, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay. All those then in favor of item PP3 as amended say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously.
And Madam Chair, just to make sure, is to mirror what the DOE model policy has as to this item, or as to this provision C under 5, correct? Yes, to the letter C. Yes. Okay.
Well, presumably it's going to be different on what the DOE's, the numbers aren't going to match up from the DOE, but the text will be replaced with what we have, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Next item is double P8. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Zeman?
Sorry, do you mind going to the next speaker? I've got my notes down here.
Dr. Zeman, you're the only one that pulled it.
Apologize to my friends here. Chair, what's the intent of this item?
Dr. Hepburn?
To ensure that we have a higher threshold for bringing change orders.
Terrific. And the change order, in particular, the change to the change order limit is going up to 10% of the total construction contract amount?
Correct.
Are there any other changes to this policy?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, but the main change is the 10%. Some language has been stricken out. Which is, I'm looking at the red line version, rule number 3, which increases the authority to 10% of the construction contract.
Yes, sir.
And also, and less than $25,000.
Go by the corp?
Yep.
Terrific. These changes are important. We're a very large building machine, and to continue to clog up the system with these things just because they went up to 3% of the total award never made sense. I was a proponent of that 2 years ago, but I think I wrote it wrong, and so thank you very much for moving up to 10%. That'll significantly reduce the number of things we have to look at. The critical part, though, is if you're not waiting for our permission, people can actually keep working. And that is something that we always need to keep in mind. It's great to have this board involved where it makes sense, and it's great to have the board not involved where it doesn't make sense. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item double P8 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously without Mrs. Alhadeff, Mrs. Rupert, and Dr. Holness. Can I have a motion and a second on double P9?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Bowman.
My questions have been answered. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Dr. Zeman.
And mine were as well. Thank you so much.
Great. All those in favor of double P9 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no.
Aldous, yes.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously, still missing Mrs. Rupert and Dr. Holness. Next item is double R2. Can I have a motion in a second? Motion by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Thompson.
My questions were answered by staff earlier. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I've talked to the mayor of Southwest Ranches several times on this just in the past week. He's very, very excited about moving forward this. He has great plans. The wildlife sanctuary continues on path and the associated piece of this. He asked to pass his particular compliments to the staff for moving this through and getting it done and making sure, as promised, that they got it done for today's meeting. So thank you to the staff that worked so hard to get this done, and thanks, Ms. Paul.
Thank you. All those in favor of RR2 say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Audit, yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item is S. Yes. Next item is double S1. Can I have a motion and a second? Second. It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Bowman.
It's just another great moment for District 1. I pulled this. I just wanted to acknowledge the partnership with Boys Town, South Florida. They're providing a supports person through the LIFT program that's going to be in Sterling Elementary daily. I talked to the principal when I was taking a tour. She was really looking forward to this. So it's great to see it come to fruition and have all the support we can get in our schools. So thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of SS1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. The last item is SS2. Can I have a motion?
So
in
moved.
A second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Bowman.
My question was answered by staff. Thank you.
Awesome. All those in favor of double S2 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Aye.
And we're not quite done yet. Mr. Severa would like to make a motion to reconsider items. G2 and GG1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to reconsider items G2 and GG1 to amend the no conflicting legal practices provision. Spoke to Ms. Batista, and we need a small tweak to the language that was previously voted on to reflect the following, if I may.
Second.
He's got to read it first.
Appreciate the enthusiasm, though. Here I go.
Let's go.
The Assistant General Counsel may engage in legal practice outside the scope of duties provided for herein and outside of normal working hours only with the prior written consent of General Counsel.
Okay. All those in, any public comment on the motion? All those in, board discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Just very quickly, so it's administrative counsel for the item in G2, I'm sorry, and then it would be GG1 would be the Assistant General Counsel. So just the title is changed, but the language will be the same.
Okay.
Are you clarifying the motion, General Counsel?
Yes.
Thank you. I will second that one as well.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Audit, yes.
Okay, so we have to re-vote on G2 and GG1 then? As amended.
Sure.
All those in favor of item G2 and GG1 as amended say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Audit, yes.
Motion passes unanimously. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any update or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. Nothing on student successes that I want to report today, but I do want to talk about school board meetings and the amount of materials that we have been getting. Every year around this time, there's a huge backlog of material. This time, 126 items and 9,667 pages. It is something that we keep seeing every year, but I just want to ask the superintendent if we can get around that next year and try and get the staff to look at contracts earlier, to get at items earlier, and try and almost leave this meeting completely open, because it's going to get filled with all the urgent items that we have to add. I just don't like being thinly prepared for a meeting. I really like to read everything. It's exhausting to do it when it's almost 10,000 pages. But if we can just commit to plan for this meeting next year just to not have any planned items, or even if we have to meet twice in June to deal with this, it's better to do 5,000 pages and 60 items twice than to try and do 10,000 pages and do my job well. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't want to do anything formal, but it does hurt my feelings to come to these meetings having read everything, but not really have spent as much time as I would have preferred to study and research them and have all my questions prepared.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thanks for the comment, Dr. Zeman. We're also concerned as staff, and also I know the general counsel staff too. We're working collaboratively just to make sure our process for procuring services and products are more efficient, and working as a tag team just to make sure we find the right solution for these ongoing challenges, especially during this time of the year when we have so many items that buck up to the beginning of the school year to make sure we open correctly.
I wonder, sir, and Chair, I wouldn't know how to do this right now, but if we wanted to think ahead to next June, I think in October we're going to have in November we'll have an administrative meeting, and we'll bless the schedule for the whole year. Is that right?
Yes.
And maybe at that time we can think a little bit about whether we want to double up school board meetings in June, have one workshop, 2 school board meetings or something to try and just level out the workload for the staff and for the people appointed or elected to this board.
Anybody else? I have 2 student successes. Okay, you want to go first?
Yes, Madam Chair. Very quick. District 6 is proud to congratulate our college-sponsored National Merit Scholarship winners from the College Academy at Broward College. Luis Cartera, who is attending the University of Florida, the University of Florida. Brant Maloon, also the University of Florida, and Jillian Webster, Florida Atlantic University. From Cooper City High School, Chase Blanchard, attending the University of South Florida, and Yash Patel, attending the University of Florida. From Cypress Bay High School, Ethan Dutton, University of Florida, Hem Jadav, the University of Central Florida, go Knights. Felix Jensen, the University of Florida. Zachary Liu, University of Florida. Aiden Park, University of Southern California. Santiago Pizon, University of Central Florida. Rami Radaneke, University of Florida, and Daniela Costello, University of Florida. And finally, from Western High School, Joshua Bernstein, Florida State University.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate James Saven for coming in 5th nationally in the Incubate Debate National Championship that was held May 30th and June 1st. We also had 3 other students, Scott Miller from Stoneman Douglas, Eloise of Miramar, and Justin DeBerry of Coral Glades High School, who either made it to the preliminary or semifinal rounds. And I quickly said this last meeting, but we were hurrying, so I didn't get all the details. But congratulations to Central Park Elementary. They were awarded the Everglades School Championship designation, which is the gold level, the highest honor that they have ever gotten. And just want to say congratulations and great job. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting with 5 minutes still left in our time.